Hello and welcome to the June 22nd edition of NHRL. That's the National Havoc Robot League. My name is Kyle Kroos. Joining me at the desk is Sam Hansen. We have a ridiculous day of robot combat action for you today. I cannot wait to share it with everybody out there in the world. It's a hot one here. How you feeling, Sam?
I'm feeling so stoked. There's so many cool robots up in the pits today, and I can't wait to see them get into the cage.
We have 3 weight classes of absolute absurdity up there. I've been walking around in the pits all morning looking at these bizarre creations that have shown up. We have a bunch of weird new bots, especially in the 3-pound division, but there's some surprises up in the 12s. There's some surprises up in the 30s. I saw a bot that literally shoots metal spikes. And it's mostly made out of plywood. I don't understand what's going on.
Oh my goodness. And we've got a lot of international competitors today as well.
Full British invasion.
Yeah, a big UK contingency out.
I'm so excited. Let's get right into it, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to Cage 2.
5.
This is
4.
the greatest
3,
challenge.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, so we have the greatest challenge in the pink corner and Tiger in the blue. Oh, some melty action.
Ow. It is very rare we see full-on Beyblades in the box. This is 2 melty brain spinners. That's robots where essentially the entire body of the robot is the weapon. They spin at full speeds on just 2 wheels, and they are able to change their direction by pulsing those wheels at different speeds to give themselves directionality around the box. The greatest challenge is one of our quintessential bots in this design class. Tiger's a little newer, I think.
Yeah, and this melty brain design is hard to get right. All of your components are spinning around so fast, and to be able to translate while doing combat is extremely difficult.
Yeah, you have to have fast reflexes to really operate one of these bots effectively and with any measure of control.
And it looks like Tiger is caught on its own robot there, its own partner robot. A bit high-centered and neither of them moving. Brad coming in for that unstick.
Come on, Brad, you can do it.
Every competitor gets 1 unstick per fight.
Yeah, they have to call for it. They have to request it. And
it's an attempt, Kyle, I should say. 1 unstick attempt.
Correct. Because if it doesn't work, that's on you. I love that the diameter of these bots, if you include the weapons, is actually pretty similar. It's just such a different design philosophy, right? Everything's in this ring on the greatest challenge. Everything's in this little tight, compact circle on Tiger.
You know, someone in our Discord did suggest that we do Beyblades, and I think this fight goes
Definitely
out to them.
Counts, yes. We're starting the day off with Beyblades.
Achieved. So mark that one off.
We have 2 right spinning attack types. Nice shot there.
The greatest challenge definitely able to translate throughout the arena a bit
Extremely
better than Tiger.
well. Yeah. Now there's an interesting fact that I learned about the Melty Brain community, and it truly is a community, but you have to earn your way in. If you want to learn the secrets of Melty Brains, you have to build a working one first. And then the rest of the community will say, all right, here's some software ideas, here's some things that you can change, here's some ideas for wheels.
My team tried to get into it about a decade ago, and it was not where it is now. Robots like The Greatest Challenge and Project Liftoff have really pushed the envelope for Melty Brains.
We are down to the last second of this matchup. This one will go to the judges. Our first match of the day in the books and going to the judges for a decision. I thought that was a lot of fun. I give it to both teams for pulling off an incredibly difficult design, but I got to give it to the greatest challenge. What a great showing for them.
They were moving around so much more. They were getting the better of the exchanges when they would impact.
Yeah, absolutely. Phenomenal bot, phenomenal design. I just love that team. I think they're such nice guys, too.
And it's cool that it's a ring. You don't see a lot of robots with a hollow core. At least not before the fight.
You know, it's interesting. It did look like you could fit Tiger inside of the greatest challenge. And perhaps if they did that, they would be the deadliest half of a 12-pound robot you've ever seen in your entire life.
sure there's some other larger melty that they could fit that one into, some sort of Russian nesting doll sort of situation.
I would be so into that. I like these that just joined us on the desk, by the way.
Yeah,
These are our Sparky Christmas ornaments.
from the Eel Monkey team.
Nice. Thanks, Eel Monkey team. Always bringing us the greatest fuzzy versions of our favorite robots.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll see it today, but there is like a full-size Sparky that walks around the facility every once in a while.
All right, so check it out. We are in cage 5 right now. This is
What
1-2
is
punch and spin cycle. What is going on with spin cycle here? It's an overhead attack bot.
Yeah, is it flails? I think it's flails.
I think they're flails.
And then 1-2 punch has the dual undercutter.
I do really appreciate that spin cycle has the arrows pointing towards the front of the bot. Done in paint marker. You got to know where the front of your bot
It's
is.
super important for steering reasons. This is a cool combo of robots. You don't really see either of these designs too frequently, so I'm excited to see what happens when you send a flail into a dual undercutter. And it seems as if 1-2 punch might struggle to get under spin cycle. That is a low robot. And looks like we're just loading in cage 5. Brett is the house bot over there. Our classic house bot. So while they're still loading into cage 5, we're going to hop over to cage 7 in progress, where we have Mini IronClad and Turbulent Juice. And we're locking horns over in cage 7. Mini IronClad getting the full length of pin there against Turbulent Juice.
So Mini IronClad is a bit of an anachronism here in combat robotics. This is a D2 kit that has been modified with a lifter wedge on the front. You don't see a lot of D2 kits anymore, but there was a time where these were the most dominant design in the 3-pound division.
Yeah, we haven't seen many here at NHRL because of our active weapon requirement, and the D2 kit is kind of hard to modify to put an active weapon on. So if you just have a passive wedge in the front, that doesn't quite qualify for our tournaments.
No, you gotta have it be a lifter. We've had some where they actually would put like a little articulating robot on the wedge itself, and that was their active weapon. It definitely was the first kind of batch of winos, weapon and name only robots that we had here. This definitely has an active weapon on it, though. Colby Miles named this robot after a Civil War era battleship, the IronClad.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Pretty cool, right?
Yeah. All right, so let's...
5.
I am
4,
so excited about
3,
these two robots. This is
2,
Cookie Crumbler
1.
versus
Fight,
Joe.
robots, fight.
Cookie Crumbler is a beater bar style robot there in blue, and Joe is this really cool looking flat lifter robot with a beautiful paint design. I love it.
Well, there's the lifter going. Hard to see in yellow on Joe, but they have a skinny lifter in between those middle forks. And it looks like it's spitting gas out the back. I think Joe's a flamethrower, Kyle.
I would love to see it.
I think he needs a little spark to get that flame going. Or maybe that's just an LED, a powerful LED. I was wrong, it's not a flamethrower.
Yeah, so Joe, brought to you by Matt Makura. He's been in 2 events so far. Little tiny lifter on the robot.
Cookie Crumbler is doing her best to try and get to the broad sides of Joe. It's very difficult to get bite against those low TPU forks. But I'm not seeing much spin on that weapon, and she is currently inverted.
Cookie Crumbler brought by Kate Oyster and Luke Oyster. It's a little family team. Got a Cookie Monster theming, gotta love that. And
There's that weapon, it's backed up.
Yeah, not a lot of engagement, just especially when upside down.
And Joe is just slow and sloped. Hard to get good bite on. You can see those TPU forks are starting to get shredded, but that's not going to do much to the functionality of that robot.
Definitely not. It does look like Cookie Crumbler's having a hard time getting that weapon up to its full capacity. We've seen a lot more out of that weapon in the past. First fight jitters of the day, perhaps?
Takes a minute to warm up, I'd say. Joe getting the full pin on, and again. Cookie Crumbler needs to get one good hit before this fight ends.
Full pin, no lift it's I'm seeing from that lifter. Perhaps that's been damaged, and that might come into play when this goes to the judge's decision.
Speaking of which, it looks like the other robot for Joe has just been sitting in the corner next to Brad there.
Keeping Brad company, you know? Nice pin. A lot of control from Joe.
That's a tough one that's going to go to the judges. I don't know, Kyle. That's a tough one to call.
Yeah, Matt seems pretty happy with his performance there. We'll see how it goes when it goes to the judges, but he did have a lot of control throughout that fight. That was pretty good.
Yeah, I'd say he definitely had the control and maybe the aggression as well, although that one wasn't as clear. But in damage, because his second robot wasn't moving, that's going to affect his damage score significantly with the judges.
Now, speaking of the judges, we did just hear that we have a winner for the that Melty Brain beginning fight of the day. The greatest challenge is your winner. They will be moving on, which is phenomenal for them. I think they deserved it.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it was a good shot. Starting the day off with weird Blade fights. You got to love the NHRL vibes here. Two Melty Brains in an arena. You just don't see that ever.
No, and that's not it for Tiger. They have more matches today.
Absolutely.
So you're not out when you win, or excuse me, when you lose in these first qualification rounds. Everyone's just got another fight up.
Yep, absolutely. It's been a very exciting preparation for the day today. A lot of new bots in the 3-pound class to see and check out. Tiger being one of the first ones that we've seen today. And we've got a lot of other weird things in store for you. I'm very excited about it.
So what are you most excited for that you saw in the pits, Kyle?
Okay, the thing that I've been gushing over is Jonathan Juarez brought this bot, okay? It is Warhard XXL. It is the 30-pound version of Warhard. He has fit a full-on heavyweight class weapon motor inside of this thing. There is no metal anywhere in the body. It is literally all plastic and carbon fiber. And the weapon is 10.5 pounds.
So a third of his weight.
A third of his weight.
And that's not the motor for the weapon. That's just the blade itself.
That is just the blade itself. It is a beautiful looking machine. I mean, Jonathan builds really cool looking, like very beautiful 4-wheel drive vertical spinners anyway. It looks gorgeous. It looks like a Batmobile. And it is going to do so much damage when it gets fired up. There's things on it that I look at it and I'm like, that makes no sense. How is that going to work? And then I heard the spin up test and I was like, well, it works. I mean, whatever.
Oh,
so
you got to hear it?
Yeah, it's scary.
Okay.
It's a scary machine.
A bit of a death hum?
Yeah, more like a death rumble.
Oh, no, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see
you
this.
You feel it in your bones, you know?
Yeah. So here we are in the pits right now. They are buzzing and full. No one has been knocked out of this tournament yet, so everyone is getting prepared for most likely their very first fight. And I think I see the robot you were referring to.
Yeah,
although it's hard to see.
Yeah, we've got a lot of cool bots here today, though. Full Texas contingent. We've got a full British invasion going on.
There's a very wide robot right there.
Yeah, that looks like the newest version of Hot Wings. What is he calling it now?
That's Buffalo Wings.
Buffalo Wings. Why are they angled upwards like that? I did not get to talk to him today. I cannot wait to see that robot. All right. We are finally ready for Cage 5. Spin Cycle already losing something off of their robot going up against 1-2 Punch.
1-2 Punch might have lost a little something on that right side spinner, or maybe.
Yeah, it looks like the right side is not really spinning up. Maybe the left side's not spinning
yeah,
up.
the left side lost a belt. This is a rough match to hop right into. Parts flying off these robots.
Now keep in mind, Spin Cycle is a spinning flail robot, which, what's the advantage or disadvantage of putting a flail on your spinner, really, Sam?
I would say the disadvantages are many and the advantages are pretty few and far between. When you hit your opponent with your flail weapon, it's less likely to transfer all that impact into your own components. The flails kind of give. But that also means the impact that you're giving your opponent is not as strong because those flails give.
Right. And it looks like it's aircraft cable with something rigged to the end of them.
Like a nut? Like a
Yeah.
nut in a washer sort of thing?
Or like a turn, like a pulley turn? I'm not sure.
All right, we're down to just one working wheel on 1-2 Punch. Neither of its spinners are going.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage onto 1-2 Punch, quite frankly. I mean, it's a rough shape.
But Spin Cycle not really moving.
No movement, no spin, and minute and 12 seconds left.
I do like how that spinner starts with a bit of a shimmy.
Yeah, a little jiggle start. Hey, we got some drive going on from Spin Cycle. They're still in this. Let's go.
All right, they just need to work for another, I don't know, 40 seconds.
So yeah, we've got a countdown happening. And the pin was let go, wonderful.
That was a pin.
I guess it was. It was a pin in the middle, the rare middle of the arena pin. And 1-2 Punch trying to get their own spin cycle happening here.
Yeah, but I don't know if they can do much else besides spin with only one working
Yeah, they got
wheel.
nothing. They got nothing else going on. I gotta say, I think Spin Cycle is an interesting design.
I'm seeing a lot of frantic stick movements. Okay, someone called for an unstick. That was the 1-2 Punch team.
So Brian Feeney brings us Spin Cycle. He's fought at NHRL before. And he got into combat robotics because of BattleBots and his daughter's boyfriend. Gotta like that. It's a cool robot. First time here at NHRL for Spin Cycle.
It looks good when it's spinning. I like the
5,
shimmy when it starts up,
4,
but
3,
let's check on Cage 2
2,
where we've got Sasquatch.
Fight. Robots fight.
Ooh, right off the bat, Sasquatch comes with a box rush.
Ah, that is a big spinner on Sasquatch. I like this thing.
Adrift definitely knocked that belt right off of Sasquatch's vert.
Yeah, not good. Adrift really struggling to get moving in the first part of this, but now that they are kind of unencumbered by the weapon on Sasquatch, that is a scary weapon on Adrift. Sam, I think this proves that Bigfoot is real and he can hurt you. Adrift.
Ay. Okay, so Adrift is from the same team as Amphisbaena.
I believe that is correct, yes.
They design and build very cool robots. And it looks like there's some of the Cthulhu line from the 12-pound Cthulhu. Some design choices that have made their way into this 3-pounder Adrift, namely on the wheels. But that might be it for Sasquatch.
Tap
Yep,
out.
that's a tap out. Adrift is brutal.
Yeah, that is pretty impressive. Adrift brought to you by Carter Benninghoff, great name, from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And he's a student at the Pennsylvania College of Technology. That is really cool. What a great weapon design. This started out obviously as a kit bot. He has modified it.
Really?
Yeah, he said he's modified it so much that there's no kit left in it. It is just all custom robot at this point. That weapon is super scary, and most of his weapon configurations, the weapon on it is about a pound.
Yeah, it seemed huge.
Yeah, it's a
and
huge
it spun
weapon.
and delivered those hits. That was impressive.
And,
I'm excited for it.
Good on the team behind Sasquatch. They did everything they were supposed to do. They got the box rush in. They tried to control the fight. They just could not overcome the inertia of that weapon. And once that belt was gone on their weapon, they really didn't have a chance.
Yeah, no doubt.
There's an old saying that, you know, the reason we know that Sasquatch isn't actually real is because we would have hit one with a car by now, right?
Sense.
In the real world.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like when a Sasquatch gets hit by a car.
It's a bit messy.
I love that fight. That was really cool. So good on Carter. Great matchup. And I cannot wait to see Adrift today. That's the best looking version of Adrift I think we've seen so far. That was awesome.
Yeah,
was really
they
cool.
looked like 12-pounders in that cage there.
Yeah,
Those
absolutely.
designs are really cool.
Excited to see that moving forward. It's a beautiful robot. All right, so we've already several fights into our qualifying rounds today. Who are you excited to see, Sam?
I saw some bots in the pits that maybe are a little on the janky side, but
Sure.
have a ton of heart. There was a 12-pound pneumatic flipper that's close to my heart. I love pneumatics. I love robots that don't necessarily try to spin to win. So I know they might have a bit of an uphill battle, but the robot is cool. The builder seems cool. I'm rooting for that one.
Nice. All right, so we do have 2 judges' decisions winners to bring your way right now. Let's go ahead and get to that. So we have Cookie Crumbler was your winner in that matchup. Congratulations to them. And then, speaking of a little bit of janky, Spin Cycle, the winner of their matchup.
All right.
What a cool robot. I like Spin Cycle. I am a Spin Cycle fan now. So yeah,
5,
congratulations
4,
to them.
3.
All right, so let's
2,
head into cage
1.
6.
Fight, robots, fight.
This is Scab Armour versus Skew. Scab Armour, of course, one of the Cybears teams. They have an entire fleet of these egg beater style weapons. And Skew is a very interesting offset vertical spinner, high slung vertical spinner. I really like this design.
And the name kind of makes sense. The weapon's skewed off to the side.
Skewed off to the side, yeah, it's cool.
Now they're getting a pin. They can pin for up to 10 seconds, and then they have to release. Skew getting the full 10 seconds there on that pin.
Ah, I see. So Skew is an Ohio bot from Alex Cook. Very cool. It has been knocked out only once before at NHRL. It's been to 2 events, and it's had 5 fights before this one.
And it's only been knocked out once? That's not bad. Well, it looks like both Scab Armor and Skew's weapons are kind of struggling here, so this is a lot of pins going on.
Alex has another bot that he brought here today to fight in the 12-pound division that he calls Chopsticks, S-T-Y-X.
Like the river.
Like the river. Or the rock band, which is also named after the river.
Well, both robots just trying to outmaneuver each other and out-wedge. Skew actually has a wedge on the front, so that might give them the advantage with both of these weapons down. But it's a lot of horn locking going on.
As you would expect from a robot like Scab Armor. I love, so in our nerd, you know, we look at our database to see who is the operator, the captain of the teams, the drivers of the robots.
Yeah.
The driver for Scab Armor is listed as crew member number 2 from the bad crew.
That's easier to keep up to date than people's names, especially if you're like associated with a school and kids are coming through and leaving.
I love that. Crew member number 2.
Just about 10 seconds left in the match.
And we are down to a pushing match. Nice pin there. And push from the side from Scab Armour. Another nice tip over there right at the end from Skew. With a full flip. You gotta love that. What a great way to end the fight for the judges. And a little bit of twitch on that weapon from Skew. Gotta show the judges right at the end there that things are working.
Yeah, so the robots will often be asked to do a functionality test at the end of the fight if it's going to go to the judges. So the judges have a clear picture of which weapons are operating, which drives are operating at the end of a fight.
I'm surprised to see that weapon fire up on Skew. Not gonna lie, that's pretty cool.
It looks like it did a little bit of cogging. I don't know if I saw a full rotation out of it, but
It rotated fully,
Okay.
just not full speed.
it's more than Scab Armor's thing.
Yes, significantly more than Scab Armour at that point. Very cool fight. Very cool fight. Yeah, yeah.
As far as both weapons going down, it could have been worse.
So that is Skew's first fight of the day and Scab Armour's first fight of the day. Skew brought to you by Alex Cook, one of the Ohio contingent. Ohio is really becoming like a preeminent combat robotics state.
Yeah, out of nowhere.
Out
kinda.
of nowhere. There used to be like kind of three main locations, right? You had your Florida contingent, you had your like kind of Boston, Northeastern contingent, and California. Southern California was like the three main places in the United States you would have these like kind of hubs of activity.
Yeah.
It's weird that basically because of the amount of events that NHRL really puts on, we have these other little areas popping up now, and Ohio has become an amazing place for combat robotics, not just from the schools there, but just individual builders coming out of nowhere building really cool stuff. I love it. I think it's so cool that like Ohio, really? Okay, yeah, that's a great thing. Let's do it.
Yeah, the scenes are growing all over the country, and as today's tournament will show you, all over the world.
Absolutely.
And it's cool that we have this facility here where folks can bring their creations from all over the world and put them head to head with other folks that are passionate about these silly
and
fighting
we've
robots.
directly contributed to other facilities that make areas into hubs. Like Maryland would not be a hub for combat robotics if it wasn't for some of the contributions from NHRL, as well as that entire team from NHRL that's really built up that whole area.
Yeah.
Super cool to see, right? All right, we're gonna go to Cage 5 now with a fight already in. This is Zathrus, Beast of Burden versus Kitsune. Zathrus is a multi-bot configuration without a wheel on one of the robots right now, and Kitsune is a Thagomizer-style robot. I think it's the prettiest Thagomizer-style robot we have ever seen in this competition. Absolutely gorgeous.
Beautiful. And I'm seeing that paddle-style wheel on this robot as well. I think a lot of the horizontals have started to adopt that like additional TPU.
A blade of armor, basically, right?
I don't know. Maybe it's so if they're gyroing on their side, they still have a way to get traction and maybe
interesting.
control it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
But Kitsune is prepared for the tournament this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
He has 3 copies of Kitsune, including one specifically to fight flamethrower robots.
Yeah, Kitsune brought by Mark Kansberg. He fights these competitions with his children. This one's usually Liliana is driving this one. This is named after the Japanese fox spirit. And it's a fox-themed robot. Hits like a brick and takes a lot of hits. It's a really cool robot. I love the aesthetics of Mark's designs.
Yeah.
He makes just gorgeous robots. They look like something you would buy off the toy shelf right off the bat. They're just so pretty.
And as this fight shows, it's pretty lethal as well. It seems to not be struggling with Zathrus at all.
Now let's look at, so Luke Oyster, who's the, he's also part of the Cookie Crumbler team, right? He's the dad of Kate Oyster, brings Zathrus, Beast of Burden. It has been to 1 event before and 2 fights. Not very successful in the past, but it's a cool looking robot.
It has so much momentum spinning in place that even after it lost its second wheel,
It was still moving.
it was still spinning. That was cool. It looks like Zathrus is being counted
Knockout.
out, and that is a KO for Kitsune.
Multibots, I feel like multibots going up against a Thagomizer style robot, that's a really tough draw for them because there's just so much momentum going into those hits. from a Thagomizer-style robot. There's just not a lot you can do when you're literally like a half or I guess like 2/3 of the weight.
Yeah. All right, here we are in Cage 2 where we have Send It and Tie-Dye, and it looks like Send It has been sent to a state where it cannot drive. But this is a Troll Toll style robot with a single wheel, and it translates about the arena by using the spin from its weapon along with that one single wheel.
The weapon's not so spinny right now.
Yeah, it looks like it's caught on its side. Wait, there is no weapon on there.
There is no weapon. It's one wheel that is perpendicular to the other wheel. I don't understand what's happening with this robot.
Okay, the bench shaft that's spinning at the bottom is where that blade in the pink corner used to be.
Oh, that makes more sense.
Knockout.
By the way, I love Send It, but Tie-Dye is a great name for a robot.
I think it's from the same team as the Tiger.
Ah, I got you. Yes, Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Robert Bear and Charlotte Bear. There they are right there. Cool robot. I like the name Tie-Dye, though. I think that's like super fun. But yeah, this is their 3rd event. They've had 6 fights before this one, 2 wins in their NHRL history.
Not bad.
Not bad, not bad
There's
at all.
another one right there.
Another one right there. And Charlotte is the captain of that one, so very cool.
And Send It was had a lot of potential. I think we missed it doing its thing in that fight.
I always like a good, weird design. I don't understand what is the physical advantage to a robot like that with the perpendicular weapon to the wheel and I don't understand what's going on there.
The less wheels you have,
Yeah.
the more weapon you can have.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
yeah. That is a formula that stays true through all of the rule set in NHRL, actually. Yes.
Yeah.
The less wheels, more weapon.
Yeah, and so you'll see some robots today, maybe no wheels, big weapon.
Right.
Or,
Shuffler instead of wheels, bigger weapon.
yeah.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
All right, let's hop over to Cage 6 where we have Buffalo Wings and Karl. Buffalo Wings with the booty in orange. Karl is the other one without the booty.
Listen, we're not here to judge robots based on their body type. Whoa, that was some smoke coming directly off of Buffalo Wings. So Buffalo Wings is the next iteration of the Hot Wings design, except for this is more like an overhead attack hugger.
Let's see how it can self-right.
If it can self-right, and
Oh,
it can.
yeah, no
wow, that was a
problem.
really cool self-righting. So the idea behind Buffalo Wings is that these are 2 glow plugs. In other words, extremely high temperature elements that are on the edges of these arms. And the idea is that they pin their opponent and then drive these glow plugs into their top plates, or perhaps into their side armor, or perhaps into the belts of the wheels, wherever they need to put them to do very specific, very catastrophic damage in a small area. The original version of this was like a side hugger. It came in on the 2 side plates of the robot.
Okay, I think I see why Eli did this.
I do too. There's probably a little bit more options to hit, you know, whereas with Hot Wings, really, you had to make sure you hit the wheels and melted them. Or you're just hitting the side armor and melting through it. You're not doing any actual damage to the functionality of the robot at that point.
And you're pretty much always going to have to go through thicker armor on the side of a robot than on the top of a robot.
Right. Tops are a little bit missed as far as armor packages go. You put the armor where you need it for most fights. So that's why overhead attack style robots do have a lot of advantage. And if you've got something that does a lot of damage in a small area, it does make sense to make it overhead attack. It does seem really sketchy to me, though, to make your self-righting mechanism be an extremely hot glow plug that you're digging into plywood in order to self-right. Something about that makes me nervous. I don't know what.
Not me, Kyle. I think it's fine because it's in the cage. There's a fight going on. Whatever.
I love it. I love it. That was Eli, right? Eli Davis with that robot. Eli is such an interesting person with his designs. He had so much success with Hot Wings that I don't think anyone expected, including him, when he first brought it out. It's such a cool robot, and I absolutely love it.
All right, speaking of cool robots, we're going to Cage 5, where we have Mako and
5,
Loopy. Mako
4,
in the pink corner,
3,
rocking the
2,
yellow jersey.
1.
Loopy in the blue.
Robots fight.
These are two of the coolest designs that we have here. All right, so Mako is an overhead attack style robot. It is brought to you by Julian Papazan. It is an extremely well-driven, powerful machine, and it does a whole lot of damage to your top plate. But it's going up against a bot without much of a top plate, and kind of the best top armor you've ever seen in Loopy. Loopy is a kinetic walker with 2 extremely powerful, close to 1 pound horizontal blades on either side.
Loopy is part of the Droopy line, I believe.
That is correct. Loopy is the next
connection.
Evolution of Droopy, as a matter of fact.
And really, pretty much the worst draw for Mako in this tournament. So if Mako can get through this one using those forks and just trying to slam Loopy into the wall, that's going to be his best bet.
I love this description. Loopy is an experimental version of Droopy with AM32 firmware and a silly face. Most of the upgrades were added for the 2023 championships and removed to get it within the new 4.5 pound weight limit. Listen, Droopy, I guess you could say forebearer or older brother of Loopy, has been a world champion here at NHRL not once but twice.
That's huge.
That's huge.
He's on 2 banners here in this facility.
And Loopy's just here to have a little bit more fun than Droopy. Droopy's just a sad boy, you know? Just a sad fella. Does look like Mako's having a little bit of issue with that right drive side. This is a tough draw for Mako. Coleman Christie is driving Loopy. Coleman Christie, also of full court fame, current 12-pound champion.
Also has a banner here.
Also has a banner here. So the pedigree of Loopy is quite impressive.
And it just deleted Mako's smaller robot, and now.
Yeah, it's just chopping away at the functionality of Mako as this fight goes on.
And the functionality of our floor.
And everything else. Coleman is a phenomenal driver when it comes to full court. I don't know how much driving really comes into play with your strategy with Loopy. It's more like trying to control the chaos, reining the chaos in as much as possible.
Yeah, I talked to Tommy about Droopy and how he steers it and drives it, and he says there's no control mechanism. It's all in radio, so there's no computer system or anything to sequence it. He's just pushing sticks up and down to throttle up and throttle down each drive side. And I'm sure Coleman's doing the same.
And everything's still functional on Loopy at the end of that fight. Looks like the weapon is not really working on Mako, but the arm is still firing, and 1/2 of the drive is still working on Mako. You gotta give it to Mako. That is a durable robot to take that many absurd hits from basically 1-pound weapon blades and still be able to move around the box, able to fire its weapon arm, engage with the opponent.
I'm impressed by Mako. He stayed together.
Very nice job. All right, so we do have a judge's decision from earlier today. So Skew does defeat Scab Armour in that matchup. Not surprised by that. Really cool bot and good control driving from him today.
Yep. Hopefully those weapons are working better in the next fights for both of those robots.
I wonder if Skew's weapon being functional at the end actually had something to do with that. To a small degree.
I bet it did, but those pins probably put him over the line.
And you'll also see joining us at the desk right now are 3 trophies that we will be giving out today. The golden dumpsters in our 3 different weight classes. These are absolutely gorgeous. I love them so much. Props to whoever makes them because they're just
big
very
ups
cool.
to that person.
5.
Yeah,
4,
all right, so it looks like we're going
3,
right into another
2,
fight in Cage 6.
Fight. Robots fight.
This is Little Bob going up against the Tempest. Tempest launching Little Bob straight up into the ceiling right at the beginning of the fight. Welcome to the fight, Little Bob.
Knocked a sticker right off of Little Bob and onto Bert. Now it's onto the ground.
So So Tempest doing a wonderful job controlling the pace and the engagements right off the bat in this fight. Tempest brought to you by Ishan Amin. He is a Norwalk, Connecticut local, native.
I think both of these teams are pretty local. I believe Little Bob's out of Darien.
And by the way, this is Tempest's first ever NHRL fight right here.
Wow.
Right?
With a roof shot.
Welcome to the show, Tempest. That's amazing. I am very impressed. Ishan's a really good driver. You don't see that with somebody who with a robot that is first time here. Really impressed.
Is that the end of the match? What's going on in Cage 6?
I think that there was an unstick called for.
Tap out.
Guess that's a tap out. Still not super clear on what happened in that one in Cage 6. Maybe Little Bob called for an unstick, got it, still wasn't moving, and
then that might be the end of that. Yeah, Little Bob brought to you by Nick Andreas. This is their 4th event here at NHRL.
All right, we are checking in at Cage 5 where Mako and Loopy just fought. And they are pulling these bots out now.
You can see the safety mechanisms getting put on the bots so they are safe to remove from the arena and take around. We do take the safety of our competitors and our pit crew and our cage crews very seriously at this competition. Everything has to be locked up, turned off completely before it is removed from the box.
And that box is a mess, but luckily we've got a solid cage crew that comes in, sweeps in between matches. They're the ones driving the Bretts. They're the ones doing the doors. They're awesome, and we appreciate them.
I really appreciate that Coleman brought Loopy out today to kind of do some testing for Tommy, to do some driving for Tommy and see what he can do with the robot.
Yeah.
A, I love seeing that design.
It's fun to watch.
It's so fun to watch. But B, it's cool to see somebody other than the chaotic energy of Tommy Wong driving that style of robot and what kind of strategies they actually employ with it. So I'm very impressed. You know, Coleman is a control bot driver. He is about controlling the matches. He is about controlling the fights. It is so interesting to see how his brain has to wrap itself around just, let's control this chaos.
Yeah, it's hard. you have to be real precise with each control stick to make it do that wobbly, lean walk thing. And while taking hits and while trying to aim at your opponent and while getting flipped upside down and hitting the floor and going flying, it's tough.
It is interesting because I think when Droopy first came on the scene, it was very much so considered a meme, a joke, oh, what a silly idea. Oh, Tommy, what are you doing? Tommy more famous before Droopy for like surrender bots, for bots made out of cardboard, that he would be like, all right, let's get into real fights with bots made out of cardboard, right? So nobody was expecting him to bring this design and turn it into a world champion robot, to the point where it's like, there was a while where Lynx was the pinnacle of the 3-pound division, and the only thing that could kill a Lynx in existence was a Droopy. And that was like a cool dynamic we had in the 3-pound weight class here for a long time.
And last year, they teamed up.
Which was terrifying for everyone. Absolutely terrifying for everyone. And they did a phenomenal job. Even that smaller weight version of Droopy that was involved in those championship matches was a terrifying machine.
Yeah.
Very, very cool. So it's great to see the bot here. I'm glad that we get a little bit of Tommy Wong craziness without Tommy Wong. You know, it's nice. It's nice to have.
We miss Tommy. All right. In
5,
Cage 2, we have
4,
Rapidstrike
3,
and
2,
Red Flag.
Red Flag.
Fight.
Red Flag is the red one,
fight.
Kyle, just so you know.
That's good. That's good naming. This bot's red flag is that it's deadly. It's low to the ground. Seems to get a little bit of gyro lift when it's driving, but it's pretty well in control with it. Nicely done.
I like the look of Rapidstrike with those smaller wheels up front. They're a bit exposed, which is scary, but they look cool.
Oh, this is great. So this is Rapidstrike is by Marcus Z. He's from Hong Kong.
And he came over with the UK crew, is that correct?
That is correct. Part of the British invasion, but British invasion via Hong Kong.
Awesome.
And this is his very first ever combat robotics event. And this is his very first ever combat robotics fight.
And is that his very first ever exposed dangling lipo?
I do believe that is a exposed dangling lipo, or perhaps drive side, I'm not sure. But wheels are missing, weapons still functioning, still driving around, he's still in this fight. Welcome to the sport, Marcus.
I'm not seeing a lot of spin on red flag. Rapidstrike is not spinning either at this point. Oh, there's the spin on Rapidstrike. Solid pin from red flag there. Rapidstrike's going to have a difficult time aiming that weapon while it's dragging around its battery, and it's took a bit of damage on that left side.
Absolutely. All right, so we got a nice pin here from Red Flag. Red Flag brought to you by Eric Hernandez, incoming college freshman from Elizabeth, New Jersey. He likes competing in MMA, playing video games, and hanging out with friends while he's not destroying other robots. This is his first time here at NHRL.
Awesome.
And this is Red Flag's first fight ever.
So this is 2 first-time competitors? That's great.
2 first-timers here at NHRL. Eric's got a little bit of combat robotics experience in other competitions.
Okay.
But it's cool that he made the trip out here from Elizabeth, New Jersey. And Eric, we should talk about carpooling. I'm not very far from you.
Convenient.
Convenient, right?
Well, not a lot of drive going down from either of these robots. Red Flag is inverted. Rapidstrike is missing a wheel, and then some.
Welcome to NHRL, gentlemen. You both have a lot of work to do in the pits, but you got kind of functional robots at the end of that fight. It goes to the judge's decision, so nice work.
Yeah, you're not sweeping them into a bag or anything, so
Definitely
they're fixable.
not. I love that. That was phenomenal. Very cool to have a competitor here from Hong Kong. Almost as cool as having a competitor here from Elizabeth, New Jersey. Right, right?
All right, we've got a judge's decision, Kyle. And Loopy took it over Mako.
I'm not surprised at that.
Not
Mako
surprised
was
either.
a very barely functional at the end of that fight. Not saying Mako's not a phenomenal design, but there is very little you could do as an overhead
Kyle,
attack
I've got
robot.
another judge's decision,
What'd
and
you got?
it's Hong Kong over Elizabethtown, New
4,
Jersey.
3, 2.
Can't say I'm surprised about that one
Fight,
either. Nice
robots,
job.
fight.
All right, at cage 6, we've got Purple Pain from the pink corner and codename Pinto from the blue corner. Purple Pain.
going on out
Yeah,
there.
there's purple on both these bots, but Purple Pain has white on it, so that's how you can tell. Codename Pinto, currently inverted.
Cameron Davis brings Purple Pain. Cameron, of course, from Schenectady, New York, like many of the Davises that we see at this competition.
Oh,
Awesome.
That's great. Okay, so
Tap out.
is that a tap out from Pinto?
I believe so. I mean, look at Purple Pain. It's driving like
yeah.
great.
That's awesome. So Cameron started out driving robots, the smaller robots, with his dad,
Yeah. And,
Drew Davis.
and he's a phenomenal driver. I mean, he's really good.
And now he's on his own bot. That's so exciting.
All right, so check it out. We are at the very packed, very busy, very messy pits.
I think
You gotta love the breakfast of champions waiting around there.
Bagels and beater bars.
Bagels and beater bars. Listen, we have to bring food and coffee and a little bit of sustenance for these builders because as we found in competitions before we provided those things, they forget to do things like eat and drink water.
It's really hard to focus on your body and yourself and not your robot and the damage that it's receiving. And eating and drinking is part of that. Because you get so focused.
It is interesting, though, because you can see in some of those earlier NHRL competitions that as the day wore on, as the competition wore on, the people were making silly decisions. Were making really bad moves, really bad driving decisions. And I think a lot of it is because they just weren't eating or drinking. Oh, look, there's Chris hanging out with Peter. He's going to be on the stream later.
There's some Derek right there next to Peter. All right. Hello, everyone in the pits. Hello.
I love that. But yeah, the pits, this is the best time to be in the pits because it's qualifying rounds. Everybody's still here.
Yeah.
Everybody's busy, but they're not stressed yet, you know? Like, they pretty much should be ready for their first fights by now. So, like, this is the best time to have a conversation and, like, figure out what people have done and changed with their bots. It's a really nice time to be up there.
And a few people have already been destroyed.
Yes.
So maybe they have a little more stress than the rest, but definitely.
Oh, we have another judge's decision. Sorry. So Red Flag defeats Rapidstrike. Nice job, Red Flag. That was a phenomenal driving performance. So yeah, just throwing that out there.
Big ups to Elizabethtown.
Big ups to Elizabethtown, New Jersey. You gotta love it. New Jersey for life. No, that was great. I like that team a lot. I think that their bot does very well.
You're just saying this to get a ride, aren't you?
Yeah, maybe. Listen, gas is expensive, okay? But no, they did very well. I'm excited to see them coming out. And it's cool to see people coming here from Hong Kong. We've had people come here from China. We've had people come here from Brazil, obviously. And the full British invasion fleet that is out here today. I am always excited to see them. Some of the best combat robotics engineers in the world come from that tiny little island over there in Great Britain. And it's really cool to see.
Absolutely. I got excited when I let someone into the door and they've got a Bristol Bot Builder shirt on and you just know an accent is coming.
You're like, okay, all right, I want to see what you brought.
Yeah.
My favorite robot that we've had here come from the British Isles is Kitchen Grill, which looks like a tiny Batmobile, right? It is a four-wheel drive vertical spinner. It is beautiful in its design. It looks super powerful, super mean, super fast. And he named it Kitchen Grill. And you ask him why, and he says, oh, well, the top plate kind of looks like a grill, you know?
That was a spot-on accent.
Okay.
Really I believe it. That's why it's called Kitchen Grill now.
It's like, okay, interesting. I see where you're coming from on that. But they do have some phenomenal designs over there, and I'm very excited to see them coming in today. They've been able to go away with almost a dumpster at one event here. That was a new bots event, but they have not, as far as we know, a British team has not brought home a dumpster yet. So
it's tough.
All right, so this is, you can see our inspection station. There's Ricky in his bright rainbow iridescent shirt.
Oh, wow.
I love that. This is where everybody checks in. They weigh their bots. They go through the safety procedures. They make sure everything is functional. And then they get approved for actual fighting and competition. You have to do this with every bot that you bring into a fight.
And I think once you pass, Ricky pulls a scale off of his shirt, and then you get to wear the scale on your shirt and so share his brightness.
I've never wanted to build a robot more than that now, because I want one of those scales off of that shirt. But yeah, this is like where a lot of days are made or broken for people before the day even starts. You have to get through this whole procedure in order to fight safely in one of our boxes.
And you may have done it 100 times, but it's still a little nerve-wracking putting your robot on the scale for the first time of the day. And when you get into the test box and you have to perform your fail-safe in front of the inspector, your hands shake. It's nerve-wracking.
Like one of the downsides of having multi-bot configurations, because we talk a lot here about how OP it is to have a multi-bot or unfair it is to have a multi-bot. I feel like one of the big stressors of it, though, is you got to pass both those bots through this process. And if one of them doesn't pass, your whole strategy can be just messed up for the entire day.
All right, we're at cage 2. where we have Radix.
I am so
and
excited
Run
about
and
this
Gun.
fight. So first off, we have Radix. Radix has been fighting here for a while. It is a really cool machine. But it is going up against something experimental and strange in Run and Gun.
Oh,
Run and
man.
Gun is a Kiwi Drive flamethrower.
That's a big burner.
It is an entire canister of propane. Look at that inside of it. Barely any armor. Okay, we're talking like that is armor in name only on this thing. It is just some bent, like HDP, like glued together. It is not a lot. And there's even an exposed section right there on the top where you
Oh
can
my
see the
goodness.
canister. It's just there for everybody. So we love flamethrower action. We especially love flamethrower action where the person who builds the flamethrower invites you to destroy his fuel source. You gotta love it.
Do you think it's going to melt itself?
I don't know if they've even tested the flamethrower enough to know if that's a possibility.
Okay. So do you think that the flame will ignite?
I do think the flame will ignite, yes.
Well, Radix does too. They're covered in that Capcom tape. They're looking to defend against the flames. That's why they're in gold. Let's see if the flame even kicks off.
We'll find out. This is an AR-600 undercutter on Radix. Radix has been through, this is their 5th event here at NHRL. They've got 7 wins under their belt.
Fight,
They're a like,
robots,
serious
fight.
threat of a robot with a very optimal design going up against Run and Gun, which is
it did.
so bizarre, and I love it. It's already missing wheels on one of those Kiwi Drive wheels.
It doesn't even seem like it has a front Run and Gun.
No, the fact that the flame is so close to the wheel on that one side makes me very nervous. There goes the armor,
Yeah, a lot of
and flame
this
going
is making me
directly into the
nervous.
wheels. The wheels already lost a bunch, and that's a
Tap
tap
out.
out.
All right.
Woo.
Well-
Experimental design.
Yeah, tough opponent for experimental design. But in Cage 6, we've got Kinda Average and Mag. Mag from Derek Tron over in the West Coast. It is the horizontal there. That's up against the kick plate. And it looks like he either called for an unstick. I believe an unstick, yeah. So, Housebot coming in. Nope, it looks like no unstick needed. Now he's getting a tour of cage something.
I think we're at 6 right now. Yeah,
Yeah,
we're at
tour of
6.
cage 6, but not a lot of movement out of Mag.
Mag is first time Mag's been brought to NHRL. We've seen Derek Tran many times in NHRL.
Yeah, usually with record scratch, I believe.
Derek's great.
Mag is a West Coast robot, so it primarily fights on steel floors. So Mag is short for the magnets that it generally is running.
That's right. Kinda Average is one of the Cybear's Bad Crew robots. You can tell the Cybear's robots because they are all this very tightly compacted, optimized beer bar design. And this one's being driven by crew member number 9.
And as they're driving Mag all around the arena, I'm not hearing a count out.
No.
Oh, here we go. I hear that, ref. But every time Kinda Average nudges Mag as it's getting counted out for the knockout, it's resetting that clock.
Yeah, not smart. Leave it alone. Let it die.
So quite an exciting match as the main bot of Kind of Average is practicing its circles. The smaller robot is giving Mag a tour. Yes, give your own robot a tour. And
That's
that'll do
the
it.
match.
Did that go to time? That's
Yeah.
wild.
That went to a judge's decision. Choices were made, okay? Choices were made, and it went to a judge's decision. What are you going to do?
What happened with Mag there.
I don't know.
If the wooden magnets didn't work out, or
The wooden magnets. Is that why it's called mag?
I believe so. Yeah, magnanimous, I guess it could be short for.
I like that a lot.
But unfortunately, it looked like it. We never saw it working, honestly.
Wooden magnets is the goal, though, especially here at NHRL. Everybody's trying to figure out how to make the best wood magnet. It's not been possible so far.
I think when Calvin Eba from Lynx first did the cleat thing,
yeah,
he
and
referred
then
to them as wooden magnets.
He did, yes. Well, that's Calvin's used to fighting on the West Coast. And
yeah.
in the West Coast, most of the arenas have steel floors. So magnets are a very great strategy to employ there, and it's been very important to his driving style. It doesn't work here. We don't use metal floors. We use furniture-grade plywood floors, which is great. I think it makes a lot of sense. But yeah, it's very hard to get that level of traction. He's tried everything. He's tried reverse vacuum suction.
Yeah.
He's tried those cleats. Like, it is so funny how many of these builders are always chasing the idea of a wooden magnet.
But you know what? At the last event, just back to regular old wheels.
It's what works.
Yeah.
I like the combination that we're seeing a lot of now, where you see the like vulcanized wheel with the cleat as like an attachment on it.
Yeah,
get a little bit of the best of both worlds.
They're like casting onto the cleats
so
as
smart.
well. Very cool.
Yeah, so smart.
Yeah, wheels have really blown up recently.
Yeah.
People have gone really hard with wheels. Back in the day, it was like buying caster wheels off of
full-on Coulson caster
exactly
wheels was the thing.
But making your own meant like using a wooden cylinder that you screw bicycle tire into. But now people are working on their blends and pouring and vacuuming, and it's really cool what's happening with wheels in the DIY scene.
It's weird to say that, but yes, wheels have turned into like its own special arms race here in combat robotics. I kind of love it. I think that going forward, especially with weight bonuses changing into the future, that is going to become so much more important. If you have more pushing power, if you have more stay ability than your opponent without having to necessarily add more weight, that's going to mean the world in so many of these fights.
But, you know, you don't even need to have wheels or legs or anything. You can just fly around in these arenas. You can hop around. You can really...
We don't judge as far as your ability to locomote around the arena, really. You know, you could just have two weapons that make you kind of move around a little bit.
We have yet to see it all, and I'm excited to see it all.
I heard a rumor that you designed a robot that is potential to kill humans?
Me?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like something I would do. My robots almost never do damage to humans or especially robots.
I heard it throws some sort of tools.
Oh, yeah. That might be
thing?
something that's in my back pocket.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why, Sam?
Well, I'm an
Someone
evil
told you
henchman,
to?
you know? I do what I'm told. They say, make a lethal wrench-throwing robot, and I say, how lethal?
How lethal, sir? I'll get that done right away. Yeah, fair. I guess that is true. Why would you do that? I'm an evil henchman is the best response you could possibly have. That is literally my job title. I do evil things. That's the whole plan.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I heard about that, and I'm glad that I don't have to be involved with it, but it's cool. It's a cool idea.
Yeah. I don't know if we'll be running it here with people around. We might do something with it.
Okay. That's weird, but okay. We've got a lot of weird stuff here today. That's not even the weirdest thing that we have here today, but I was very surprised to hear that happened, and I was like, wait, what? Okay, sure. I've never thought of a wrench as a great projectile, but why not?
You know, it's not. After building it, it's not. They don't fly straight. They bend after they impact. They're not reusable.
They do, yeah.
It's kind of stupid, Kyle.
All right, yeah. You know, it's one of those you spent so long trying to figure out if you could do something that you didn't think about whether or not you should do something.
Oh, I almost never think about whether I should do something. I like to think that, oh, no, I can't do this, and then try to prove myself wrong.
Got it. Okay. I mean, that's a very good motivating factor. You're going to come up with better ideas that way, really.
And I think it's more fun that way. When you do something that you know you can do or that you know you should do, it just doesn't hit the same as, like, exploring and pushing your own boundaries and pushing the boundaries of wrench aerodynamics or whatever, you know?
You get the weirdest side quests at this job. Like, seriously, like the weirdest side quests. All right, we're going to head over to Cage 6 right now. And let's see who we've got here.
Is that Wormhole?
It does look like it is Wormhole down in the lower right-hand side.
I don't recognize the white blob on the far side.
I'll have to get a better shot of that.
5, 4, 3,
Oh.
2, 1.
I recognize
Fight,
that white
robots,
blob.
fight.
That is Ice Blade. So Ice Blade's taking on Nebula 2. Nebula 2 has already thrown a belt.
Oof.
Ice Blade is a very interesting design. That is a plastic disc with a bar weapon attached to the disc.
Interesting.
And it is asymmetrical.
I'm still trying to figure out what's going on with Nebula as well. Is it like a sort of shrapnel mine style 4-bar spinner lifter thing, or is it just a protruding drumette that's currently not spinning?
Oh.
Ice Blade delivering a big old hit on Nebula 2. Nebula 2's now letting some smoke out.
That ain't good. That's a big old fluffy thing coming out of the back. It's all puffed up. That's not good. That's not.
Oh, and Nebula's right in. You do not want to get
Ice Blade stuck inside of Nebula at this point, while Nebula is now catching fire.
That is a terrible place for Ice Blade to be.
Now we have a great look at this Nebula 2 weapon, though.
Wow.
This dual disc spinner and these great-looking cleats. See, and it's got the wormhole sticker on top. That's where we got all confused. But that's a cool-looking weapon on Nebula 2.
All right, the fire doesn't seem too bad, though. That's good for Ice Blade and Bert and everyone involved. Nebula as well.
So Ice Blade brought to you by Michael Oyster. It's a cool robot. I really like it. This is its 4th event. It's got quite a few changes. They moved up to 6S on the batteries, but now it's on fire. And
5,
here we are
4,
in Cage
3,
2.
2,
We have
1.
Tricker
Fight,
Beater
robots,
versus
fight.
Chainsaw Kitty.
Both of these bots participated in our teams event earlier this month. Really cool machines. Ow!
Wow, I love that Chainsaw Kitty can juggle her opponent.
It is one of the scariest things that Keziah does with her robot. She just will throw you into the air and keep hitting you until her spinner stops. And the damage that comes from that, I mean, you see it right here.
Tricker Beater didn't even land before he received that second hit. That
It
was
was
a
a lot.
proper combo.
I mean, it was a lot, and you can see the damage to the side armor package, and nothing is moving inside of Tricker Beater. Nothing.
All right, ref saying I need to see motion from Tricker Beater, and me too. I don't think it's gonna happen though, Kyle.
No, so this is Andrew Byros. He is,
Knockout.
he's on the same team as his dad. They bring these like cool Halloween-themed robots, and I like them a lot, but man, that was a lot of damage that he just took. He's got a lot of work to do.
And it seems well armored on Tricker Beater. That's some thick TPU all around the outside, but Chainsaw Kitty has a tight blade, and it just
She
digs in
just turned
and
him off. I mean,
launches
it was like, it was an instant off switch on that. That was crazy.
so cool.
Yeah, so there is a lot of speculation in the pits that this could be Keziah's event. She's come with 3 fully completed, deadly-looking robots.
All right,
I love it.
Kyle, we've got some bigger robots here in Cage 1.
Heck yeah, Pramheda versus Chopsticks.
Our first 12-pound match of the day. Pramheda rocking the white, Chopsticks with the 2 robots.
Chopsticks is an Ohio robot from Alex Cook. Gotta love it.
Pramheda, such a history in both NHRL and robot combat in general, and it delivers hits.
By the way, Zach put this weapon on Pramheda today. Just got it in today.
Well, Zach,
But you would never know it because
looks
Zach
like
is
it
such
works.
a pro that he's just like, I'm stressed. I did everything last minute. And you're like, okay, no one can tell but you, Zach.
Wow, that was
no one can tell but you.
That was a hit.
The smoke lingering as
so
it comes
good.
out. I absolutely love this. Pramheda moving away from its traditional pink-on-pink design, still rocking the pink wheels, right? But
Yeah.
moving away from the pink-style weapon. I found it disconcerting before. I'm getting used to it now.
Maybe he had time to install a weapon or turn it
Or
pink.
paint it pink. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Honestly, I get it.
All right, we've got some bots on fire procedure happening. Ref Gwen is about to crack into this cage.
Now, there has been a bit of an attitude shift. You've seen it this season, specifically with Zach Knight. Zach Knight has been, with Pramheda, kind of a gatekeeper robot for the last 2 seasons. He was a championship robot back in 2022, and then you see this, like, attitude shift this year, still proving that he is top of the food chain in the 12-pound division. Hard place to be top of the food chain right now. And he is just wrecking robots. These fights are either nail biters down to the last second or absolutely destructive matches with very, very few reservations made in his decisions. I like this new version of Zach. I like more aggressive Zach. It's A, far more entertaining, but B, I think it's just better for him as a person to like go out there with this level of intensity. I'm really enjoying it.
It can be an outlet. Here's Chainsaw Kitty in the pits after that fight. I don't think they're going to have too many repairs.
No, they really, I mean, put in the mini-bot who normally does great work for Chainsaw Kitty, barely did anything in that matchup.
Yeah.
They are good. I like the fanning the robot off. Cool it off a little bit, you know, get it easy to touch.
Chainsaw Kitty loves you. Stickers you're going to see all over the place here.
I mean, depends. If you're the opponent on the other side, I guess Chainsaw Kitty shows her love by chopping giant holes into the side of your robot. So
Yeah, letting you see the roof, like giving you a new perspective on life. A whole new world.
I love that team too. They're really building from the ground up a cool team of like really thoughtful, creative builders who put together some amazing machines. Of course, headed up by Keziah, and I love the design aesthetic that they're working with, the amount of power they're putting into these weapons on these robots. It's very cool energy over there.
Now, Kyle, you were saying this might be Chainsaw Kitty's tournament.
Might be.
But she has to face Jelly Baby, her teammate, who's already qualified for championships and is no slouch as a control
Jelly
bot.
Baby was a huge surprise at the last event that they were at. An absolutely dominant design, really cool robot. It is cool to see 2 members from that team here today able to compete again. I'm very excited about it. Yeah, Jelly Baby's cool, man. It's neat that team literally just started with Keziah, and it's just been building and building into this, like, it's becoming a little force of its own up there in the pits.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Very cool. I'm excited to see how they do today. I think it would be very cool to see a Jelly Baby versus Chainsaw Kitty fight. I don't know if they'd appreciate that, but I would.
Yeah. One of the things that is definitely standing in everybody's way in the 3-pound division today is Synthesis.
Oh, yeah.
Very excited to see.
And when he stands in your way, he stands in your way. That is
It's
a big
chonky,
bot.
big robot. Yeah, especially in that 3-pound weight class. Super intimidating, really powerful weapon. Corey's one of the best drivers in the game.
And I think Warhard has the 3-pounders here as well.
Yes, Jonathan Juarez is here with both of his 3-pounders. The Warhards are amazingly cool robots. Literally scaled down versions, like exact replicas of Warhard XXL. Yeah, Jonathan's got a good chance today too. There's so many new people in the 3-pound division that when you see that, like, who's the top ranked here, it's like, oh my, it's very hard to imagine a day where it's not those 4, you know, like hanging out right up there at the top of the bracket.
But we've been surprised in the past.
So many times.
Yeah, someone comes out of nowhere, and then next year we're talking about them like we're talking about Jonathan Keziah. and the crew, Corey.
We never would have talked about Jelly Baby before their last event, where it was like, whoa, what a performance, you know, like that. It's really cool to think about it that way. You're right. They can come out of nowhere and completely surprise everybody.
And that's what's so cool about this sport, because you can just watch it on stream, build, and then be here and be talked about. So we've got Wassup and clowning around. Is this real life?
This is real life right now. Wassup is a SSP kit. And Wassup, or clowning around, is a vector-style robot, horizontal spinner.
I'm seeing some Canterbury, some of the Canterbury line in clowning around. I know they both are ASML associated, the big company here in Norwalk that does chips and lasers and stuff like that.
And they also show up here at these NHRL events and do very well.
They've got a solid team, and that team's on the grow as well.
Yeah, really is. Wassup SSP style robot is SSP's brought to you by Seth Schaefer. It's a cool design to get into the sport with. They're extremely durable. The weapon is very reliable, but they're also something that you can safely kind of test around your house.
Yeah, that's nice. You do not want to be spinning these robots' weapons in the place where you live without proper protection, and, well, the SSP doesn't spin, so you can do that. Climbing around, still spinning. Looks like it's locked up in the lifter from Wassup there.
Yeah, that's kind of like a grappling move right
that's
there.
good
Just
for
straight
Wassup.
up wrapped in there.
Can give her the tour of the arena.
Wassup, captained by Max Demi. This is their first event. They're from Mystic, Connecticut.
Oh, I've been there.
Nice.
They've got belugas up in Mystic.
No way. The whales? Ah.
At the aquarium.
Right.
All right, so Wassup looks like it's twitching around, but still moving. There's clowning around, hiding in the corner. Still got the spin on that weapon.
Didn't somebody train belugas to like plant bombs on ships back in World War II?
I don't know, but I don't know. I know belugas were mistaken for mermaids, and when I saw them in person, I get it.
Yeah, it makes sense.
You can like see their hips.
Man, clowning around is
I'm impressed with clowning around's
extremely
weapon.
absurd weapon.
Yeah, still spinning after all this.
And it's just chonky and thick. It's getting some good hits. I like it.
Decent.
SSP still functioning
Yeah,
at the end of the fight, though. To their
Decent
credit.
debut for Wassup.
Nice job for Max Denny and Wassup. Welcome to NHRL. Welcome
Yeah.
to Combat Robotics. We like to have you.
What's up?
What's up? Exactly. SSP kits are such a good starting point if you want to learn this sport, if you want to get into a competition right off the bat and have something that's competitive, something that can get you through some fights.
Yeah.
All right, we do have a judge's decision for you. Mag defeats Kinda Average.
What?
Yeah.
Wild. When we watched that fight, Kyle.
sure did.
Part of it. I didn't see Mag move at all.
Yeah, interesting.
So I wonder if that mini-bot toting Mag around the arena lost them the fight.
Yeah.
Because they could have had a knockout.
Could have had a knockout.
That's
Could have been.
That's a bummer.
Could have been a knockout.
Good for Derek.
Good for Derek. Good for Derek.
Wow.
It goes that way sometimes, you know?
I bet they learned that lesson.
Decisions were made in Mag
I bet
wins.
they'd never do that again.
Decisions were made in Mag wins. Minibots can win you a fight.
Yeah.
They can also lose you a fight pretty handily.
Usually they don't lose you the fight that way. They lose by getting deleted.
Yes, they do count against your damage points. But yes, I do see we're loading bots into the bigger cage in front of us. I'm very excited about that. So we'll have some big bot action coming your way here in a second.
I'm excited for that one too. So I'm just going to talk about it because Caldera 12 is here. They're the 12-pound version of Caldera by Glenn Boxell. But they have a partner robot with them today, and it's Clyde. It's Clyde the flamethrower from 3 pounds that won the was that the April event? They won the April event, and now they're partnering with Caldera 12 in the big box, loading into the cage now.
It's a scary combination of robots. I am very excited to see it. It's cool to have a control robot with your horizontal spinner anyway. It's especially cool when that control robot can throw out more flame than we've ever seen in the 3 pound weight class. And I'm very excited.
Clyde practically self-immolates almost every fight against 3 pounders.
They keep upgrading the robot to the point where, like, we almost melted ourselves again, guys.
But now they're
Sorry.
going up against 12s. I'm excited to see some melted goo and some maybe an explosion or two, Kyle.
Yeah, I'm excited. This is going to be a very fun matchup. 12 pounds, scary term at this time around. It's very scary. Anytime Glenn Boxel shows up, you've got to be a little bit afraid, and
Yeah.
I'm very excited to see it.
He's serious, and Caldera 12 just keeps getting better. And I can't wait to look into this cage.
5.
All right, we are
All
heading
right.
into the cage now.
2, 1.
Fight, robots,
All right, so
fight.
Ratchet is Caldera 12's opponent. They look like a vertical spinner with the red wheels. The Caldera team in orange.
So Ratchet is a 12-pound
Oh.
offering from Alex Wang.
And I was wrong, it's not just a vert. It's a overhead spinner.
Yeah, it is.
Tap
Oh.
out.
And they have tapped out just as Clyde sparks up their fire.
I wanted to see it, Kyle.
No, you're getting pummeled on one side by that destructive bar on the Caldera. On the other side, you see Clyde spark up their flames. I'm tapping out too, bro.
No.
I'm done.
But
I'm saying no thank you. We're going home.
But Alex, think about me and what I want to see. Don't think about your robot safety. I want to see.
Alex Wang is the current president of the Leatherbacks Club up at UMD. He is a very talented builder, very talented designer, but also he's working on a college team's budget here, okay?
That's fair. And this is his first fight, so there's more fights coming up, and you definitely don't want to be all melted.
You don't want to be all melty for the rest of your day. Yes.
Yeah, and fixing from a flamethrower is one thing, but then you also would have to fix from a nasty horizontal
From
spinner.
Caldera, yeah, you don't need that in your life. I get the tap out. Try again next fight. Don't mess with whatever that combination is in the 12s. I am very sorry for everybody else in the 12-pound division. Eventually, you're going to have to face them today, and that's going to be expensive. And I'm sorry. I don't know what else to tell you.
Yeah, I don't have anything either. But maybe don't tap out so soon so that we can see just like a touch of damage. That'd be great.
They won't be allowed to, or at least it won't make tactical sense to later on in
That's
the day.
fair, yeah.
But as of right now, yeah, dude, tap out. I get it. Don't mess with that. Don't mess with that energy. Don't mess with that smoke. I loved it though that I'm sure this wasn't planned, but the tap out happened just as Clyde sparked. It was like bang, 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 boom. Oh, nope. All done. Thank you. I see where this is going. We're not playing anymore. I love it. Ratchet's a cool robot. I'm excited to see it. It's got one event in its history, so I think this is Alex really wanting to bring this bot out and trying to bring it into its own. Cool design from the team. They've had time to practice with it. Horrible first draw. Like, that is a really rough first draw for that robot.
And it was a smart tap out, Kyle. You're right.
No, it's the only decision you could have made in that moment.
And,
like, that's.
and this sport is all about the decisions you make and weighing those decisions. So is the repair worth the damage? Like, is the repair worth the potential victory?
No.
In that scenario.
And like, first fight of the day, man. Like, hey, by the way, we're gonna throw you in there with a car wash of death and a flamethrower. Have fun. No thanks.
Yeah.
My bot's mostly plastic. I don't need that. I don't need that in my life. I mean, could you imagine? It's all belts, right? You got the belt for the weapon. You got the other belt for the articulating arm. Everything's going to melt in that situation. I love that flamethrowers have gone from like cute little novelty to like, oh gosh, nope, turn it off. I don't want to play with that anymore in this sport. Clyde's a big reason for that, honestly.
And flamethrower damage is the worst. It's just straight up the worst.
And now you get it in the 12-pound division. Congratulations. All right, so we are going to go over to Cage 5. This is Juggernaut versus Young Nello.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Young Yellow brought to you by Julian Davis.
Is that another of the Davis kids?
Yeah, he's from Schenectady, New York, like all the Davises.
That's so awesome.
And I love the color, I love the theming, and you can see it's extremely well driven because, you know, Julian's been doing this since he was like 6.
So stoked for those kids on their own bots this tournament.
I know,
that is
it's
awesome.
cool. It's really, really cool.
Ooh.
Juggernaut brought to you by Christopher Tran. He's from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. And he's an electrical designer for Boeing.
That's a cool job.
Yeah. This is Juggernaut's 4th event. They have 2 wins and 2 losses. It's well positioned to take on a bot like Young Yellow with that cool front wedge to deflect the energy upwards into their weapon, but I don't see anything spinning on Juggernaut right now.
No. It looks like Christopher is doing the pinch style grip on his transmitter there on the right versus on the left, Julian with the thumb style. Interesting to see the differences that you can achieve from those.
Really nice pin here from the mini bot from Juggernaut. Taking Young Yellow into the corner, pinning them up. Nice hit there from Young Yellow. Just about a minute left in this fight. The Peter bar is down on Juggernaut. Both drive sides are working. Young Yellow, I think, might be stuck in the wall.
Another pin.
Ah, another pin. That minibot's doing some work.
And again. Oof. Big hit from Young Yellow on Juggernaut, but again the mini-bot with the pin.
You gotta love these family teams that come out. I remember being really worried about the Davis kids a few years ago, being at these events that would go super late at night and being like, these boys need to be in bed. And these boys were like, there is no way I can still sleep. I've got 3 fights left.
That heavy gravity training paying off. Ooh, big ol' hit. And that's time for this match. It's going to go to the judges.
I gotta say, this might be an easy one to call for the judges in one sense. The damage definitely goes to Young Yellow, but that mini-bot on Juggernaut was doing such a great job controlling, getting those pins. That's gonna be an interesting one to see how the scoring comes out.
And what was up with the smaller robot on Young Yellow's team? I don't think I saw it moving too much towards the end of the fight.
Looks like it had some damage at the beginning of the fight. I believe Drew Davis, the patriarch of the family, was driving that.
He's on the mini-bot now.
He's on the mini-bot now. And he's actually, now he's got to rush back upstairs because he's got to drive Jack move right now in Cage 6. So yeah, they're busy over there.
Oh, so he brought a 3-pounder as well.
Yes.
Oh, I'm surprised he didn't bring Blackjack. Is that the 12-pounder?
I think he's already qualified with that.
Okay, so keeping it safe.
Yeah.
All right, we've got a judge's decision from Clowning Around and Wassup. Clowning Around took it.
Not surprised.
Nope.
Not surprised.
weapon
But that was a
kept
really
moving.
good fight. That was a really good fight. All right, cool. Yeah, it's cool to see the Davis kids out here doing what they do. They're like just neat kids too. I don't know if you ever had a chance to talk to them, but they're both really funny. They're like
awesome.
high energy guys. I like them a lot. They're cool. And Andrew's like obviously a really proud dad. It's cool to see. It's cool to see.
Yeah, they're doing great so far. I'm sure he's feeling real warm inside.
It's so funny that he's an English teacher, I think. And he's started this whole robotics club over there. He's like become such a mainstay here. It's a cool thing to see happening up in Schenectady, and it's all because of this guy's dedication to the sport, you know? Like, how cool is that?
And here he is now, loading in Jack move. In cage 6. Uh-oh, looks like he's assisting his opponent.
Needs a little help.
Testing out their gimbals or something.
Something's not working. Please help me with my controller.
Switch warning. Telemetry lost. All the favorite radio things.
All those sounds that you do not want to hear coming out of your transmitter.
I turned them all off on my transmitter.
So you don't have to get stressed out.
Yeah, don't stress me out, but now it just wiggles, and it's the stressful wiggle because I don't know why
no.
it's wiggling.
You just made one horrible sensory experience into another horrible sensory experience.
Uh-oh. I don't know.
I like this strategy of just shake the stick harder, though.
Sometimes if you take off the backplate and spin the batteries, that might do something.
Oh, you know what? I do that sometimes with the remote control at home.
These are two different generations of radio, different radio protocols, I believe. The older one is a fly sky radio, and he's struggling to get it to connect to his robot. I don't think throwing the throttle up and down is going to do it.
He's tried that strategy a bunch, though.
It looks like he's done the power cycling, turning it off and then on again.
That's what my IT department keeps saying to do from work. I never think they're right, though.
Yeah, Jimmy, have a long conversation.
Now he's spinning dials. Just slamming on that throttle. What is it? Okay, that might do it. Percussive maintenance is real. That might do it. But I think if his radio's turning on, the issue is the bind. So like getting it to communicate to the robot itself.
This thing is seeing it's very sure.
I think you should
There
power
you
cycle
see
the robot.
Gwen from the reffing team trying to talk them through what's going on. Trying
Kyle.
to see if they have to forfeit.
I have the strongest urge to run over there and help.
I'm not, oh yeah, he says let's run it. He said let's run it. Okay. Don't forget to take your locks off though, bud. If you're gonna run it, make sure that you take your locks off. I wish that it did that too. It doesn't do that.
All right, weapon locks are off of both of these robots here. Hopefully we see them drive into their starting corners smoothly. The door is locked. They are now allowed to move the robots. Come on. You can do it.
Okay.
Moment of truth.
Will it go to its corner? Hey!
All right.
All right. It's driving.
I think they're in the wrong corners, though.
Yeah, that's okay. Listen, they got into a corner. That's what matters, all right?
Fair.
We'll let the cage managers deal with the issues after that. And this, of course, is Jack Move. Jack Move is an extremely powerful vertical spinner with a phenomenal driver behind the sticks in Andrew Davis.
And it is up against another robot. Neither of them really moving in cage 6 here. I wonder what we can do.
I don't know, but we just did hear a bunch of impacts happening elsewhere, so let's see what's going on. So we are going to go to cage 2 while we wait for what's happening in cage 6. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Right, this one is Merp and Singularity.
Fight, robots,
Singularity,
fight.
the rare ring spinner design here at NHRL. That is a circular ring of AR steel that spins around the robot at very, very high speeds, creating very interesting impact locations. And Merp is this egg beater.
Yeah, traditional beater bar style robot, but from the sound of it,
It's a grinding.
something's off with those bearings.
It's a grind in a way.
But it seems to be spinning better than Singularity.
Yeah, Singularity's stuck in the corner. Now you can see Singularity doesn't have wheels. It has these bristles.
All right. Oh, no! Our iPhone!
no!
Oh, gosh.
So the way Singularity moves around is by getting its weapon up to speed, and those bristles vibrate and allow them to translate. But if they're off balance, then it's not so much translating as much as it's careening.
I think it's designed to destroy our corner cams.
Literally, that is what it does. It takes out corner cams and plywood. It's like it's whittling away at the arena with these two counter-spinning blades. Ow! And it looks like the blades are kind of bound together at this point. That's not what's supposed to happen. They're supposed to spin counter to each other.
Looks like the camera survived that impact. It looks like its cooling fan got removed. This one is still alive too, just a bit of skew.
All right, that's a lot more silence in the arena there. Don't know what's going on.
Merp is...
Oh, there we go, getting back up to speed.
Singularity has two separate blades
Yes,
that
it does, yeah. They
come together sometimes? That is
They're
so
supposed
cool.
to spin counter to each other.
Oh. Wild.
I don't know. I don't know. But look how the blade profile is on them. They're
Yeah,
opposite blade profiles.
So cool.
It's neat.
Merp, as far as it sounds, is a bit rough, but it's still spinning fast and giving
Yeah,
impact.
clearly they have to be cautious with it because, you know, running it for too long is scary.
We got 10 seconds left in this fight, but it looks like Singularity's getting counted out. Merp knows not to move them. Oh! Is that enough? Is that enough? Not bad. That was a cool fight. Singularity's a bit unstable, but
I like Singularity. I think it's, I mean, it's supposed to be unstable. If it was balanced, it would move.
good point. It was pretty gnarly on the cage, though. Our poor cameras. I think I saw our video engineers walking out, prepared to
do some quick
do some
repairs.
fixing, some focusing. You can see the inside of the steel camera armor there that Eamon has created here at NHRL. Eamon, a busy man here at NHRL.
So Singularity is brought to you by Henley White. It's been to one event before this one. Oh,
All right.
there we go.
We're going to go to cage 5,
The first
Kyle.
fight of the day for Synthesis. Synthesis is the big black robot over there in the far side. You can see it's missing half of its drive side. And Turbofiend doing a phenomenal job controlling this matchup. Look at the wheel just completely ripped off the side of Synthesis. The wheel's not looking so hot on the other side of Synthesis either.
I'm surprised.
I am very impressed to come into this fight and see Turbofiend there. Turbofiend, different design philosophy, right? It's more of this dustpan, big, wide control style, feeding you into this tiny little weapon.
And it's so printed. It seems real soft, like perfect for Synthesis to dig into.
Yeah, but Synthesis is really not doing well, I guess.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he's got a drive belt off on the right side, and the whole left side, it looks like it took some impact.
It's gone. The wheel and the drive belt on the left side is gone. It's all about the forks, man. Look at that. Nice pin from Turbofiend. Ow!
Wow, and he's unstable. And that was right at time there with that hit.
Turbofiend brought to you by Dima.
Wow.
That was impressive.
There's a big mess in that cage, and I can't quite read the bones. But we've got a judge's decision. Juggernaut has defeated the, what was it, Young Yellow from the Davis boy.
Yeah, how weird. All right. Well, I can see all the pins really coming in clutch for them on that one. So congratulations to that team. Nice job. So wanted to read this real quickly. Turbofiend. Originally, the bot is formless, goopy slime. When it takes on the form of a friendly control bot, he is Turbofiend. When his vicious weapon and a desire for violence, he is Turbofiend.
Okay.
A Turbo Friend is the control bot version.
Yeah, that one was, it did our King of the Hill thing.
Yes, and
Turbo
Turbo
Friend.
Fiend is the spinner version.
And one's blue, one's red. All right,
I like
clear
this.
theming. I get
it. Yes, this is the first time we have seen Turbo Fiend at NHRL, and that was their first fight. So, welcome to NHRL. You just dismantled Synthesis.
First fight against Synthesis. Wow.
Anything can happen at this event. That is absurd. So congratulations, Dima. You just took out what a lot of people were calling the favorite to win the 3-pound division today. Obviously, that's not the end for Synthesis.
No.
But hey, that's how you plant your flag. You show up, you find the toughest guy in the pits, and you rip him apart. Welcome to NHRL. All right.
Great job.
I love that for them. That's amazing. That was crazy. And like, such a great little design. You know what I mean? Like, feed them into the weapon, and we'll see how it goes. Obviously, that still has to go to the judges, but that's not a whole lot of synthesis after that fight. Yikes. Okay. Well, that was fun. Yeah, I love it when we send fights to the judges where you're like, does it really have to go there though?
Yeah. Okay, cage 5. Still a mess in there. Oh, this is Synthesis unloading.
Yeah, Corey is loading his safety in right now.
Yeah, I didn't recognize Turbofiend when it had its mini-bot stacked on top.
Yeah.
But what a mess. Thank you to the cage crew for getting that broom deep inside and
I
pulling
love
out.
the safeties on Turbofiend's forks, by the way. Those cute little balls. That's adorable. That's so cute.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so this is Hexahive versus Finished Robot.
They both look done, so I'm having a hard time figuring out which one's Finished Robot.
So Finished Robot is brought to you by Enoch Bohr, and it's the black one down there in the lower right-hand corner. It's cool. I like this robot. This is their first time at NHRL, and I'm really glad your robot is finished. What's funny is, in order to register for this event, they would have had to call it Finished Robot, likely before it was a finished robot.
Sometimes your robot's name is aspirational.
I love that. So Hexahive brought to you by
4,
Bobby Guy,
3, 2,
part of the Maryland
1.
contingent. You can tell because it's got Hive in the name, right?
Okay. Oh, yep. The Honey Crack team out of Maryland there.
Wow, Finished Robot is shaking itself apart here. Ow!
There's a wheel off of
Hexahive.
Hexahive.
Lost a wheel.
Both robots looking a little unstable though, and I see a belt on the ground. Did that come off of?
I don't know, but that's
Hexahive
a
as
wheel
well?
and a wheel cover off of Hexahive. You can see the wheel cover kind of off the
the
back.
tire
yeah.
has come off. That's cool. You can see
How it fits in.
Yeah, how it's
like,
made.
Yeah, that's neat.
it registers in a 3D printed part. It might be printed as well. Like the tire there might be TPU, but it's probably cast.
I think it's cast, yeah, but the weapon on Hexahive is kind of spinning. The weapon is spinning just fine on Finished Robot. Oh, no, I spoke too soon. The weapon is now dead, and the belt needs to be hanging loose on Finished Robot. They're missing a wheel. The belt is off. I'm not sure how the belt came off on that particular case.
That green belt was off very early. And I think that was the drive belt, so it transmitted the back wheel to the front wheel on the drive side for.
Oh yeah, for Hexahive. Yeah,
Yeah.
but I'm talking about. I don't know when the weapon belt came off finished robot. It just kind of shook itself
yeah.
off.
I think it was working itself off from the get-go.
With all the vibrating?
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Knockout.
And so we have a knockout, finished robot. There's some work to do on that.
Yeah. Not quite finished.
Not quite finished formerly finished robot.
Is a robot ever finished? Like, you're always going to want to add upgrades, or you're going to see
I can
something
name one robot that is fully finished.
Is it this one?
No, fully defined.
Okay. There you go.
Literally, they're completely done. That's it. They're done on that. If they do any other robots, they're going to have to call it something else.
Formerly defined?
Redefined?
Oh, redefined. That
Redefined.
one's catchy,
See,
yeah.
see? Make it a multi-pot, do something in there. I'm just, throwing ideas out there. Do with it as you will, guys. But, yeah.
What are you going to do?
Nothing. Nothing at NHRL, anyway.
Really?
Yeah, really.
It's kind of the best place to fight, though.
It is the best place to fight. It is, absolutely. And I really enjoy calling the fights here. And I'm going to keep doing that.
Well, that's fair. Yeah, it's hard to do both. I feel like you could have a transmitter up here and it would reach the cages.
Oh, it absolutely would. In fact, we were having some issues earlier today where we were kind of short on Brett drivers.
Really?
And so I said, if you want for cage 1, just throw the transmitter up here to the desk. We'll figure it out, which would be hilarious because, really we kind of watch most of these fights through the screen. So it'd be like there's a lag and there's a little delay. So it would be like some of the funniest Brett driving that you would ever see.
Probably not some of the worst, though.
Ultimately, it was decided that we shouldn't do that. But I think it's a funny idea.
Yeah.
All right, so this is the crack and TBD today.
I think it's the Kraken, but close.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
The Kraken? I'm pretty sure it's the Kraken. You're right. We do have a robot called the Crack, but this is the Kraken.
Yeah, I think Crack is
is
the
Helena.
30-pound
That's right.
hammer robot.
And this is Helena Michner. They've been at one event before. They're from Boston, Massachusetts.
Looks like a undercutter design, asymmetrical weapon on the Kraken. And TBD today, looks like a traditional beater bar robot, maybe from the Cybears team.
Yeah, crew member number 5 to be specific.
Okay, so strong naming convention over there. They'll figure it out later with the robot's name.
And they'll figure it out. They know that it's going to be number 5 driving it. Probably the person wearing jersey number 5. I'm not sure. I love the fact that they're naming the drivers as crew members number 1 through 5 or 1 through 8 now. That really
It's
makes
so
me
simple.
happy. That way, if they need to sub in another driver, who cares? They can. It's all good.
And everyone has like a different name, and you have to remember all these names, but like, I know numbers
Look at
pretty
how
well.
thin the cleat wheels are
That's risky.
on Kraken. Yeah, it's skinny. I mean, that is like breathe on it wrong and it's gonna bend. That's cool.
Yeah, because when you're turning in place with tank-style steering like that, the left side wheel goes forward, the right side wheel goes back. You're tired.
putting a
Your
lot of
wheels,
force
like,
on there. Yeah,
they're
like
gonna want to bend,
Push them outwards as you're moving. Yeah, that's interesting.
and it's much harder on the cleated wheels with a
5,
four-wheel drive, but still,
4,
when it's that
3,
thin.
It's
2,
like after this fight, those are
1.
going to be the most
Fight.
dangerous potato
Robots
chips you've ever
fight.
seen in your life. Let's see. Wow, but Kraken getting great engagement on the floor. Really good driving out of that. But let's see if they're able to deliver that really big weapon. Ow.
That is a young driver, crew member number 5. I think 5 might be his age.
Oh, yeah. I think you're right. Crew member number 5 is definitely his age. And he's doing a good job maintaining control of the weapon, keeping it pointed towards the opponent.
Really not bad at all. He's got some controller English going on.
He has been finding the wall a few times, but there we go. Nice shot onto the Kraken right there, and then a follow-up into the corner.
All right, looks like the Kraken's gonna call for an unstick. I saw him pointing to the box.
Please unstick my robot.
Now, if crew member number 5 can just hold back. Until it's ready. Now, strike.
There we go. That's interesting. With the weapon on that high side of the robot, I'm not sure how much they can hit on TVD today.
Yeah, probably just like the upper horns there.
Nice shot there.
All right, we're gonna leave this one and head right over to cage 1 where we've got Void and Killer Whale.
I'm really excited to see the Killer Whale today.
All right.
This is a 12-pound fight.
I think we hopped over here, Kyle, because we heard a big hit.
Big hit does seem to have taken the weapon out of Killer Whale. Killer Whale is this really cool ombre paint job on this horizontal spinner, brought to you by William Marchese. William's first foray into the 12-pound division here at NHRL. He's done well with it in the past. We're excited to see how he does today. Void is brought to you by Trevor Summer. They've been at 2 events. This is their 3rd event. They've got 5 wins, 2 losses. Solid robot from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, currently inverted. So I'm not sure if the weapon's still going on Void, but it's definitely not on Killer Whale.
No, and I don't see a belt in the arena or anything that would indicate why that weapon's not
Maybe
spinning.
in the pink corner there.
You think that's what that is back there? Hard to see from this camera angle. But I definitely don't see a belt on Killer Whale. Anyway. And you kind of need the belts to make those horizontals do horizontal things.
Yeah, I think that's the belt in the pink corner there.
Yeah, you're totally right. There it is.
So I would imagine if Void's weapon was spinning, they'd be trying to use it to self-right either against Killer Whale or the wall itself.
Yeah, I don't see any movement out of that weapon either. You know, this kind of Killer Whale is, it's different than the Russian beluga spy whale that plants bombs on ships. Just saying, it's a little different.
This is the sound the bat whale makes after it's planted the bomb. Just a lot of shoving going on. The more of your robot's weight and the more of your effort you put into the robot's weapon, generally the less good at shoving you are. So.
And here we go. That is the end of this fight. This one will go to the judges.
I think this one is going to come down to that first impact.
And we do have an official judge's decision now. No surprise here. Turbofiend does defeat Synthesis for their very first ever fight at NHRL. Welcome to the competition, Turbofiend.
Oh, man. Nice
that
job,
was
Turbofiend.
impressive. That was a really great just showing of driving skill and a very well-designed robot. I'm impressed. I want to see the whole fight because we really only caught that last little bit of it after. That was the weirdest thing for me was like it comes up on screen and I was like, is that Synthesis? Is that pieces of Synthesis?
And Turbofiend seemed fine.
Just fine. That whole fight. That was really cool.
That's going to make Corey hungry. He's going to come back from that for sure.
And Corey comes fully prepared with multiple copies of everything he needs. He's going to be fine today. That's just the first qualifying. He'll probably win his second qualifying and be in the competition. We're good to go.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, Dima, wow, Dima. Wonderful driving job, cool new robot. I'm loving Turbofiend. I want to see the Turbofiend Turbo-Fred combo in the future. Like, that was cool.
What a pedigree from doing so well in King of the Hill to defeating Corey Nason's Synthesis. Like, that's big.
Very impressed. I'm very impressed.
Ooh. all right. We are in
Oh,
cage
yeah.
6. Who do we have here, Kyle?
This is
5,
War
4,
Hard right here in front of the
3,
camera. Beautiful
2,
robot for Jonathan
1.
Juarez going up
Fight.
against Power On.
Robots fight.
Ow, that weapon on War Hard is vicious. Listen, if you want an optimal design, you call Jonathan Juarez. He builds these beautiful 4-wheel drive vertical spinners that hit hard, that are consistent every single
Ooh,
time,
what a
and they
roofing.
will roof you no matter what you do. That is a
Tap
whole,
out.
a whole bunch of bot guts hanging out of the back.
Instantly deleted the back of that robot. Wow.
Oh no, it says on the bottom of that robot. Oh no,
no,
indeed. The belt's gone on the weapon. Looks like the battery's hanging out the back.
What is, 4-cell. All right, 4-cell and 3 pounds. That's nice.
That is
What else we have?
Amazing.
Looks like they're on a Fly Sky style receiver.
Talk about a bot on the rise. The War Hard series has been doing better and better and better every single competition. Not that Jonathan came in here as a slouch, but he was like top of the middle of the field for a very long time. And now, every single time we see War Hard, it is a real threat. It is wrecking robots, and Jonathan's driving is so dialed in now. That was amazing. Cannot wait to see War Hard XXL in the 30-pound division
Absolutely.
today.
And
But
it's a special skill to not only make a robot beautiful,
yes,
but to make it so lethal.
so very lethal. I mean, that drum on that weapon is just gorgeous. And it hits like a ton of bricks.
It only needed one hit.
Yeah, it took them apart. I mean, completely took them apart. Absolutely amazing job by Jonathan Juarez. Keep an eye on them today. That is a really great chance of making it into the Final Four, if not the finals of the competition. All right.
All right.
Let's go into Cage 2. We're going to look at Glacial Undercut and Yakity Yak.
All right, so Glacial Undercut is the horizontal spinner there with a blue blade.
Yeah.
Yakity Yak right here in the blue corner with the, looks like the dual disc spinner vert. Very similar to something like a Peter bar.
Yeah, like a compressed Peter bar. So, Glacial Undercut brought to you by Elijah Spooner. This is their 4th event.
Uh-oh. Looks like some left side drive right off the bat. Left side drive issues, something bound up.
They've had 4 wins and 6 losses under their record, 2 knockouts. Elijah Spooner, they're from Connecticut, not far away at all. Yakity Yak brought to you by Mitchell Sullivan from Bellingham, Massachusetts. He's a
5,
professional high school
4,
student and robot
3,
fighter.
2,
Professional
1.
robot fighter?
Oh, yeah,
Fight.
professional.
Robots fight.
This is his 2nd event ever with Yakity Yak,
Oh, no.
and it is now on fire. Or at
Well,
least smoking.
Dang.
Tap out.
Kind of a bummer. I guess whatever was causing that drive side to bind up as he moved to the start corner probably jammed up a motor, which shorted an ESC in some way. Released the smoke. That's that.
So that is a tap out from our buddy Mitch. Have to figure out what's going on with that. But don't worry, Yakity Yak will come back. They've got another qualifying round. And an easy victory for Glacial Undercut.
Kind of nice. You get a KO instead of a forfeit from your opponent with the
nice.
same amount of damage.
You know, yeah,
But, you know, they're here to fight.
they will, eventually.
Yeah.
They've already got some wins under their belt. They're going to be fine. They're going to be fine. But yeah, that was a good, good way to start your day. test everything out before you get in there and not have to take any damage.
Yes, I go to the start corner perfectly.
Ah, yes, absolutely. I know how to turn my bot on and off. Got that like whole routine in.
But I mean, straight up, that is good to practice.
Yeah,
because
it
it's
is.
nerve-wracking when you're like at the cage, you've got the crowd around you, and you have to get your little tiny screwdriver in your little tiny hole and turn your robot on just the right amount. If you turn it too tight, you can break your switch. Too loose, and you're turning off in
It gets
the
a
match.
little stressful. It gets a little stressful. I get it. Yeah, we've definitely seen things happen during that part of the procedure, or like on the way to that part of the procedure, that have ended fights before they even started. So yeah, it happens. It happens. My favorite is the top plate screw down accidentally cut a wire in half.
That's such a classic.
It's such a classic.
It's almost hackneyed at this point.
Yeah. It's a well done joke, if you will. But yeah.
All right.
So we have
got
2 judges' decisions coming your way. So TBD today defeats the Kraken,
okay.
and Void, unsurprisingly, defeats the Killer Whale.
All right. So that one hit that we missed in that 12-pound fight with Killer Whale must have gone Void's way.
Yeah, well, I mean, clearly Killer Whale didn't have a weapon after
Did
that.
Void even have a weapon after that?
No, they really didn't. But it comes down to a pushing match. And
Yeah.
Killer Whale's not designed to push. So that is what it is, and you're going to do what you're going to do when it comes to that. In the meantime, though, let's go to Cage 5. Deepstone Lullaby versus Recreation. Deepstone Lullaby. Ow! Ooh, nasty. Oh, you can see the beautiful sparks flying off there. Deepstone Lullaby is wearing Recreation as a hat. And now they're sort of separated. These are 2 Peter Bar style designed robots. Peter Bar, of course, referring to the dual disc weapons with kind of the central belt path. Ow, nice hit there. Beautiful impact there from Recreation, getting the better of those exchanges. Nice shot there. Deepstone Lullaby is getting some really great hits and controlling the match at this portion. Last minute of this fight. So this is the first time we've seen Deepstone Lullaby here at NHRL. Really cool design for a robot. All right, so joining me at the desk, Adam Wrigley. Good to see you, Adam. Welcome to the pit desk here at NHRL. In the meantime, though, let's go into Cage 1 for some robot fighting action. This is Minor Threat 5 versus Zathrus, the short boy himself. Yeah, Ben Paldi bringing us Zathrus. Very cool design for a robot. And Minor Threat 5 is this tall centered vertical spinner. It looks like the left side of their drivetrain is really struggling right now.
Yeah, both bots having a little bit of issues here. Zathrus probably doesn't want to be upside down.
Tap out.
So much so that it looks like they just tapped out.
Yeah, I wonder what went wrong there. Did the drive go out, or could they just not reach the ground upside down in that position?
Hard to say. Minor Threat 5, of course, brought to us by Luke Grell. They have won several competitions outside of NHRL, have yet to bring home a dumpster here at NHRL. Oh, it sounds like Derek Tran's driving Minor Threat 5 today. Cool.
Yeah.
Glad Derek's in town driving some cool robots. And they got an easy win that time around.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Red Pearl versus Bob the Box. I like the name on Bob the Box. Bob the Box struggling to get out of their corner of the box. And Red Pearl has flipped themselves upside down. Bob taking advantage. Red Pearl doesn't seem like they have enough gyro to spin themselves back over. And Bob coming in, taking advantage of the positioning here, but Pearl's back on their wheels. Oh, there we go. It's ironic. It seems like the bot just wants to be upside down.
A little bit of a weight distribution issue there.
Yeah, whenever the gyro is spun up, it flips upside down and it just stays there. You know, a little dialing in issues here with the weapon, but Bob is staying on him, staying aggressive. It seems like I'm hearing some weapon spin-up issues on Bob, but they got it going again.
Now I think Bob, that's a belt.
That's a belt that looks like it just flew out of Bob, and now Bob is not moving.
Bob the Box brought to you by Emily Miller. We were looking at Bob in the pits yesterday. We love that the inside of Bob is so high-tech, and the outside of Bob is clearly just some pieces of metal jigsaws and hacksaws and put together.
And zip-tied together. It's you know, unfortunate ending for Bob. They were doing really well there.
They were, yeah.
You know, good driving, good aggression, and then just something popped out. But great effort, and I love to see how they'll evolve that bot going forward.
That was awesome. Yeah, Bob the Box. Great name for a robot.
Good name. Good alliteration.
Good
That's what you need.
alliteration. Gotta love that. And yeah, cool weapon on it. Just wasn't able to keep it together. Maybe use better zip ties next time.
Yeah.
Or more.
Bigger zip ties, more zip ties.
More zip
you know,
ties.
Little known fact, most robots have zip ties in them somewhere.
Of course, yeah. Mostly
There's
for
a-
wire management,
Yeah,
though.
usually on the wires, not usually on the armor. But hey, the armor stayed on. So
Those were straight up structural zip ties.
Yeah.
You gotta love structural zip ties, though.
I've been known to use structural zip ties.
It has to happen
not gonna lie.
sometimes. All right, let's go check out Cage 2. We've got Chubby Unicorn, Tim Hebert there, and Phil? Chubby Unicorn is the white robot over there on the far side. Tim is one of the best drivers and builders in the 3-pound division. I mean, we have seen Chubby Unicorn in some absolute Donnie Brooks of matches here at NHRL. Always
like
good
in
to see him come out.
You know, the second half of the multi-bot there with those four like forks built into the wedge.
Yeah, they're cool, right?
Yeah. Could really be the difference in this fight. You know, you look at two robots, fairly similar designs on the spinners and the shape of them, but when you have a companion robot like that that can help you control the fight, it's really hard for the opponent to drive against that, and it can really give you an advantage. So I could see that that multi-bot being the difference here. Are they having drive issues? They're not really in the box in the corner yet.
They're stuck. They're stuck over there just before they've made it into the corner. Weapon lock has been put back in place so they can do some maintenance on the bot real quick. Hopefully get it operating before this fight.
Sometimes those switches can be a little finicky. Maybe you didn't turn it on all the way. Hopefully it's not something more, and we'll be able to get a good fight here. You know, I think the electronics on these robots sometimes are a lot like AI algorithms. You know, how do they work? Why do they do what they do? Nobody knows. It's impossible to know really what goes on in there. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
So Phil is brought to you by Andrew Phelps. This is Phil's first ever NHRL. So having a little new bot jitters, trying to get it up and running. Also, heck of a first draw for your first NHRL fight ever. Let's go up against Tim Hebert and Chubby Unicorn.
Yeah, I mean, you know, these early draws, you never know what you're going to get. And, hey, it's a great way to test out a new bot.
Yeah, you're definitely going to find what doesn't work going up against Chubby Unicorn.
Oh, you can see trying to get in the corner there, a little bit of oversteering. Do they have their rates dialed in? Again, those new bot jitters, it takes a little while to dial it all in. Let's see how it goes.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh.
Yeah, that's about how I expected that first exchange to go, and the wheel is already off
There
of Phil.
goes the wheel. You can see that the second half of the multi-bot coming in, like I said, controlling the fight a little bit and then opening
Ooh,
up.
nice
the
weapon-to-weapon
opportunity.
engagement there.
Great turn by Phil to get the weapon facing, but I
Oh.
don't think they're going to be able to recover from that one.
All right, so Tim helped you test your robot, Andrew, and what he found is that your wheels don't stay on as well as they probably should have. But
Well-
your weapon works pretty well, bud. Nice job.
We'll see another rev on the wheels, but hey, the chassis is still in one piece.
Yeah, and it went weapon to weapon with them twice there, and the weapon was still functioning. These are good signs for Andrew Phelps and Phil. But wheels, necessary for your robot if your robot's designed to have them.
Yeah,
You need them on there.
Ablative wheels can be a functional strategy if you have enough of them
Right.
to keep going.
Cool robot, though. I'm excited to see them in the future in the competition. No surprise at all there from Chubby Unicorn. Chubby Unicorn, you can see kind of the pedigree of that robot and a lot of people's predictions today for being in the semifinals, like at least making it to that realm. After seeing what happened to Synthesis earlier today, they actually have a much better shot, I think, even going forward from there.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see how it goes. One of the best, I guess, rivalries we have in that weight class, both of them are here today, Chubby Unicorn and Chainsaw Kitty. We've seen just so many back and forth, amazingly destructive matches from those robots, and hopefully the bracket shakes out in such a way that we'll get to see a rematch with them today. I would be so excited to see that.
Yeah, that could be an intense final if they get put on opposite ends of the bracket.
It
I
would
think
be amazing to see. Yes, I would absolutely love that. We have no idea how the 3-pound bracket's going to shake out at this point.
Is this table made of wood? I don't want to give anyone a commentator's curse here.
No, but we do have apple boxes under the table now.
Oh,
You
okay,
can-
I'll
you can
knock on one of those.
Yeah. So then you're good to
There
go.
we go. All right.
Yeah, like a little fun behind the desk thing for you all guys to know. We used to have cinder blocks under the table for us to put our feet up on. Now we officially have real apple boxes. I'm very excited about that.
You know, I didn't know what an apple box was, but it's not made of apples.
No, but you can put apples in the apple box
Yeah.
if you want to.
Yeah.
Most people don't, though. You put your feet on them a lot, that would get kind of gross real fast. You know? Get real gross.
I kind of want an apple now.
Yeah, we should do that. That would be great. You hear us crunching on the stream here pretty soon.
Yeah.
It does look like we are loading into the big cage here, so we're going to have some
Ooh.
big robot action for you in just a minute. Very excited to see that. Yeah, we've already had some really good bangers today.
Yeah, I haven't been able to catch a lot of them.
Have you been up at the pits talking to folks?
I was
doing
walking
stuff?
around, looking at the bots, you know, seeing them safety check and just seeing everyone getting ready for the day. And there's some fun-looking stuff here.
Now-
in the 30s, a lot of horizontals.
There
I was
are
seeing.
a lot of
Yeah.
horizontals in the 30s. Now, I have a question for you. What's happening at that skating park or skating arena right now that's missing a tie-sized piece of their carpet? Are people just tripping there, or the
5,
skates just rolling in? Like,
4,
what's going on?
3, 2,
That's a good question.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
So this is 12-pounder Dead Bod versus Avalanche. Avalanche in white over there. Dead Bod is now missing a belt on the weapon.
Ooh.
Not good. You need that to make the weapon go spin.
Yeah, Deadbot unable really to get out of the corner before taking that much damage, but Avalanche seems to have broken their right drive side. So we've got one-sided drive and a weapon versus, oh wait, it's working again. So Deadbot's got their work cut out for them now because Avalanche looks 100% and is not backing down. great hum from the weapon on Avalanche. Ooh, there's what you want to see if you're Avalanche. Deadbot going for the Thwackbot config. You know, last ditch strategy, try and do something. They're just going to have to hope they can break Avalanche's weapon through pure brute force.
Yeah, that's crazy how much damage 12-pounder Deadbod is taking here. Now, 12-pounder Deadbod, brought to you by Thomas Weatherly, one of the British invasion bots. Fun fact, it only cost 300 pounds to build this robot. What is
how
that,
much
like,
is, yeah,
I think that's like $450.
something like that, somewhere around that. Sounds about right.
And now the weapon's spinning down on Avalanche.
Yeah, the smaller version of Deadbod was actually ranked #1 for horizontal spinners in the beetleweight class in the UK for some time. They said of the 12-pounder Deadbod, it does exist.
This is brand new.
yeah.
Yeah, this is their first ever combat robotics event ever. Built it for, what did they say over there, 300 quid? Man, everybody's struggling at this point. That first impact really did a lot of damage on both bots.
Yes, you know, this is what Deadbot wanted. Avalanche's weapon is down now. They're going to be even on damage. Of course, Avalanche lasted longer. You know, the judges will think about that unless there's more damage that occurs. Avalanche is going pretty slowly. Is Deadbot going to be able to, like, kind of win this war of attrition here? Or was Avalanche's early flurry going to be enough? There's a collection of smaller robots in the corner. I think that's going to balance out. They all seem dead there.
Yeah, and there's a little pin to finish us off there from 12-pounder Deadbot. Nice job.
That's a good pin there by Deadbot, but you do see the weapon come back to life at the end for Avalanche. I wonder if
That's going to factor in.
were they conserving battery? Were they just running out of battery at the end trying to make it to the buzzer?
Now, Avalanche, we have seen them here before. They were here in January and then in March before that. That version was completely destroyed fighting Psycho in March. So this is a brand new version with aluminum construction, and it's fully brushless. All right, so now we are in Cage 5. We're going to see Not Dead Yet right here in front of us, and Grrr over there on the other side, which is a Melty Brain spinner bot. We saw them fight earlier. The Greatest Challenge was our first fight of the day. A little Melty Brain on Melty Brain action, one of the rarest fight combos you'll see at NHRL.
Some really nice details on these robots. The cleats on the Melty wheels. So the wheels are really just the outer portions of their outrunner motors. So they're driving on the motors, and they've just attached basically saw blades to the motors to grip the wood. Really nice little detail on that Melty Brain spinner. And
I love how wide that blade is on it, too.
That's got some reach.
Really impressive design.
And then the machining on the frame of the horizontal spinner is
Of
gorgeous.
Not Dead.
Yeah, Not Dead. Look at it gleam in the lights off
It's
those
beautiful.
chamfers. Yeah. So some really nice detailing on these robots here. I love the ingenuity on this Melty to just try, just completely expose the motors. It looks like they've put a little bit of 3D print around them maybe for protection, but it's a nice little design there. Every gram counts.
4,
Every gram
3,
counts. So
2,
Patrick Wolven, who
1.
designed Not Dead Yet, said he named
Robots
the bot
fight.
Not Dead Yet because even if it's completely destroyed, it's still not dead. Can't lose with that strategy.
Oh, listen to the sound on Not Dead Yet's weapon.
Tiger trying to get up to speed, and there it is. You can hear it kicking into gear.
Not Dead Yet was trying to prevent that. They wanted to keep them spun down, and now they're going to have to go weapon to weapon.
Oh, that just makes me cringe with that nasty weapon-to-weapon impact.
Big hits here. Not Dead Yet has a lot of tip speed, but Tiger has a lot of inertia behind those hits.
The full weight of the robot essentially behind that spin of that weapon.
Oh,
Wow,
sparks
that's a lot
are
of sparks.
coming out of one of the motor wheels on Tiger, and that is not what you want.
No, anybody who's like driven a race car track at home knows that this is not what you want to see coming out of your motors.
It is fun to watch. So not dead yet here, trying to get Tiger in the corners. Tiger can't spin up here, pinned against the wall. That's exactly what not dead yet's been going for, and they're
Still
going to
more
leave
sparks
him.
coming out.
Tiger's going to have to use an unstick here, I think, and there it comes. You get one of those per fight, so if Tiger gets stuck again, not dead yet could leave them for the victory. Of course, that relies on can the house robot actually get them unstuck?
That's right. You get an unstick request and an attempt, but that doesn't guarantee you will actually be unstuck. If you are in a position where Brett can't actually get you out, then you still get counted out.
Yes, it does look like Brett's been able to free them off the wall here, so the unstick worked. Will they be able to spin up, though, with all those sparks coming out of the motors? It looks like they're having drive issues.
Tap
Has to tap out.
The drive side that's working is the one that was kind of opposite the wall. They weren't able to get away from the wall with that configuration. So not dead yet. Patrick Wolven winning by knockout there. Wonderful job.
What a nice looking robot not dead yet is.
It really is attractive. They did a great
just
job.
looks so nice in the light.
Speaking of Melty Brain spinners, looks like we're loading in for another horizontal spinner versus Melty Brain action over here. This is the greatest challenge down in the lower right-hand corner.
I like how hollow it is. They're really pushing the mass to the outside of the robot to maximize that moment of inertia.
It is funny. Tiger looks like it could fit almost exactly inside the diameter of.
It does.
It's neat.
You can see Tiger had condensed their mass, trying to kind of make a smaller robot, but that's going to lower the momentum. When you make these melties, your big advantage is that momentum, is the amount of mass that you have spinning. And you can see here they've really taken advantage by pushing all that mass to the outside. They're going to go against a horizontal. We're going to see, I think, a similar fight, but a little bit different here. There's less bite on this melty to be caught by that horizontal weapon. So could be a different result.
Jacob Williams from Team Alfredo. The greatest challenge is one of their many multi-bots, or one of their many melty brains that they like to bring to this competition. It's won 9 of its last 13 fights.
Wow.
Over 2 events. Amazing design on this robot. Really great record. Definitely up there with some of the best melty brains we've seen in this sport.
Yeah, you can see here they're lining up with the wedge facing outward. I wonder if that's a feint, or will they go wedge first?
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Ooh, looks like they're having a little bit of drive side issue there.
One side of drive does not look to be working on Yetis, and that's not going to be good because their greatest strength here is their ability to drive and maneuver better than a multi usually can. Of course, greatest challenge is very well controlled when it's not bouncing off the walls. So this is going to be hard for Yetis to come back. I think we might see the opposite result of Phil has fight here. Big hits as all that momentum and mass of greatest challenge is going flying around the arena. You know, most spinners can only put maybe a third of their weight into the spinning mass. Greatest challenge, of course, 100% of their mass is spinning.
Got it. Oof, nasty hit there on Yetis.
With the companion robot, the other half of the multi for Yetis is getting destroyed. Of course, you know, if Greatest Challenge is able to wreck that, that'll be basically 50% damage by taking out that, like, half of the multi-bot of Yetis. So Yetis really on their back foot here. Just have to hope that all that momentum and mass of Greatest Challenge backfires and damages themselves, but Greatest Challenge really just tearing them apart at this point. You effectively have a spinning weapon 3 times as big as anyone else in the class can make by doing that design.
And normally you would have mobility as a kind of sacrifice of that, but really once Greatest Challenge is up to speed, they have a lot of control over that
Tremendous
robot.
control. It's really impressive. These are not easy to build.
Tap out.
What a performance.
So this is Yetis' first ever NHRL fight. Tough draw.
Yeah.
but that is a cool robot. That's very much so inspired by other mid-cutter spinners of the same weight class, Martin and Komodo, but it's a great bot. They just had a lot of issues keeping that weapon running up against that onslaught from the greatest challenge.
You know, you come out with half a drive not working. It's a thing that happens every so often. You know, you're coming to the competition for some reason, something doesn't work. Well, you got to throw it in the box. You're coming off your back foot, and it's just hard to come back from that.
Amen.
But they put up a good fight. They
All
took
right,
a lot of hits.
We're going into cage 1 for a fight in progress. This is Carmen versus Downpour.
I can hear these robots through the headphones. The hum is incredible. A lot of energy in the box right now as sparks are flying. Carmen able to get back on their feet. Downpour upside down after that massive hit. And Carmen taking advantage here. Sending Downpour flying. You know, the smaller half of Downpour trying to help out here and doing pretty well against Carmen on its own. Smoke coming out of Downpour's larger robot is at the floor. They may need to request an unstick if their mini, half can't come help them.
No, that mini half is very busy right now trying to take on Carmen.
And they request the unstick here. It's amazing how well that smaller wedge is doing, and Downpour unable to take advantage with the larger half of the robot. They're back on their feet, but they're upside down, having some drive issues. Looks like their wheels aren't touching the ground as much as they may want. And now the wedge is stuck, and they're going to get a little bit of a penalty here for being unable to release the pin.
Yeah.
That means that pin won't count. And Downpour runs into the weapon of Carmen.
Now, Downpour is brought to you by Ariel Smith, normally in the 3-pound weight class. I believe this is her first foray into 12 pounds. Different design than she normally runs with, but it's a cool robot. But she's going up against one of the classic designs in the 12-pound weight class, Michael Shore's Carmen. It's won 15 fights over the last 8 competitions. It's a vicious robot.
You know, looking at Downpour here in the multi-bot configuration, that wedge part has been working really well. They've got that dialed in. It's been tanking hits. It's been getting pins. But you need the main robot to take advantage. If you can't have your larger half take advantage with big weapon hits, you're just going to keep collecting effectively penalties from being unable to release these pins. Although they are able to release there.
Looks like we've got weapons down on both of the main bots at this point with 26 seconds left in the match. And a pin there from Carmen, exactly what you want to be seeing.
Yeah, Carmen really doing well in the first half of this fight. You don't want your weapon to go down. You know, it's going to make the judging a lot more tricky to see who's going to win here because, but now Downpour's larger robot seems not to be moving at
down.
all.
Yeah, not how you want to end that fight.
And that could be the difference. That's a major swing in the damage. It is moving though at the end. Seems an intermittent issue, so I wouldn't want to judge that one.
All right, so these are two of the most interesting robots in the 3-pound weight class. This is Cookie Crumbler versus Spin Cycle. Spin Cycle, the rare flail style robot.
Look at how big the diameter of that spinner is.
I watch the startup on it too. It is one of the most interesting startups. Those are just straight up aircraft cables, right? Steel cable with nuts on the end. I love this robot.
Flails are
Fight.
fun.
Robots fight.
You know, the effectiveness of flails can be debated. They have pluses and minuses. You basically lower the amount of inertia that can hit your opponent when it's up to speed because those cables isolate all of the different masses from each other. But at the same time, they isolate the hits from you. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it worked there.
Unfortunately, so yeah, thumbs down there. Kate Oyster and Cookie Crumbler bringing home the win via tap out.
Congrats to Cookie Crumbler, though.
I love Cookie Crumbler. It's just such a cool robot. Kate's such a cool person.
Now, is this because she bribed you with cookies?
Partially, yes. I'm not going to lie. That helps.
Yeah, they were delicious.
They were delicious,
Yeah.
but she's also done a lot of improvements on the robot. The weapon's been improved. She's moved up to 6S batteries. She's being a little bit more serious about this.
I think the robot was just as good as the cookies.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
This is Turbulent Juice versus Shredded.
Turbulent juice.
I don't want to drink that. That sounds terrible.
Is that a Rick and Morty reference? I don't know. Sounds like it could be. I love the color here on Shredded. Any robot with pink, I'm gonna root for. But Turbulent Juice seems to be really taking advantage of the flat sides on Shredded. Shredded unable to get free. I don't believe the weapon has been up and running on Shredded either. You know, two similar beater bar weapons here.
All right, so Turbulent Juice comes from Jay Gooding. It's got a Hardox 500 asymmetrical beater bar, and yes, it is a Rick and Morty reference. Turbulent Juice was a do-all cream to make you fantastic and strong. So that seemed to fit.
There you go. Oh, was the weapon working, or was it just hit by Turbulent Juice's weapon? I don't know. It seems like both the weapons are down. I was hearing some grinding noises, not the sound that you want to hear as Turbulent Juice was trying to spin up, and now I'm not seeing them spin up. Interesting. Whose was that smaller robot that seems to be dead now? Was that Turbulent Juice?
I think that was Turbulent Juice.
That could be a big swing in
that's
damage.
smoke coming out of Shredded there. On the looks like the left-hand side. Not sure if that's coming from a drive motor or from the weapon, but
Not
that's
what you want to see.
Yeah, never good. Never good.
Yeah, now more smoke.
Yeah, more smoke coming out the other side of the robot.
And less movement.
Yes. And you can see the wheels are somewhat askew, bent kind of inward at the top there.
Yeah, maybe they just wanted a little bit of a stance.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I get a little bit better turn radius on it.
You'll be able to get a few more G's, lateral G's. Hey!
Knockout.
Oh, too late.
Can't say I'm surprised on that.
Too late with the movements.
Kenny Diaz from Brooklyn, New York.
Brooklyn.
Bringing Shredded. This is their 4th event with Shredded.
You know, I think Turbulent Juice, in a way, kind of lucked out there. You know, they took a lot of damage to that smaller robot. Their weapon was intermittent, and that never looks good when you go to the judges.
No, it's a pretty rough way to be.
So, you know, it's good for them to win by KO there and not have to wait on that decision, because, you know, those types of damage points can swing a fight big time. But Shredded, unfortunately, couldn't take advantage of those damage points they were getting and unable to make it to the bell.
So Kenny Diaz, Brooklyn robot. Not a whole lot of Brooklyn robots that we see in this competition.
Not a lot of space in Brooklyn for robot building,
robots, yeah.
unfortunately.
Yeah. But you could go help him out.
Maybe.
You're not too far off. But yeah, that was a good showing from them. This is their 4th event. They've had 1 win so far. So they're still looking for that winning event coming up. But that was a rough matchup for them right there. You never want to end the fight on fire.
Yeah, and you know the flat sides weren't a good defense there against that weapon, and Turbulent Juice just able to come in and just hit after hits, and it's hard to take that. You know, they lasted a decent amount of time, but they came in. It seemed like their weapon was never up and running, and you know you'll get that dialed in eventually. It just takes time to figure out all the ins and outs of your design.
Well, congratulations to Jay Gooding and Turbulent Juice coming in with the British invasion. He is from Liverpool, United Kingdom, and he did great in that matchup. I mean, lucked out a little bit, but he did great.
Yeah, no, he took advantage of the opportunities he was given in that fight and made it work. I think he'll have some work to do in the pits, figure out some of the reliability issues, and hopefully get that dialed in before the day's over. But it's always good to get a win, however you can, and hold it out. Cage 1.
Right.
Oh, I've been looking forward to see this robot all day.
Both of these robots, honestly. So this is B-Force up there in the corner. These are 2 hub motor spinners. I love them from the Honeycrack team. With I love the treads on them, alternate side treads.
Yes.
So nice, well-designed robots. They've been getting a lot of driving practice in. They are going up against Warhard XXL. This is something I know that we have both been looking forward to today. It is there is no metal in the actual body of this robot.
All plastic and carbon fiber. I think the only metal are like the bolts that are holding it together, and a couple plates on the outside of the weapon frame. Of course, the weapon is
10 and a half pounds of weapon,
Yeah.
I mean, in a 30-pound weight class.
The weapon motor inside of Warhard is the same weapon motor I use in Knockoff White, which is the same weapon motor I use in Shatter, a 250-pound robot.
Absolutely
And they've
absurd.
stuck that into a featherweight. Absolutely absurd. It seems like they might be unloading the robots. I wonder if they had trouble turning it on.
Yeah, it is a new robot. They're going to have some new robot jitters. You can see, what do they call that? Legally cheating?
Legally cheating is the name of their mini-bot, I believe, yeah.
Brought to you by Peter Garnache. They were 3 pounds over after the build was all done, so they needed a little bit of help with their weight. So they called Peter to come in. So they have to power cycle something really quickly just to get it up and running.
Yeah.
We definitely want this power cycle to work. Everybody wants to see this matchup. Now, I will say this about B-Force. These are two of the most powerful, tiny little weapons you will ever see on this size of a robot. It's impressive. They've done hits on these featherweight robots, like almost roofing larger bots.
And B-Force is really cool. This is their second event with B-Force.
Yep.
And I've always thought multis are amazing designs. So we're over in cage 6 now. Oh, it seems B-Force was removed from the cage and is going upstairs. I don't know if it was a problem with B-Force or if it was a problem with Warhard, but it seems like that cage is now being unloaded. So we'll have to wait for that fight. They're keeping us waiting.
I'm so excited, though.
Really
But
wanna see
meanwhile,
that
we've
fight.
got Comet taking on Karl. Karl is one of my very favorite names for a robot because I accidentally get called Karl all the time.
Amazing. With robots, like with pets, I like when they have human names. It seems like Karl, though, is not moving. Comet is, and I think Comet's going to take this victory. Karl asking for an unstick here. I don't know if they're stuck or just broken, but you know, a good use. Always try and use the unstick. Who knows? Maybe it'll slam your wires back together as you're getting pushed around, and the robot will restart. Doesn't seem to be the case here, as only the smaller half of Karl is moving, and I think that's going to result in a count out coming soon.
Knockout.
And there it is. So Karl unable to bring it home for the human name team. I'm joined back on the decks now by Ricky. Welcome.
Thank
welcome.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's good to be back up here. And hello, everyone at home. How have you been enjoying the day so far? It's been busy upstairs.
You know, I've been here for a little bit, and great fights. We saw a couple fights in a row where we had a Melty Brain go against a horizontal spinner with different outcomes. It was really interesting to see the differences in two fights that were ostensibly the same, but quite different.
Sometimes it all comes down to the builder and what they're bringing in driving. Sometimes there's little changes in the design that can make all the difference. I'm excited to go back and look at those. I can tell you we've had a really exciting day upstairs. We have had so many new robots, so many new designs, so many people trying adventurous things for their first foray into NHRL. And I'm glad to hear that it's turning into great fights down here. The ones I've seen have been spectacular so far.
Yeah.
We're going to go to cage 5 now. We've got a fight for you. Scab Armour is going up against Sasquatch.
So this is a robot that broke the picket line. Is that,
Oh.
No, I don't know.
I see. I
Yeah,
see.
making that Scab.
Thanks.
Yeah, Scab joke.
That's. How do you turn that into armor? Is he like one of the enforcers?
He's
The-
made
the-
out of the picket signs.
No, I think he's one of those guys with the riot shield
Oh,
that
okay.
keeps the protesters
Okay.
back.
Yeah.
That
The-
does seem
The
know,
private
like a-
security, like the
Right,
yeah.
right. The
Could be.
yeah.
You know, I once
Line
found
with
a
the
riot
paper
shield
things.
just on the ground in Brooklyn.
You know, a riot shield would probably make
5,
great robot armor.
4,
I really wanted
3,
to keep it.
2,
I
1.
would stick away from the
Fight,
riots
robots,
themselves, though.
fight.
Away we go. Oh, Chunks immediately taken off of that robot. Man, look at the control being demonstrated here. That's the kind of thing you like to see. It's not just the hit, it's the fact that they immediately took the opportunity to push the opponent
Yeah.
into a bad situation and take control
And
of the
then
match.
you hold them there for a few seconds, and it's just basically racking up points for you.
Yeah, and the impression that that makes with the judges cannot be
Yeah.
overstated.
It seems like a little bit of issues here, self-righting. The wheels are moving, the front wheels at least are moving, but I'm not seeing them touch the ground. This is painful. You know, the double-edged sword of the unstick is Brett can come in hot.
Yeah, it's that is a hefty robot, and getting lovingly squished at a high velocity is not a fate that you want to.
I think that
take on.
back armor was attached when Brett came in.
Yeah,
It-
I'm seeing an awful lot of spaghetti there.
Oh no, the belt is off.
A little puff of smoke came out
A
as
little
well.
worse for wear after the unstick requested. I don't believe it was successful.
No, any moment now I expect a countdown. Oh, but that's a
A little
competitive.
bit of help from the opponent.
Yeah, Scab armor coming in there to just little love nuzzle. Sasquatch's baseplate getting chewed up bit by bit now.
It seems to be holding up okay. I don't see any smoke or flames.
No, I just see a lot of
Shreds of plastic
Yeah.
and sparks, and it's probably going to be hard to remove anything that was previously screwed into that base plate, because I imagine the
Tap
heads of
out.
the screws are.
yeah,
hard
they're
to
flat. They're tamper-proof now, Adam. That's what we call that.
Well, a good performance there by Scab Armor, coming out, taking advantage right off the bat, and not letting up. Actually, be friendly, you know, giving him a little flip, keeping
Yeah,
the
it's the
fight
kind
going.
of sportsmanship that you like to see. And I don't know, frankly, I don't know a lot about Scab Armor and its design under the hood. Obviously, we can tell a lot looking at it, but it might be one of those things where if you've got a disabled opponent, if you've got an opponent that is hobbling, that's time to practice with
Yeah.
your weapon. That's driving practice. That's seeing how it responds when you attack in different ways. It's very valuable.
Yeah. Time in the box is one of the most valuable resources for a builder to get all of that practice. I mean, you can't drive these around in a fight at home. You just can't do it. So to get time on the floor is huge.
All right, this is an exciting fight matchup, etc. TCC is in the blue corner, and this is always exciting to me because TCC is being driven from Texas.
Wild.
It is remote controlled across the planet via telepresence.
Sometimes I forget, like, we live in 2024.
We're in the future.
Yeah.
It is mind-blowing, and sometimes it doesn't feel like the future, and then you say to yourself, well, I'm watching fighting robots being fought by people on the other side of the world, being broadcast out to 1 million other people. Sterling Brown, who runs the TCC podcast, is the one who's piloting this from Texas, and so far, it seems to be a pretty good matchup. It's a full-body spinner, so you don't necessarily need to be quick in reflexes, at least in theory, right?
In theory, I mean, I think full body spinners are some of the trickiest ones to
5,
drive. So will the
4,
latency on
3,
the
2,
stream
1.
somehow
Fight,
cause
robots,
an issue
fight.
here? You know, you don't want to be hitting the wall with a full body spinner.
You don't. And Phenomenon is an absolutely terrifying
It doesn't
opponent.
seem to be doing anything right now, and Phenomenon. Yeah.
That-
Phenomenon is basically hub motor Vorion, as we were told today, and it seems like the hub motor is working. I think you know, one of the things when you're
when you're running a 30-pounder here is, can hub motors work? Hub motors, for those who don't know, the motor is literally inside of the weapon.
Yes.
It's not inside of the frame, driving the weapon with a belt that can break. The motor is literally inside the weapon. It's simpler, it's lighter, it has so many advantages, and it's extremely common in the smaller weight classes, 3 pounds, even in 12 pounds. But in 30 pounds, the motors don't seem to like the impacts. So that's really hard to dial in. And you can see why Phenomenon really wanted to get that hit. See, can it keep going? It's still spinning.
Yeah, Phenomenon's just taking it easy right now. It doesn't want to do anything too hard. We're going to see if TCC can be self-righted by our brand new housebot, Floop. 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 Floop has some really happening shades. I think they might be lensless. You know, just a hipster style
it's a
here.
Hipster box.
Knockout.
Yeah.
Well, I'm from Brooklyn, so I'm okay with it.
That's, you're used to it. We'll
Yeah.
put it that way. I don't. We'll see here, though. I will say, you touched on the hub motor system in general, and it is prone to break, especially as you go larger and larger. And that's because, frankly, these motors are compared to the frame anyway, a relatively delicate part of the robot. So you can kind of envision this like, you ever do that thing in school where you have to protect an egg from dropping from like a big height?
Yeah.
You can build a steel box around the egg, but that egg is still dropping 300 feet and coming to a stop really fast.
And
So,
over
here,
I'm hearing a lot of noise from cage one in
we're
front
going to
of
go to cage
us.
one. We've got a lot of action going on. Splishy Splashy is going against Mirage, and there are bits and pieces flying,
Splishy
ladies and
Splashy
gentlemen.
is missing an entire half of its drive system, and it is strewn across the floor.
This is the kind of destruction I love. Look, pieces in the arena going everywhere.
Mirage is a shuffler, so has a 15-pound weight advantage over Splishy Splashy and is using it all right now as it's an immovable block.
And
of
make no
power.
mistake, Splishy Splashy, despite the name, is a pretty fierce robot. They're getting absolutely taken apart by Mirage. Oh, I think we just gave Flo a shaving cut there.
Yeah, and the weapon on Mirage doesn't like that. It's not really restarting after that hit against Flo. Flo, of course, weighs even more than Mirage at, I think, what is it, 300 pounds or so?
Just about, yeah.
Yeah.
You wouldn't like punching a 300-pound block of steel either, Adam.
So that's always a really good test for your weapon after you take a chunk out of Flo, and Mirage's weapon not very happy after that. Doesn't seem like it's going to matter in this fight as Splishy Splashy is getting counted out. What a performance by Mirage. Really driving well. I was a little concerned with the feet being so far back on Mirage, but it is moving great.
Knockout.
You get a
What a fight.
You get a really interesting effect there, Adam, where the front of your robot kind of becomes this anchor point. So yeah, it's a little harder for you to drive, but someone else smacks you, and they're literally just pushing something that's sitting on the ground.
Yeah, sometimes when you see these verts and you put the wheels so far back, they can have gyro issues, but I guess, you know, Mirage is just so heavy, it's able to overcome those by pure mass.
Not just that, look at how low slung the weapon on Mirage
Yeah.
is. That's helping tremendously.
Yeah, wow. I mean, it came out and performed great and tore apart a really good robot in Splishy Splashy. That was an impressive performance.
It really was. I'm interested to see how this robot's going to hold up against robots that are more mobile.
Yeah.
I think that's really the question, especially when you have a shuffle robot. They tend to be a little slower, a little less responsive.
Yeah, very controlled, but a little bit more slow in the way they go about doing it.
Right. So if you have another robot with Splishy Splashy's level of weapon, but they can get around to the side real quick, get behind, or
Those
or
nice
even,
big flat sides, I think a lot of people are going to be trying to get there.
yeah, those are juicy, juicy targets.
But what a great fight. Excited to see how they go. Of course, you know, the fights get harder and harder throughout the day, but tremendous way to come out here and put on a show.
We're going to head over to cage 2. We have another 3-pound fight for you right now.
5, 4, 3, 2.
This is Kitsune versus
Fight.
Baby.
Robots fight.
Away we go.
Now we saw the larger dead bod earlier. It didn't do too well in its fight, but this dead bod was ranked #1 in the UK for horizontal spinners in the beetle weight class.
I can see why. Kitsune has just lost one of its wheels, most of its armor package.
Not what you want to see if you are Kitsune. These hits from Deadbod are brutal.
Yeah, that is a lot of energy being transferred.
You could see Deadbod waiting. They'd already removed the wheel, waited for Kitsune to spin around, and then hit the blank spot where the wheel used to be.
And that's a very important strategy, Adam, because that wheel served in a way as armor. So if you hit that same spot again, you are this close to like the juicy underbelly.
Yeah. You can see at that point, it looks like they ripped the rubber outer section of Kitsune's wheel off, leaving the inner core.
Yeah, I like to refer to those as extra lives. It's just a one-up you keep in your pocket just in case. You can get it torn off one time, but it's gone after that. You can see a lot of excitement. They're happy with that performance, as I would be too.
It was a really interesting shot there. I mean, usually you don't see the inner core of these wheels. Now, I don't know about Kitsune's wheels in particular, but a lot of people, what they do is they'll 3D print a hub, and then you'll put it inside of a mold. You'll cast a urethane or another rubber around the core. And it seems what happened there is that rubber just got torn straight off, but it's interesting to see those teeth and everything that they would have molded the rubber around. Interesting look at some of how these things work. You think, oh, a wheel's a wheel, but there's a lot of thought, engineering, and time spent designing and manufacturing even, just a wheel.
And it's not just refining a single design, too. There's so many pathways you can go down, so many different roads that you can choose from. Do you make a really stiff wheel? Do you make a flexible wheel? Do you make one with spokes? Is it one piece? Is it several layers? These are all decisions that require their own set of research and development for every different design.
Yeah.
And there's no one right answer. It will match your driver, match your driver style, your robot itself. Even your opponent might be a reason to have a different type of wheel.
This is Tempest versus Red Flag in Cage 7. Seeing a couple beater bar weapons here. Always a popular choice in the lower weight classes. Effective.
Always a benefit to be a very precise driver, but the width of those beater bars makes it a little easier. It gives you a little more slack in case you might be a degree or two off in your angle of attack.
Yeah, the trade-off between, wider weapons and narrower weapons is always an interesting one. Big disc spinners can get a lot more momentum into their hits. They can get generally bigger hits that will send opponents flying further. Not to say that a beater bar can't do that, but when you go wider and narrower, you have to spin at a higher speed for the same amount of energy, and then you tend to get smaller, chunky hits. You'll generate more sparks, and it can be difficult to get those big hits. You need more starting speed. You need to really drive into your opponent with speed to get those big hits. So the trade-off is, you're wider, you have more area of weapon at the front, so it actually works as armor. You're using your weapon as a defense. But you do have the trade-off of it being maybe a bit more difficult to get those bigger hits, and of course, you're not going to slice through armor as much either.
No, there is a lobbing effect, let's say. There is a definite advantage to being able to pop an uppercut on your opponent,
5,
but
4,
only if you get that
3,
bite that you're talking
2, 1.
We'll see which one here is better dialed in. It's all about efficiencies. Seeing Tempest come out of the corner. Whoa!
Tempest has been gutted in the middle of the arena. There is a pile of robotic entrails littering the floor.
It looks like they couldn't quite get the maneuverability they wanted. Might have not had a side of drive, and all it took was one hit. You can see, all those little differences we were talking about dialing in a design and working on it over time. Two robots coming in looking very similar, very different when they come out of the box, Owen.
Yeah, or when they come out into boxes. That is a stunning difference in assembly. What?
Oh, and
What a
another
cut.
robot is on the ceiling. How did that even happen? Sheer Stupidity was upside down, and we just saw Ghastly flying against the ceiling.
Ghastly, one of my favorite Pokemon. Sheer Stupidity not having a good day right now.
Doesn't seem like their wheels are touching the ground in this upside down config, or maybe just not enough.
But their weapon is spinning. I have to assume that that is part of their self-righting plan.
Sometimes you think, you know, if it keeps spinning, I'll end up on my wheels eventually, and the problem is if it stops.
Yeah, it oftentimes does not keep spinning.
Yeah.
I believe we are going to be going to a count out here in just a few moments.
Yeah, wheel guards always have that trade-off of the more protected your wheels are, the less able they are to reach the ground in these sort of unlikelier configurations. So, you know, the downside of their wheel guard config there seems to have caught them out, getting stuck upside down and unable to self-right. But yeah, Ricky, we haven't gotten to talk yet about your shirt.
What shirt?
The shirt you're wearing right now.
Oh, yeah. No, this is...
It's very shiny.
Thank you. I think that's a compliment.
No, I like it a lot.
Yeah, I do as well. It's been mentioned. It's actually been really helpful today because I've been picking up a few more of the safety duties that I usually do. And it's a blessing and a curse because I'm getting called from 200 feet away. People, I can't dodge anyone. No. They know I'm coming. They know where I am.
Yeah. I was wondering, I was like, how's this going to look on camera? You know, how is this reflectivity going to play? Tremendous.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it? Yeah, I'm a little, I was concerned myself. I thought it might just wash out. It is definitely calling to the attention that it is 1,000,000 degrees in here.
Yeah.
I am certainly flushed. It's quite hot. It is quite hot. Yeah. It's quite humid. And we've been running around all over the place. Yeah. This is the busiest I think I have seen NHRL staff in years, both because so much is going on. We also have a little bit different lineup in terms of the staff we have, and we have so many new builders, which is an exciting thing, but also we work hard to make sure that they get all the support they need, and we are ready, right, when there's, I don't know, 20 new builders. When there's 50 new builders or 50 new robots, it's a whole nother ball game. So
your first competition is always a roller coaster, and when it's 50 people's first competitions, it's a roller coaster for everybody.
Wow, that robot absolutely took off.
Blasted out of the corner.
And now we've got a complete standstill in the corner there.
There's
for
a little pin in the corner.
You know,
you got to take advantage of the pins when you're given the opportunity.
I think you're right. Now, Stag Beetlebot is your robot in purple here. They are an institution here at NHRL. We've been seeing them for years. Very capable. Going up against the Fool.
Now, the Fool's larger robot, the weapon is working, but I'm not seeing the wheels go. Of course, you only need to knock out 51% of a multi-bot to win, and so even though the Fool's smaller half is going, if they can't get the larger one moving, they will be counted out.
Yeah, I think they were trying to get a little assistance there, and an unstick may happen.
I was talking with Stag Beetlebot earlier.
There you go.
Oh, there it is.
It is amazing what percussive maintenance can do.
Oh, but it did. I wonder if it was a coincidence. Is it an overheating issue?
I would have to assume that's a gearbox issue, Adam. Sometimes these little gears in the gearboxes, they miss a tooth or two, and if you stop moving in just the wrong place, there's no tooth to engage. You get bumped a little bit, and it works
and
again.
Then it grabs.
And it grabs, and it goes until you stop, and then you're done again.
Yeah, and so Stag Beetlebot had an interesting morning. I was chatting with them just a few minutes before safety was about to close, and they didn't have their mini-bot with them, the smaller half of the multi-bot config, which meant they were overweight, and it showed up just in time for them to pass safety and make it. So cool to see, you know, them come in, have sort of a last-minute safety pass, and it looks like they're going to get the win here as the Fool is not holding up. larger robot is dead, and I think there's going to be a count. I can hear the ref in the background
I can indeed.
as they try to push it, but it's just not working.
You know, one of the things we don't talk about a lot here, these Supreme Ruler style forks, these articulated forks, great strategy, puts tremendous stress on your drive.
Oh, that was loud.
What a cut!
You could hear the knockout call from the previous fight just as that hit happened and seemingly caused a knockout in box number 1. Wow. Yeah, we're wearing pretty isolating headsets here at the desk, but I heard that quite loud through these, these headsets.
Some of these hits you can feel in your gut, Adam, and that was one of them. You could be 100 feet away and still know what happened. Oh, and that was Kazaa Light as its opponent. I guess they had trouble getting that fire going. That is a quite a flame bot. Builder Joshua Reinhardt has brought a number of flame robots here to NHRL. Oftentimes struggle in the first fight or two. It's interesting to see. As much as we love fire robots here, it's very different situation getting them to ignite and work and flame properly in the arena compared to doing it at home in your test box or.
Flames are tricky, very finicky. You know, the hardest part is just making sure you have a reliable igniter system. You know, that is hard to keep going, and it's just not. It causes a lot of other issues in the box. You know, really typical igniter systems can cause radio interference.
Yeah, it depends on the type you're using. Some of them that use spark gaps or little tasers, essentially. Those will drive your electronics nuts. Yeah. On the flip side, you've got things like hot ends, little coils of very hot wire. Downside to those is they break really easily. When they get that hot, they're very brittle. They get very delicate.
So you have the, like, reliable but big electronics issues, or unreliable but simple and no electronic issues. It's a really tricky thing to dial in. So when you see a reliable flamethrower just out here working over and over again, it's quite impressive. Of course, the second half of it is once you get it reliable, you've got to get it hot, you've got to get distance, you've got to get your air mixture right, you've got to make sure the fire's on the outside of the robot, not the inside of the robot.
Oh, speaking of fire.
The scheduling gods heard us.
Look at that booty. Man, okay, that is an angle.
We're going to have to blur that
right
for
there,
the stream. That's Buffalo Wings in front of us.
Put
and
your children
Master Control on the far side. Now, Master Control has quite the dedicated outfit on that team. A Tron-themed robot and a Tron-themed outfit. He even has the Tron helmets. Big Tron fans.
Now, have you seen Master Control fight yet today?
I have not.
I'm really interested to see how it does because it's an unusual shape. I think the core of it is a standard kit, yes?
I'm not sure. I was so distracted by the outfit that we didn't get to talk much about the robot.
That's completely reasonable. And now I'm so distracted by the cleft in the blue corner that it's hard for me to know where to go next. That's a lot, frankly.
They know what they're doing, you know, parking it there with the camera.
They do. So let's talk a little bit, though, about the weapon system on this robot. Those are two hot surface igniters. So I don't know the specific application these are for, but there's similar things used in diesel engines or other internal combustion engines that work just by having a very hot surface next to a lot of fuel. You can get those things smoking red hot, just glowing, and then kind of use them as a soldering iron, as a melting prod. And when you have so many 3D printed parts, when you have so many plastic robots, they can sink through your opponent like a hot knife through butter. And the ultimate goal, you know, the best case scenario is that they sink right into an opponent's battery. Opponents' batteries are made of plastic on the outside, and a hot surface will pierce right through them, and they will go up like a pile of tinder.
Yeah, there's been a real revolution over the last few years with beetles and 3D printing, and it allowed people to evolve their robots super quickly as they could just print a new chassis. No need to outsource and order expensive parts. Just 3D print some more plastic. You could print it in a cheap plastic before you print it in the expensive stuff, and just really dial in the fit and everything, competition after competition. Now the trade-off has been an explosion in these heat weapons to take advantage of these plastic chassis.
Yeah, this is what we talk about as the meta evolving here at NHRL. And
5,
because there are so many
4,
robots and so many
3,
competitions, it
2,
evolves fast.
1.
Here we
Fight,
go.
Robots fight.
Off to the races. Buffalo Wing's not moving at all.
Oh, there it comes.
Oh, there, yeah.
Just a little lag.
Oh, you can see that glow,
Oh,
the
right in.
smoke. Working exactly as intended. Those are some Frankenstein arms. Look,
there's
actual
a little
flames.
bit of flame.
I can't overstate how hot these tips can get. I don't know on Buffalo Wings in particular, but some of these can get into the thousands of degrees.
You can see the second it touches the frame on Master Control, smoke starts pluming out of it.
And
Wow!
that is incredible.
Just lighting the plastic frame of Master Control on fire immediately on contact on these longer duration, deeper hits.
Now I think we're having just a hair of drive travel
Yep.
on the right side of Buffalo Wings.
Oh, and then Master Control getting those little teeth in there.
Yeah, this is a perfect lift. This is a great demonstration of control.
And you just hold it for the judges.
Now, I do believe Buffalo Wings is a shuffler bot. It's hard to
Yes.
tell.
Yeah, you can hear the shuffler going. And you can see it seems to have a bit more mass behind it. Master Control does look a lot like an SSP kit. Oh! It's funny how self-extinguishing the flames are. As soon as it pulls away, they go out.
Well, it's really interesting. What's happening is the plastic gets so hot, it turns into a gas that's flammable. And then the igniter ignites the flammable gas, which is incredible.
Oh, right inside
but,
there.
Oh, that is...
He's digging in, trying to get in past the lifter. Now, I know from experience the battery is oh so close.
I mean,
to
these
that
are
slot.
small robots. The battery's never far away, Adam.
But if you go in that slot right where they were, I mean, they might have been millimeters away. But Master Control showing some good control. Now we're seeing the flames come from Buffalo
look
Wings.
at that!
Wow.
A pin, a hug, and a lift, and a smoke.
That's
all
what
at
Buffalo
once.
Wings needed here to get a little bit of those control points back.
Some love taps there.
Had
a
the
bit of
arm in the
waggle.
wrong position, I think. You can see the shuffler mechanism there on Buffalo Wings vibrating as it attempts to move.
Listen, a good nuzzle makes everything better.
The center of gravity with those arms all the way out is a little forward. I think it's taking the weight off the feet on Buffalo Wings sometimes and putting it on the wedge.
Despite the weight advantage, it does. Oh, look at that!
Oh.
A good lift.
Yeah, Master Control's gotten a couple lifts here. You can see on the thermal camera how hot Master Control is getting.
And
That's the match. That went by fast.
It
That was
did.
enjoyable.
I mean, who doesn't love a little entertainment with their barbecue?
Just sudden bursts of flame from, vaporized plastic. Is,
I love it because there's no predicting it. And
oh, there's the
by
helmet
design.
that we've been talking about.
Yeah,
He said it's quite hot wearing that today.
I'm sure.
For those unaware, we're in the 80s today, Fahrenheit.
Yeah, and let's be clear, that's not that hot, but Connecticut is not built for that.
It's also quite humid. It's the humidity that gets you.
They say that. You know, coming up from Baltimore, where the entirety of Maryland is basically built on swamp, and 90 degrees and 90% humidity is the norm, I'm still, it blows my mind that I come up here and it's like you've got one air conditioner for an entire house. How do you live? But they live because this is weird for them, like RIP the environment. But
It's going to be even
We're going to go to
hotter
Cage 6
tomorrow.
and distract ourselves with happier times. This is an interesting matchup. Wow. Radix is going up against Ice Blade.
I love the shape of Ice Blade. It reminds me of the old days of combat robotics. You'd see robots like this, like Atomic Wedgie. I don't know if you remember them. back in the
Absolutely.
day.
I
Very
think they're in the
similar.
building, actually.
Really?
Yeah, I believe they're upstairs.
Wow.
That said, I just while the match hasn't started yet, I want to call attention to the weapon that you just saw on
5,
Ice Blade.
4,
It
3, 2, 1.
is two
Fight,
pieces of metal
robots, fight.
sandwiched around a piece of UHMW. A very unique weapon. I'm really interested to see how it holds up.
That's one of those things that could go either way. It's either going to work really well or explode. And either way, it's going to be interesting, I think.
It's good time for us.
It does seem like it is. Oh, no, back at the speed.
Ice Blade, yeah, it was reversing its weapon direction, I believe. That is a completely invertible robot. It works equally well in both directions, but you do want to switch the direction your weapon is spinning.
I've always thought that the downward spinning vert is underutilized.
Really?
Just come in and smack the lid. Sure, you're going to go flying. You're probably going to hit the ceiling. It's sort of like an overhead hammer saw that you don't need to aim. Just come in and whack them right on the top of it.
I'm eager to get into this with you a little later, Adam, because that is a fascinating perspective. Look at that gyro dance.
Oh, not where you want to be. It's sort of the horizontal version of doing the thing, but they're able to recover.
Yeah, that
back
was
on their
entirely a gyroscopic situation. I'm really surprised Ice Blade didn't capitalize on that opportunity. That was a golden opportunity.
Sometimes, you're like, maybe they'll get stuck, use an unstick, but I think you're right. They should have taken advantage and hit that, like, the juicy parts of the robot that were just laying there for the taking and unable to take advantage. And Radix now coming back strong after giving a second life. Those types of precarious positions can really mess with you as a driver. They can kind of get you on edge when those happen. But Radix doesn't seem phased. They're just still going like nothing happened. Oh! Radix upside down now and got a massive hit with the now overcutter blade.
Ice Blade not moving at all now.
No, it looks very messed up.
Its weapon system is still working, but
the frame is completely twisted there at
you
the
can
back.
see it
Massive sounds coming from cage 1.
Belching wires out of the back of Ice Blade right now, too. Yeah, I am also curious what's going on in cage 1. I see a cat head that's just staring at me out of the corner of my eye.
Tap out.
Looks like
we're gonna go over to 1 because this. Yes, that is in fact Salad Cat, which haunts my dreams and my nightmares.
Synthesis 30 sent them flying off the bat, and it seems like the weapon is now down.
It could be on. You mean on Synthesis 30?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. They would be spun up right now if they could. I can see the belt is actually hanging limp. The question is Salad Cat going to be able to recover? If they can, great opportunity for them.
Tremendous opportunity, but it doesn't seem like it's able to spin.
Oh, I see a lot of smoke coming out from under Salad Cat.
Sneaking out the edge there. Yeah, not what you want to see. Synthesis 30 might be able to sneak away with the win if Salad Cat's unable to get some more maneuverability here.
Folks, you weren't able to see, but just before we cut to this fight, that cat head was spinning at a good 20 miles an hour, Exorcist style.
Oh, there it was for a second. It was quite spooky. It was a wild thing to look up to.
Oh, Mr. Scrubbles, we've jumped over to cage 7 for another 3-pound match. Right at the end. Mr. Scrubbles, a very cute conglomeration.
I love the colors.
I do. It really pops. As someone who clearly enjoys popping colors, that alone. That said, though, it's still a serious robot. There's a good amount of kick in that weapon. It's a standard beater bar. I believe it's a finger tech. If not, it's very close. But not to be underutilized, especially when you push them out forward like that. You really get them into your opponent's business.
Sometimes, building a robot, you can put so much time into the engineering and the manufacturing and the driving of it, getting it ready for competition, that the visuals can take a back seat. But I always like when people are able to set aside that time and really go all in on a theme, all in on a paint scheme.
They say, this is my theme, what parts can I use to serve it, not the other way around.
Yeah.
That said, speaking of serve it, we have a wonderful judge's decision being served up to us now. Buffalo Wings has won against MCB. I think that was
Interesting. Yeah.
a reasonable call.
Yeah, I mean, it really could have gone either way, and I think it was those bursts of flames, maybe just skewing it a little bit. I mean,
Could
that was
be.
so, both robots were aggressive, but when your aggression results in bursts of flaming gas at your opponent, I think it sticks with you.
That's part of the way this works. The person who can better utilize that aggression towards their robot being effective in the way it was designed,
And
their weapon being effective.
And I think their ability to get a couple lifts, a couple pins with those arms.
Yeah, I think about it this way. Those arms on Buffalo Wings did everything that Master Control Bot did, and then some, and it had fire.
Yeah.
So everything that it's doing kind of got one up.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, because
counts for a lot.
when you're going with damage, you've got to say, well, okay, parts of that robot burst into flames. That's going to be some damage.
Yeah.
And then aggression and control, fairly similar. I think that, Buffalo Wings could have had an issue if they didn't get some of those lifts and pins with the arms. But the ability to get those in, I think, really, really helped them out in that judge's decision.
5,
Yeah.
4,
Now, we are going to go
Really?
through cage 2. We've got
2,
another 3-pound
1.
fight.
Fight.
Mako going up
Robots
against
fight.
Sendit.
Really interesting design here with Sendit. One wheel and one weapon.
So, ladies and I didn't get a chance to. Oh, look! It cut almost entirely through Sendit. That is the deepest saw blade cut I think we have ever had here at NHRL. The penetration. Look at
Now,
that slice, Adam.
That's
Look at it.
absolutely insane.
It's gonna go again! Adam, that blade on Mako spins at over 400 miles an hour.
Now, I have in my notes here that Mako first started out
Look at that!
as an SSP kit last August. It's not an SSP kit anymore.
No!
Wow.
It's a Ginsu knife, is what it is. It is.
I've never seen a saw work so well.
No, it's. I'll be honest with you, Adam. We sit back at the judge.
Oh, he's going slow?
Oh, he's gentle. Oh, and then it's smoking. It doesn't matter. I'm sure he's got a dozen of those motors sitting back,
Wow.
cage side. Sometimes we go and we see these entries and we say, a saw blade, what are you doing? This is clearly well thought out. If you can take, this is the most off-meta weapon that you can have as a saw blade.
Yes.
And this is the most
Knockout.
effective implementation I've ever seen.
A saw blade and a hammer saw are very different things.
Yes.
That's just a straight-up saw blade slicing through an opponent.
I have never seen anything like that.
Again, taking advantage of these plastics and composites that are getting used in the lower weight class and taking a weapon that otherwise wouldn't work and real advantage there. Wow.
I want to see them hold that up to the light. It's like, you ever make garlic bread where you do a whole bunch of little slices that almost go all the way through? You put a stick of butter in between each one?
The only reason it didn't go all the way through is I think they just hit the hub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't a lack of weapon. It was just geometry. If they
Wow.
spun it around and hit it again, it would be completely bifurcated.
Just
Wow.
absolute luck for Sendit there that they didn't slice the battery in half on their way through.
No, and they did slice some wires. You could see
Yeah.
the puff of smoke when that shorted out.
Wild.
Wow. Let's go to a replay. I have got to see that again. Almost, that's a quarter of the way through.
And then the second
and then-
hit, just so
Oh,
deep. Over and
that
over.
is stunning. Listen, there are moments up here as a host where I just nerd out, seeing robot designs that you always want to see work, finally work. And that was one of those moments. That's something I'm going to take away from this
Yeah.
event and just be happy about.
Drills were back a few competitions ago. Now saws are back.
Yeah, and-
Drills, saws.
Fire came back last year. That had been written off for forever.
You know, I hear in the building there is a robot with projectiles.
Yes.
Will projectiles be back?
You know, I'd love to see that. We've got more and more. We've got, I don't want to give spoilers to you folks at home. I think we have 6 projectile robots going through the safety process now for future events this year.
Amazing.
We'll see how many make it, how many don't.
Yeah.
But the other great thing, right, is most competitions have to put very strict limits on projectile safety. And they can only move so fast. You can only have so large of a projectile. We have that too, but our bar is up here, right? Like, we can handle a lot more, and suddenly those projectiles become a lot more feasible.
Sharp projectiles.
Yes. Yeah. You like 9-inch nails. Tune into those fights later. Count Forcula going up against Mag. I noticed Count Forcula is not wearing its hat.
Mag seems to be stuck in the arena with its weapon.
I wonder if it's embedded in the wall.
Yeah, that's what it appears to be to me.
Oh, you are that is stuck hard.
Yeah, Brett having a tough time getting out. Wow.
Yeah, when Brett struggles.
The difficulty too is, you know, like the chassis is attached to the weapon basically with a big bearing, so it's hard to apply force to it. It is just embedded, and that might be it if we can't see an on-stick here from Brett. Getting a good angle on it here.
Yeah, I think they can do it. But
there
it goes. I was a little worried that whole side rail of the arena was going to pop out.
Mag's got to watch out that they don't do it again. This is wild. Power in that weapon is surprising.
Those bumper. Oh, that is a huge hit.
Bouncing off
the battery has been ejected from part of Count Forcula.
Will we see some
A wheel
flames?
has been detached.
The fork's still attached.
That's true. That's true. It's still a count. And a great pin from the mini-bot off the Mag.
Those forks really taking these horizontal hits well. Great design with these sort of bristle forks, as I call them. I really like them. Seeing more and more of that design in the lower weight classes here.
It's
Mag. Is Mag's weapon down?
It is down. It looks as though it might have something either stuck in it or that the weapon blade itself is bent up, or both.
Yeah, tough to see.
It's also tough. They've got that little red tip on there, and it kind of plays tricks on your eyes.
Quite a unique shape on the blade there. A single-sided bar on Mag, so with a counterweight on the opposite side.
And then a big picture of Gary Jin on top.
It's for good luck.
Yeah.
Gary Jin, of course, one of the best drivers of all time.
A veteran of the sport. I don't know. I don't think we've gotten him here to an NHRL event yet. We need to get on that.
Yeah.
Great pin here from Mag's mini-bot on Count Forcula. Now, the geometry on Mag is such that it does have
a lot
a
of
hard
noise
time
coming
pinning.
from cage one again.
So it's going to rely on that mini-bot heavily. They're going to run this time down, I think.
It looks like in cage one, we've got another horizontal stuck in the wall.
The horizontal spun back up there. We're going to go back to that in a little bit. But cage one, Emperor.
A little bit of a repeat here as Flo is going to have to unstick this bar. Will Emperor come back to life? Floor letter word seems like their weapon is down. Emperor very stuck in the wall. Flo has their work cut out for them, almost shoving them more into the wall here. Might need to take a different angle.
As a point of reference, folks, floor letter word is a large horizontal spinner. That is a scary blade. And then you look at Emperor, dwarfs floor letter word.
Okay. I think this is a good
to me,
angle.
This would be the point where...
Oh, has he given up?
I think so.
Oh,
I think this is the end. It is stuck in the wall. I can hear the countdown.
They were so close to getting it out, but it doesn't seem like it's going to go.
It's tough. You can see they're trying to spin the weapon. They're trying to spin the drive system, but it's just not going. Oh, one more attempt from our lovely Flo? I don't think so.
Standing by. He's going to unstick him for
Knockout.
Yeah.
for the get him out of the box.
Expended all the unstick time, and then Emperor did a little more work themselves, but it was beyond the duration.
Yeah, we do have a time limit on the unstick attempts, and they were just one hit away. Unfortunate. They were really, really stuck in that wall.
We're going to head over to cage 6 now. Another 3-pound fight for you. Chainsaw Kitty is going up against Clowning Around.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Chainsaw City,
1.
Kitty, of course,
Fight.
one of the
Robots
heavyweights of this competition, figuratively.
Ooh.
Very good robot.
Big piece just got shot off from that first exchange.
Yeah, it
Chainsaw
looks like
Kitty-
a wheel off of Clowning Around's wedge half.
I agree,
gone.
yeah. Clowning Around's wedge has still moving pretty well, though. Clowning Around, however, not spinning their weapon.
No, Chainsaw Kitty is not letting up.
That belt is completely missing from Clowning Around now. Chainsaw Kitty, one of
Hitting their own minibot there.
yeah, one of the most aggressive and dangerous weapons in the 3-pound
tap
class.
Just dismantled.
Dismantled and dismembered.
You know, Chainsaw Kitty is one of those
Look at
robots. It looks, you know, when you look at a lot of these beetles, you say, oh, they look fairly similar. But the differences are in the details, and Chainsaw Kitty can go and go and go. The geometry is so dialed in to be so maneuverable and just so reliable.
We used to talk about Chainsaw Kitty as a glass cannon, and it was just because we didn't have a lot of experience. The design itself usually suffers from, you know, being a one-hit wonder.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, Keziah and her team have just dialed it in so it just keeps going and going.
Yeah.
That is kind of the magic of Chainsaw Kitty, not just being able to dial up those big hits, but being able to do it one after another.
Yeah, I mean, that's the difference between a robot that's going to win here or there, or a robot that's going to win a competition. Is that ability to have the durability. Right. So the best robots, they hit as hard as the glass cannons every time.
Yeah. We're going to head to that replay that right back to the Chainsaw Kitty fight we saw.
Wow. Look at the physics as these two spinning weapons came together at different angles. Absolutely wild how they bounce around. And Chainsaw Kitty just brutal dismantling.
Yeah.
No relief.
That belt was taken off almost immediately. You can see it has kind of like a spindly front on the forward half of that robot. Very subject to twisting problems. Once that happens, the whole structural integrity of the frame kind of goes. It starts to split apart from the inside out.
Yeah, it's tricky because, you know, flexibility can save you in that it can absorb hits, but it can also hurt you as the flexibility allows things to touch that maybe shouldn't touch, or things to come off that shouldn't come off.
So many of these robots are so compact, you don't end up with space for things to move around if things go askew. So, anyhow, if you are just joining us here today, welcome to the NHRL event du jour, the June event. I am Ricky Willems, one of your hosts. I'm joined here with Adam Wrigley. We are so happy for you to tune in today. We have had so many good fights, so many new builders, so many exciting matchups, and so much more left for you today. Really glad to have you here tuning in, so thank you.
Yeah, so we're in the preliminary rounds right now. We'll have prime time later tonight. And we're just sorting through, a lot of robots here. And prime time is going to be our big championship tournament later to figure out who's going to win today's event. And these are sort of the qualifying fights to see who's going to get into that tournament.
Yeah, and once we get into that tournament, of course, it becomes very no holds barred. One and done, you're in, you're out, that's it. Race to the finish, race to this championship. And of course, a golden dumpster, as well as a nice cash prize and an invitation to the championships at the end of the year to fight with the best of the best in robot combat, bar none.
And of course, everyone wants a golden dumpster, a huge prize to take home, but that championship later this year, you get a much bigger, shinier trophy.
Just if we can take a moment to be proud of ourselves here, this is, I think, the first time we've had two people on the desk who both own golden dumpsters.
Hey!
So
5,
congratulations!
4,
Yeah. Normally
3,
we get matched up in different ways. It's a
1.
nice moment.
Robots
Cage one.
fight.
This is a cool match. This is described by the builders as the rustiest robots ever built.
I love this aesthetic. I love the Mad Max vibes. I love the fact that it's riding shiny and chrome with Mecha Godzilla on top.
Split personality coming in, giving her a little whack. Split personality's armor is, I believe it's 1/4 inch thick titanium plates. All those black pieces are just solid titanium.
That is pretty incredible. I love it when a robot goes up against it. It sparks so nicely.
The difference in the materials here of you know, titanium and rusty steel is pretty hilarious. And Darthbot's aesthetic, not just an aesthetic, it's very authentic. It was left under a tarp. It was left without a tarp in a shed in rain and snow, and it took 2 days of applying, you know, brake free to get it moving again, get all the rust out of it.
I love it. See, meanwhile, we have other robots show up. They paint their chassis with ferric acid or something for that distressed look. You know, the patina. No, that's all natural here.
All
Just
natural
put a clear
rust.
coat on it and call it done.
And it seems like Darthbot came out there and got the victory. You know, they started off slow out of the corner, but they got moving, and something happened in split personality. Something broke there. Well, and Darthbot's going to take home the victory.
Imagine being split personality and staring down a robot like Darthbot.
It's intimidating.
Where you hit, what you hit, that is a really intense shell on that robot. Any robot here, even the fiercest robot we have, could take its ideal shot on the side of Darthbot and probably wouldn't cut through the armor. So it's an intimidating thing to go up against. Looks like we are just getting out of a fight in cage 5 and then moving over to cage 6. Yeah, let's see. Drumderchild.
Drumderchild, love the name.
Yeah, that of course is a build on Thunderchild, from the builder and driver Nate Franklin, who's been in the sport forever and a diehard for many years. Juggernaut, no slouch itself, a very fearsome drum with kind of 2 cutting teeth on it. A Drisk is kind of somewhere in between.
Nate famously drives wedge robots, so he turned it into a drum robot at NHRL. You need an active weapon, and so using his driving skills to his advantage here. Some of these companion wedge robots are deceptively good.
Yeah,
you know?
It's funny. Sometimes we get a lot of feedback on the wedge robots. You know, they're there just for the weight bonus, or they're not effective. They have had so much evolution in a couple of years' time. You can't reasonably compete if you throw one of those robots in there unless it does the job.
Now, Drumderchild got Juggernaut stuck on its backside, but went in for a second hit to free them. That would have been a win, as Juggernaut already requested it on Styx. So will that come back to haunt Drumderchild, or will they be able to keep taking advantage here? But Juggernaut's wedge that's is that Drumderchild's little wedge robot? I'm not sure. No, the white one is Juggernaut's, and it's causing Drumderchild a lot of issues.
Yeah, it isn't effectively deployed multi-bot. It really is. Now that is a good hit from
good
Juggernaut.
control. And of course, they've got good damage now with the belt of Juggernaut on the ground. So Drumderchild just has to keep it going. I think they can secure the victory. But they can't make any mistakes here.
No, but Drumderchild is made as a robot that doesn't have an intense weapon. It does have a good weapon, but it's not intense. It's very controllable.
Durability.
Durability, relies on driving skill and being careful, and that's what we're seeing here from Nate Franklin.
Yeah, he's got a good pin here. He's going to hold that for the max time before backing off. Seems like he's actually getting pinned again. A double pin. But, wow, roofing there by Drummerchild. So, you know, Drummerchild's showing a lot of control, damage, aggression here. I think they're going to take home the judge's decision victory.
Might have been a little bit of late hit tap there. All right, Cage 2, Run and Gun is going up against Nebula 2. Run and Gun, one of our largest 3-pounders that does not use a weight bonus.
Yeah, and it's a Omni flamethrower.
Yes, and that is a lot of fuel in that robot, let me tell you.
A lot of fuel with not a lot of armor.
Not a lot of armor. No, it is mostly an ablative robot. They've been having a little bit of a rough time. Their wheels are fairly vulnerable.
I can see the igniter in there, but I'm not seeing any flame.
Yeah, it looks as though, Chris, the way that works, Adam, is that whole canister moves and presses into an orifice that allows the fuel to flow. If that movement of that canister is restricted, it just doesn't work. So that must be what's going on.
Yeah, you can see the big dent there at the front.
But we also have a situation where you can see right down the top of that robot, the electronics are just kind of thrown in there.
This is, I have to say, this is an impressive performance by Run and Gun, able to push Nebula 2 around.
Very difficult as an Omni robot.
It's nearly impossible. Just physically, you get about 70, 60%. You know, the pushing power, and so Nebula 2 really should be doing more here, but somehow they're not able to damage this armor, which is almost so thin that it's flexing out of the way of the weapon.
Yep. And I want to point out, this is, I believe, a high school team, Run and Gun. This is their first time here. They decided to jump right into making a flame robot, which, I'm not chastising them when I say this, but we do tell them explicitly not to do that. And they said, you know what, we're going for gold, we're going for glory, we're going big, or we're going home. And
looks
like competing.
Looks like they're going to take the win here. I mean, I would give it to them. We didn't see the very beginning of the fight, but dominance in the control and aggression categories.
Yeah, that is really something to be said about that. Yeah. Now we're going to go to a Cage 1 match here. We've got Pramheda going up against, I believe it's Honeyfied?
Honeyfied, yeah.
Honeyfied. Make sure
this appears to be a 12-pound fight here. Horizontal spinner with a cam lifter, multi going up against a single vert. Always tough when you're one robot going up against two. And these cam lifters, again, deceptively good at being durable and controlling, able to lift up an opponent just by twisting those little sword shapes. Get just enough of a lift to take the wheels off the ground, and then the robot with the larger kinetic weapon can come in for the hit.
Yeah, it's a real 1-2 combo, and it's something we've seen evolve here at NHRL so rapidly.
Yeah.
It's really shifted the design of robots and how we think of strategy going into a lot of these matches.
So you have to think coming into this fight that Honeyfied has a bit of an advantage, but you never know. Don't count out Pramheda, but difficult matchup for them.
Maybe, but Pramheda is just such an impressive robot on
Very
its own.
Impressive.
It's got an on-paper disadvantage here in some ways, and yet I still have some heavy favoritism to the chances of Pramheda coming out of this. The other thing that's worth saying, and we don't talk about this a lot, but all of the Honeycrack team and their related robots have an element of experimentation to them. They are trying something new almost every time. They're evolving quickly, and sometimes that means a robot that's a little less competitive, but builds their knowledge base for later.
And they have their own arena.
They do.
Yeah.
And not their own test box, not their own beat-away arena. They have an arena the size and shape of our large arenas here.
And that ability to test fight their robots really gives them a huge advantage, not just in driving time, but dialing in all those little details on the robot.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And away we go. Honeyfied looking up to speed.
What a noise from these robots.
They're
just going straight weapon to weapon right off the bat.
That was such a good pop and spin.
Whoa! Right in the side. Tremendous hit from Pramheda. Honeyfied still going.
Yeah, bits of plastic went everywhere, but that's what Armour's for, man. And then coming back and delivering some big hits on Pramheda in revenge.
Wow. Weapon to weapon, hit after hit. Here comes the mini, it's trying to get the cam lift, and there you get the 1-2 hit, but unfortunately they hit their own robot, taking out a side of drive on the Honeyfied mini.
Adam, sometimes that is worth it. That was a big hit on Pramheda. You can see it is struggling to drive on one side now. 10 out of 10 would take that trade-off again if I was Honeyfied.
What you gotta go for in these fights is the knockout, and judges' decision damage points don't count if you're able to get the knockout. I think both these robots are going for the knockout at this point. It's gonna be hard. Pramheda upside down, Honeyfied trying to line up the hit, trying to hit the chassis here, take advantage of this positioning.
That, despite being upside down, the weapon on Pramheda is still lethal.
Yeah, you can see Honeyfied really trying not to hit that. Pramheda could come overhead and hit their hub if they're in the wrong angle, so Honeyfied's got to be careful. But this isn't going to look good for Pramheda, running away, trying to self-right. Not going to add to your controller aggression, but they're back on their feet.
Pramheda back on its head again. One of these robots that self-right by running itself weapon first into the wall.
I'm not hearing Pramheda's cacophony of motor and weapon noise anymore.
No, it's completely silenced.
Amazing how quiet Honeyfied is running.
Yes, some robots, especially with a belt drive and the right brushless motor, you know, it's like a oscillating fan, most.
In a way, it's got to be more efficient. Making all that sound has to cost a few watts.
It usually also represents some level of imbalance in the weapon. But now we're talking shop.
What a tremendous fight by Honeyfied here. You know, getting tossed, hitting their own mini. Pramheda ahead in damage at that point, but Honeyfied now kind of evening the score, taking out the weapon on Pramheda, apparently. And Pramheda on their head, giving away control and aggression points right now to Honeyfied.
We are coming down to the last 10 seconds.
Pramheda's drive now looking not great.
It's looking better than it was, though, but it will be going to a judge's decision. One nice big hit there at the end from Honeyfied on Pramheda.
Always love to leave the judges with one final hit coming
Just
in.
A little bit of dessert, you know?
Show the aggression.
A good taste in their mouth and a little blood on the lip of your opponent.
What a great fight. You really could see the difference with the second robot on Honeyfied.
Adam, we have Turbofiend going up against Thistle.
Look at the proportions on Thistle.
These are wonderful robots.
Oh! It just ripped off the side of Turbofiend's little second wedge robot there.
I love the design on Thistle. It's such a neat and dramatic look.
Not seeing movements. Thistle seems to have killed itself on that last hit.
I think you are correct. I don't see anything. We have a tap out.
Full
Your
power
winner,
control loss.
Turbofiend.
Yeah.
Now they're going to have some repairs to do, given that they're down about a quarter of their smaller half of their robot, but taking home the win, it's worth it.
You know, that's why you never give up in these robot fights. You know, Thistle in there giving hit after hit with that massive weapon, but wasn't able to make it the whole fight.
No, and that's all it really takes. So, ladies and gentlemen, builders of all types and species, we have a few judge decisions coming in for you now. We're going to go to them. In our previous fight with with Drunderchild and Juggernaut, Drunderchild took home that win. I think that's about what we expected.
Makes sense.
Did a lot of good damage, did a lot of control, very measured.
Aggression.
We have a couple more coming through now. Yes, I'm being told that Run and Gun took home the win against Nebula II, also as expected, but, shall I say, that was if you told me that Run and Gun was going to be down a flamethrower for their entire match, and they were still going to take home a fight, take home a win in a fight based on their control.
I mean, coming into the fight, you think, flamethrower. Yeah, that can do it. But without the flamethrower, an Omni robot coming in and pushing and controlling, tremendous.
So, they feed me these things after the fact, and sometimes I'm like, well, okay, that all makes sense. I'm being told that in that fight with Run and Gun, their opponent was only running their mini-bot, their multi-bot.
Oh! Well, that makes a lot more sense.
It makes a lot more sense. Now, not to say it isn't a feather in the cap of run and gun.
No, still tremendous for them to pull it out.
But that is a big...
Explains how they were able to push him around.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It is so hard. Adam actually can speak to it better than I can, but it is so hard to push robots around using those omnidirectional wheels that Run and Gun utilizes in their design. They're great for weapon delivery, not so great for control.
Maneuverability is tremendous, but you're literally pushing in the wrong direction, and you just don't get as much forward pushing power, or any direction pushing power.
You know, it's funny now that I think about it. We had the same trouble with Mammoth. My 250-pound robot, originally the wheels were so canted outwards that you always have a limited amount of pushing.
You're just canceling a little bit of your force.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the control that you get from it and the maneuverability, tremendous.
Yeah.
Lots of little details that go in to make a good robot or a great robot or the best robot of all time.
All robots are good.
Oh, that's
All
true.
robots.
No, except unless they're evil. All right, we've got Jelly Baby and Rick Roller loaded into Cage 2.
Jelly Baby, one of the tops of my favorite names of the event.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Interesting
Fight,
design on
robots,
Jelly Baby as
fight.
well, with all of these little forks and then lifter arms going up against Rick Roller, a more typical beater bar configuration. Rick Roller's smaller half seems to not be moving.
Those are some good flips off of Jelly Baby. Very energetic lifter.
Yeah.
You don't usually see that of a lifter that style. Normally they can lift, and that's about it. But we got a little air off of Rick
They
Roller.
got a nice high speed, high torque
Adam,
arm.
that robot has done the thing. That robot is stuck in a position where it probably will not be able to get itself free.
For those unaware, first-time viewers, we call this doing the thing when a robot is stuck like that and you can't select right.
The rule of thumb is if there is a position in which your robot can get stuck and not drive, it will eventually find that position and get stuck there.
Here at NHRL, you can request one unstick. There's a button near the box. You press it, and then that counts as soon as you press it. So you can see our house robot was coming in to attempt to unstick them, but their opponent, Jelly Baby, went in and did it for them.
Oh, there is another thing right there.
And they cannot request it again. They've used their unstick.
Ah!
So if they can't whack it out with their hand there, it seems like Rick Roller's going to get counted out.
I think with some skillful gyroscopic forces on that weapon, they could get there eventually, but it's an odd thing.
Painful to be so close and unable to help.
Yeah, it's so close and so far.
Great fight by Jelly Baby, though, doing exactly what they needed to do. When you run a control bot like that, that's how you win. You get your opponent to use their unstick, and then you get them stuck again.
And I want to circle back to this because it is so important, but the difference in that fight was Jelly Baby's ability not just to lift its opponent, not just to position it where it wanted, but it popped it into the air, an inch maybe. Not a lot, but enough that it was able to reseat its position in the arena. If it was just borrow this for a moment, if it was just lifting enough to, say, slant it up and it always falls back down to the same position, they never would have had that stuck position. They never would have taken home that win. Something we don't see a lot in these kind of robots.
Little details.
It's the little details. We've got another great fight here in Cage 1. Caldera 12 going up against Grim Ripper. One of my favorite things about Caldera 12 today is they are running a 3-pound fire robot named Clyde as their multi-bot option. That is one of the most intense and entertaining flamethrowers we have here at NHRL. Love to see their work. Work hard to enable it. I got to tell you, it's a lot to make sure these things can flame on safely, but boy, I'm glad they brought it.
And Caldera 12 wearing their jerseys from the team's event earlier in the month. You can, of course, buy those jerseys in the shop here at NHRL.
2, 1.
They look great.
Fight, robots, fight.
I believe on the NHRL website as well.
Grim Ripper, I really like the shape of Grim Ripper.
There's the fire.
That's not what they wanted.
No, you know, Grim Ripper looks just a little bit like a hamburger.
Yeah.
So I think that works out.
It's sort of the shape of Grim Ripper, which I like so much, was just sort of like cupping in all of the flame. You know? Caldera 12 being very aggressive here with both halves of their robots. Clyde seems to be having some maneuverability issues after that last shot on Grim Ripper.
Yeah, it's interesting. Sometimes you can do damage to yourself. And that's something. Clyde was the winner in his class of our 3-pound division in our teams event earlier this month. Excuse me, our April event last month. That's a champion kind of cast to the side for the rest of this fight. That said, Caldera 12 on its own.
Yeah.
Absolutely powerful enough to get the job done.
There's a lot of power in both of these weapons now, going weapon to weapon, and both still going. Grim Ripper really proud of their sort of TPU hub guard up there on top, guarding their weapon hub and system there. It's taking these hits, and it's still going. I don't know if there's much of that guard left, but it's been holding up so far halfway into this fight. These robots are just going weapon to weapon over and over again. I wonder if Grim Ripper might take a shot at the mini-bot if it gets a chance on Clyde. Oh, turns away at the last moment.
And the fire is back.
Because, of course, damage to that second robot counts just as much as damage to the larger robot. And Clyde is on fire.
Clyde is not spitting fire. It is just on
That fire is supposed to be outside the robot. It's mostly inside the robot right now. That is not good for Clyde.
It's good for me, Adam.
It's good for us.
That robot's going to be a pile on the floor in a few minutes.
Now, I think that was a really good choice from Grim Ripper to take that shot. That's going to stick in the minds of the judges. Now, can they make it the full 3?
Oh, that plastic has started to slough off.
The ablative armor is starting to ablate. Grim Ripper seems to have lost a side of drive. Interesting fight here to judge.
Clyde is putting the blaze in ablation.
Caldera 12 stopped for a second there, but it's moving again. We're going to have these robots make it to the bell. We've got 10 seconds left as they come together again. Caldera 12's weapon has slowed down dramatically. Grim Ripper has only one side of drive. A lot of damage on both bots here. Clyde makes it to the bell in flames.
And then gets extinguished by our lovely house bot. I love the fact that we have these fire extinguishers just hidden, ready to go. A lot of flow on that fire extinguisher.
Inspector Flo coming to the rescue with the fire extinguisher.
That is one hot pile of plastic.
That is toasty. This is an interesting fight to judge.
Yeah, it really is, because there's a lot of damage. It's really unclear how the control is going to shake out. Certainly a lot of aggression from both competitors.
I really liked the decision from Grim Ripper to take a shot at Clyde while Clyde was on the ropes there, showing aggression to both halves of that multi-bot. Now, of course, the rules here, when you run a multi-bot, now a lot of the weight of Caldera 12 was in the spinner, but Clyde is half of the robot. And so if Clyde isn't showing aggression, if Clyde isn't showing control, that's going to count against Caldera 12.
More than you might think. Yeah.
So there's a double-edged sword. You know, you're going to get a weight bonus there, but if it's not helping you, it can be actively hurting. So we'll see how the judges see that one, but I think that's a really close fight, and I really like the decision by Grim Ripper to take that shot at the end there, and really dramatic. I think that's going to stick in the minds of the judges.
I got to commend him, too. You don't see matches that tactical with big hitters like this that often. A lot of times, it's a very simple strategy, right? You know, keep weapon facing forward, keep aggressive, make sure you're moving, don't get hit the other guy.
And to take that shot, I mean, it takes a lot of guts to turn your back to the weapon of Caldera 12's larger spinner robot to try and take on Clyde. You're leaving yourself exposed.
Yeah, that is a chess move.
Yeah.
That's
take a look at the
sacrificing
replay.
a queen almost.
Yeah.
So we're going to go to a replay.
see Clyde come in here with full maneuverability, but afterwards it has lost a side.
Yeah, I think it just wasn't ready to push that Grim Ripper opponent into the corner with so much force.
Caldera 12, very aggressive with the larger robot, and then you can see Grim Ripper there with the massive hit, turning Clyde into a ball of flame.
Immolating in the middle of our arena. I love it. I wonder, I really got to know, you know, when I go do my safety rounds later, did that canister of fuel just get nicked? Did a fuel line go? You know, what happened? And is there anything left of that robot?
Yeah. Impressive that Clyde could make it to the end with the same amount of maneuverability it had at the time of the hit.
Yeah, yeah. Now, also, I got to give it up for Grim Ripper. That is a robot. The designs stayed pretty static, but just in driving alone, they have come so far over the last few events that they've competed in, really making the most of the robot that they have.
Yeah, when you're a fan at home and you're drawing your robots up and the shapes and the forms and the weapons, and it's really fun to concentrate on the larger overarching external design of the robot. But those internals and dialing it in and getting good at driving, they matter so much to the fight that you can evolve your robot with the outside still looking exactly the same.
Yeah, and to point that out just a little more, you got to remember, this is NHRL. These are some of the best builders in the world. They are some of the most experienced builders in the world because of the amount of competitions we have and how often we have these competitions. They get so good so fast. So you're cutting your teeth against people that doing this every other month and putting their time and passion into it. So, yeah, it's just so much room for growth, even in ways that you can't see.
And I actually have a note here that says they modified Grim. The inside is entirely different.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. And I mean, that is not a
4,
cheap exterior
3,
to make. Those curves and surfaces, it's a lot.
Fight.
We are going to go to cage 5.
Fight.
We got another fight for you now. Couple of 3-pounders brawling it. Hexa-Hive going up against I Forgot.
I Forgot going flying as Hexa-Hive gets a great hit. I like the color coordination on Hexa-Hive. Matching the color of the tires to the bot is not the easiest thing to do.
It sounds like Hexa-Hive forgot to buckle its seatbelt. Oh, wheel coming off. I Forgot.
Did they forget to screw it on?
Perhaps. The mini-bot, or the
It's still
multi-bot on
going.
I Forgot, still...
It's not
moving.
giving up. It's not giving up.
Look at that front armor just being peeled up from
Just
the
a
front
little
of I
airborne. Still good.
That's
it doesn't need
incredible.
that. It doesn't
No.
need that part.
Did you see that? Look, the entire base plate is what holds that motor. That motor was bolted to the base plate. The base plate was removed from the robot, and the blade and the motor continued to spin as it was completely separated from the chassis.
It kept driving, but they tapped out.
Oh, all right.
Dinosaur.
I love that name.
That's good.
Going up against Project Tucker.
Another great color scheme on Dinosaur.
Yeah.
Project Tucker upside down, not where they want to be. Seems like maybe they don't have as much ground clearance upside down. I can see the wheels going, but just not getting much traction. Unfortunately, I don't know how much help they're going to get here. Is that Floop? I can see the glasses.
Different glasses.
Oh, okay.
These are reading glasses.
Ah.
He needs those. It said Project Tucker here. Just
Oh, no!
Wow.
Whose battery is laying on the floor?
Tap out.
Wow. Okay. I think Project Tucker had its top plate ripped off and batteries ripped out.
Okay, so
they are now entangled together, which of course, had the match progressed, we would have disentangled them and allowed them to reset. But once your robot's gutted and peeled open like a tin can, and de-organed, there's not a lot of point in taking those paths.
Yeah, now sometimes your robot will have 2 batteries in it, sometimes 1. If only 1, when you see it on the ground, you know you're not going to keep going after that.
Sometimes your robot has 16 batteries.
That's true.
Do you speak from experience?
I do. It is funny, though. The smaller your robot gets, the less room you have to work with, not just for the batteries themselves, but for the related wiring and stuff. So you tend to see more robots with just a single battery. You also have a shorter wiring run to make, so it makes less sense to have a battery over here and a battery over there and all that good
And
stuff.
there's a fun rule that results in a lot of larger robots having multiple batteries, which is, of course, the TSA carry-on rule for the maximum size of a LiPo is 100 watt-hours. Of course, larger robots need more than 100 watt-hours, but if you can't fly with your batteries, it's hard to get them to the competition. So you just make a wiring harness and you stick a whole bunch of 100 watt-hours together, and then you can take all your individually smaller batteries on the plane.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons you'll see larger bots with multiple smaller batteries.
It is a good point. We even see that happening a little bit here at NHRL because there are some robots that start bumping that 100 watt-hour limit for sure.
Yeah. There's a lot of energy in these robots. Of course, all the kinetic energy you see in these big hits is coming from potential energy in the batteries.
And you can see there's some of that potential energy doing some good work on Project Tucker's squishy underbelly.
Yeah, you can see the top plate there is very thin on Project Tucker, and they're just able to, Dinosaur's able to just rip it off, and all of the guts hanging out. We call those top panels dust covers.
Yeah, they're important. Even a dust cover is sometimes important. There's a lot of debris in the arena, but in terms of protecting someone from getting hit, it might as well not be.
They tend to hold your internals in indirect hits. If you get hit on the bottom, they'll hold your internals from coming out the top. But if they get hit themselves,
all bets are off.
So when you run up against the weight limit, that tends to happen. You say, oh, I'll take it out of the top panel. Of course, the weight limit is very important in combat robotics. We have the 3, the 12, and 30-pound classes here. There's various weight bonus you can get. But how you use your weight, how you allocate your weight is a huge part of the game.
And planning accordingly. We had a robot earlier today that was looking at placing a piece of steel with a piece of cardboard because of some of these concerns. It sneaks up on you. That said, we have a couple of judges' decisions coming in for you now. First up, we have Honeyfied going up against Pramheda. Honeyfied took home the win there.
Nice.
I think that is to be expected. They really did a great job, really took advantage of their multi-bot configuration, did a lot of damage. And against Pramheda, that is really satisfying.
Yeah, the multi-bot there really came in handy to help them take the win.
Yeah. Now, for our second judge's decision, we have Caldera and Grim Ripper. Caldera took home the win in that fight.
Yeah.
Now, that was a little bit closer. I could see an argument, in either way there, but it really came down, I think, to how weighted they had Clyde's damage versus the damage on Grim Ripper, and apparently that shook out just a little bit better. I imagine it was a split decision.
5,
just a little bit better.
It was close. I could totally see
2,
how that half of
Fight,
drive.
robots, fight.
Now, we're going to cage 6. We got another 3-pound fight for you. Mothership in green going up against TBD today.
I've been looking at Mothership a lot in the pits, and I just love how refined the outside form of it is. It's just such a nice little marshmallowy shape on the drum bot of Mothership.
It feels like a computer render come to life.
Yeah.
It looks like something a design student in their 5th year at an electronic arts major would put together as a studio piece.
You could sell it as a Bluetooth speaker.
Yeah.
And of course, it's working very well. The second half of Mothership, that little wedge prong robot, doing great to get these pins. You really want to see the larger spinner half of Mothership come in and take advantage of this, but it seems like their weapon is having issues spinning up, so they're relying on the wedge. Racking up control points here, but you want to see more aggression with the weapon on Mothership than you're seeing right now. If this goes to the judges, it could be difficult.
I don't know that it will. It is stuck in the corner.
Able to release.
Ooh, nice little backflip there. That'll count for TBD today quite well. Now, what they need to be doing here is use both pieces of Mothership to cram that robot into the wall.
You
This is a
want to
missed
see
opportunity.
some aggression from the larger half because it's going to count against them that robot is not being aggressive.
Yeah, and regardless of the fact that the weapon has gone down on half of Mothership, that robot's still functional. It can bully the other robot around.
Yeah.
They should be cramming that wedge bot underneath of TBD today using the larger piece.
Yeah.
So it's a missed opportunity, but maybe they have some reason for it. We don't know everything behind the desk.
It's difficult because your robot doesn't have a weapon working, and you're going to say, "Oh, let me just run this in." I mean, it's risky, and
It is.
in a way, it's stupid. It's just going to get your robot hurt. But I always like to say, like, aggression isn't smart, and so, but it is a judging category.
That is why it's weighted the way it is, because otherwise people would be very conservative, and we'd have a very different fight.
Yeah. But you got to hand it to Mothership's little wedge robot here, really controlling the larger TBD today.
Oh, it's spectacular in its effectiveness.
Tremendous control and in their driving ability. And TBD only got one hit, really. And it wasn't that big.
No, it was entertaining. Wasn't it? Some good back and forth there. We will be going to a judge's decision in that match. Personally, I think it was pretty clear, but of course we'll have to wait for the official decision. We're jumping over to Cage 2 now. We have a Hot Cake going up against Synthesis.
Wow, love the self-writing pull on Hot Cake.
Yeah, the dunce cap approach is a tried and true technique that we don't see as often anymore, but it's always entertaining.
Oh, hey, it works.
Yeah, it really does work. It's got its risks to it, but
I'd call it more of a traffic cone, I think, in this instance.
yeah, I could see that being an automotive control device, certainly.
Unfortunately, the rest of Hot Cake does not seem to be working.
No, it does not.
Knockout.
Hard to tell exactly what led up to that exchange. That's a lot of weapon in both of those robots.
Yeah.
So, anything can happen.
I feel like we keep swinging over to these fights just after a big hit happens. But,
keep you hungry, I suppose. And just as an alert, so many of these fights, if you don't see them here in the mainstream, do get cataloged either by us or by builders, spectators, fans, whatever it is.
you can see, are these, every angle of these is in the Brett Zone Discord channel?
It should be, yeah, as long as that is working properly, which it usually is, barring some, the whole place overheating because we're in the middle of a strange heat wave. You should be able to tune in and get every sports fan angle you could possibly want.
For those unaware, join the NHRL Discord, go to the Brett Zone channel, and you can look up every angle of every single fight just by searching the robot's name within that channel. So super useful tool to see all the action.
Now we have Jot going up against Singularity. Jot, a big wheel robot, of course inspired by the huge lineage of robots. Really interesting take on it. It has a undercutter spinner
Tap out.
that's dragged around. In this case, it unfortunately tapped out not that far into the fight. Going up against what appeared to be a Melty Blaine opponent. Maybe Shell Spinner, I believe. We're going to take a look at the pits, though. You can see a good bit of busyness. It's starting to thin out a little bit, not as packed as it sometimes is, but everyone's working hard. A lot of focus today, I gotta say. The pits sometimes are a flurry of activity for robots, and sometimes they're a flurry of activity for the production side of things, the interviews, the safety inspections, all of the stuff that goes along with competing here that isn't strictly build and rebuild. Today, everyone looks focused. They are on their game, they are technically minded, and they're trying to get these robots together to put on the best fights they can. You can see they've noticed us. They're waving. Part of this, of course, is we have a lot of new builders at this event. This time around, we have a lot of new robots. People have a little less time to go for a pizza break or try to get some social media pictures or whatever. Speaking of social media, we have an expert here, NHRL's Off Times YouTube social media coordinator and, of course, co-host, Lindsay. Lindsay, welcome to the desk.
Thank you so much, Ricky. I was actually going to wear that same exact shirt today, and then I saw you got to it first.
Kyle said the same thing.
No,
Yeah.
Kyle! Yeah, I swear we didn't plan that one ahead of time.
You see it. I think we all get the same targeted advertising at this point. I have a small workshop of people in China actually just running these off, you know, on a weekly basis.
I think that you are starting a trend.
Oh.
And that workshop might get a little bit busier now that they have seen what you have to offer.
See,
here.
what I want to do is then take this back a step, because I have collections of shirts that I've been given or that I've inherited from relatives, things like this. You know, shirts that predate me.
Whoa!
So I want to know, what was the equivalent of this in the, you know, the 60s and the 50s and maybe the 20s, you know? And we'll find out.
I would love to meet the person who originated the shirts before you got them.
It's funny because I didn't know about them
Yeah.
until after I started wearing them, and then the relatives come out of the woodwork and they say, "Oh, I see, you'll actually put this on." We found a sucker's born every minute, and we've got one.
I love how supportive your family is.
Yeah,
yeah.
we can watch that. This is entertaining. So, anyhow, how has it been off camera? What's the vibe in the building like? What's
Ooh.
going on?
So, yeah, I have been up in the pits this entire day so far, talking with builders, and just, there, like you mentioned a moment ago, there are so many first-time or new bot builders here today, which is really exciting because you kind of just can't predict how it's going to go.
Yeah, that's true.
And that being said, there's been some familiar faces. Chainsaw Kitty, 2 knockouts already.
Chainsaw Kitty was on the wait list for this event. They were not supposed to be here. We had a few people drop out. They just squeaked in or meowed their way in.
They clawed their way in.
They chainsawed their way in. Yeah. And now they're here making making every bit
5,
count. So
4,
we're going to go
3,
straight to another
2,
fight. Welcome
1.
to
Fight.
Cage Side
Robots
Calling. Let's do
fight.
this. Cage 6. Instant Regret going up against Warhard.
I am always so excited to see what Jonathan Juarez brings with his Warhard family of robots. And at the 3-pound weight class, it hits so dang hard.
I love this kind of familial feeling of the Warhard category of robots in every weight class. You can imagine from 3 pounds up to 250 pounds, there's just this shared lineage that, man, look at that spin that we just had on Instant Regret.
Instant Regret really holding its own here against an extremely formidable robot. It's taken a couple near roof shots, but hey, who hasn't?
I mean, at this point in competition, if you can't take a few roof shots, you're probably not going to get very far here at NHRL.
Absolutely, yeah. You kind of have to plan for that
Wow.
one. Wow.
Did you see that combo? The multi-bot configuration of the wedge and the main robot working in perfect harmony.
Now, originally, Jonathan was not planning on having a multi-bot, but I think he realized he was a little bit overweight and needed the weight bonus that you get, and he flew Peter Garnash in to be his mini-bot driver.
That's incredible, and if you're going to pick a mini-bot driver, Peter Garnash is not a
too
bad
shabby.
choice. Man, what
Great
a
pin.
excellent pin. And I think it was right in the middle of a potential unstick. For those that don't know at home, once you start that unstick process, it's started, it's done. If you interrupt it with your robot by unsticking the robot first, you can potentially get in a better situation than if the house robot does the unstick for you.
It's definitely a strategic move.
A
Ooh,
reel
Ricky.
has been ripped off of Instant Regret.
There is a lot of regret going on now with Instant Regret.
In this case, it took about 2 minutes and 10 seconds for the regret to sit in.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't, that's instant in the same way that instant noodles are instant.
Yes. In the grand scheme of the universe and time, pretty quick.
Yes. Yeah, it's a blink of an eye.
I think Warhard is definitely a robot to keep your eye on today in this competition. Jonathan Juarez flies in from Texas, and you know, he is a pretty unassuming guy. He's a little, you know, quiet when you talk to him, maybe a little reserved. Oh, but when you get him talking about his robots, you just see like this look of delight on his face.
Yeah, there is a sparkle that comes out in his eyes. We've walked our way right into cage 5.
Wow.
Lindsay.
Don't walk into the cage, though.
No, well, not while it's being used.
No.
And speaking of a sparkle in your eye, we have Blink going up against the Kraken. Oh, a big hit there. That was a lot going on. Blink just tossing the Kraken up into the air, seemingly effortlessly.
Yeah, Kraken having a difficult time coming back from that particular hit.
Look how planted Link is in these fights. It is utterly unshaken when it hits its opponent.
Eyes wide open. Yeah, I mean, really not a lot in the way of gyro kicking it up.
No.
That wedge is doing a pretty good job.
If we had a little more dust in the arena, you could take the pocket sand approach.
Oh, and its mini bot is Wink.
Oh, that's adorable.
That's so cute.
Coming down up on the last 1 minute in this match, both robots still functioning seemingly very well. Wow! Biggest hit so far in this fight. Putting Kraken up on its side.
All right, that weapon did come back, though, so just in time for another hit, thanks to Blink.
It's really interesting. The electronics on these robots oftentimes will just get stunned.
Yes.
They have big spikes of electricity that happen. It resets the electronics. It takes them a moment to reset themselves. And you'll see that a robot will freeze and it'll just pop back to life suddenly.
I mean, the builders of these robots are using technology that is not necessarily designed for these purposes.
Oftentimes not. Yeah, I mean, there are bespoke combat robot parts now. They've been taking off over the last few years, but so often so often you're trying to make a drone motor take the hit that you just saw there, or an RC car,
right,
or a power drill. You know, like things that never in a million years were designed to withstand these sort of forces. We're going to cage 2 now. We have Power On versus Herald. I
am always so delighted to see Herald. They got rid of the butt wedge, as they called it, for this tournament. But it's the thing that's really interesting about them is how high up that beater sits on their robot. So the idea is you feed them into the wedge, they ride it up and go right into your weapon. Will we see that happen here?
I wouldn't doubt it. It's a good strategy. The thing is, and I don't mean this in a mean way, Lindsay, the wedge on the front of Herald it's not ineffective, but it's not flawless. It takes a lot of tries sometimes for it to really get under and plow, and they don't have that much drive power behind that wedge.
Yeah.
So for it to be effective, they need to either come with a lot of speed, or they need their opponent to run up on top of them. Oh, look at this, Lindsay. That is the antenna, I believe.
Oof, that generally, if you want the power to stay on,
yeah,
you need that inside.
Mm-hmm. Not the best.
No. But Herald is still, they're trying to capitalize on the position that Power On is in, and they're doing their best. They got a good pin in there, but Power On is holding its own despite being down a wheel. Its weapon down. I already see a builder of Herald.
A nice little smile at the end there.
Now his sister is the builder of Timber. who we've seen many times here at NHRL, but she was not able to make it today because she had softball. So I'm going to say, hey, maybe, reevaluate your priorities.
I mean, maybe softball has robots too. I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah, I would watch robotic softball.
Maybe like the pitcher is one of those like automatic ball.
You know, I would love an automatic like ball shooting type robot here at NHRL. Maybe that's something we could arrange for.
That's a pretty good idea. I wonder if we could whip something like that up.
We got a lot of talent in these walls. Guys, get on that. Maybe help us out.
Challenge?
Yeah, challenge. We'll see what happens. I mean, a lot of these robots are under a lot of work all the time. Tools are flying around. Sometimes they get hit by wrenches. It's good practice.
If I was to get hit by anything, I'd prefer getting hit by like a nice bouncy ball.
Right, but if you can dodge a wrench, then you can dodge a ball.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess.
They fly faster, harder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Puts
hypothetically.
the urgency in. Anyway, we're going to go to cage 6. We have Glacial Undercut going up against Deep Stone Lullaby.
5,
and a
4,
tiny creepy
3,
baby is
2,
secured
1.
to the top.
Fight, robots, fight.
Yeah, to the top of Glacial Undercut. Really unnerves me.
Whoa!
It's going to stick with me.
Huge hit there from Deep Stone Lullaby. Oh my goodness. These are also some of the most dramatic names we have in the competition. And we've got a little hat there. Glacial Undercut, better as a robot than an accessory, but
yeah.
Can that house bot free? There we go. Oh, but during that process, it looks like Deep Stone Lullaby has gotten stuck on its head.
I like to think right now that Glacial Undercut is just kind of saluting its fallen comrade. There's a lot of respect, that goes back and forth on the field of battle from, consummate professionals.
It's like, when the queen rolls by in the cavalcade and just kind of does that little wave.
Yeah. Just a little, if it could wiggle just a little left and right. Lindsay, I just saw something amazing happen in the background.
What, Ricky?
One of our pneumatic robots, Pneumatador, which is a launcher robot, just had its pressure vessel explode in a big hit from an overhead cutter. Please, people behind the desk, if you can possibly get us a little instant replay action on the match that just happened in Cage 1, I would love to share that with the folks here at home. The crowd here in person went nuts.
It was a sound from that explosion that I felt deep within my core.
Yeah, I am missing fillings now. And I didn't even have fillings before.
So that's where those went.
Yeah, it's, I can trade them in probably for scrap metal money. I'm looking at the damage from here. Like, we can't get it. We don't have a perfect seat. But, yeah, the damage to that robot, which is kind of a naked shell to start with.
Not a lot of armor.
Bold, very bold move. It's crumpled in. The pieces inside of the robot are crumpled in. Please, you know what? That is going to be a highlight reel robot. So, if you folks at home, if we aren't able to jump to that right now, which of course I apologize if that is the case, you can tune in on our Facebook, you can tune in on our Discord, you can tune in on YouTube and like and subscribe, all of that sort of thing. TikTok, Instagram, down the list, all of the TikToks. I mean, it's a clock, a veritable clock. Anyway, you will see that, I'm sure, in the highlight reel later. We're going to go to Cage 5, and I'll maybe get another highlight reel moment ourselves. Red Pearl is going up against Scotty Scrambler, I believe is the name of the yellow robot.
Scotty Scrambler up on its head, trying to self-right with its gyro. And Red Pearl, this would be a fantastic opportunity for it to capitalize on. But like ships passing in the night, they keep just missing each other. There we go. That might have been enough for Scotty to get back upright, and I believe that is the case here. And they've traded positions because now Red Pearl is on its head. It looks like they've powered down the weapon, perhaps deliberately, maybe in an attempt to jam into the wall and self-right. And there we go.
Yeah, it's a common approach. It works pretty well as long as your weapon is still working.
Yes.
Which is far from a given, of course. Red Pearl, though, is one of those robots that does seem to have a little bit of pushing power behind it. It doesn't move that fast, and in a competently built robot, you really got a choice between speed and power. Either you can push really well, or you can move really fast. Rarely can you do both.
Right.
So you see someone lumber a little bit the way Red Pearl does, you kind of assume that they're going to be able to push their opponent around really well, at least in terms of the amount of power they have on top.
Yeah, it seems like maybe, though, there are some issues with getting the drive to listen to what they're doing because it looks a little discombobulated. And I believe that's the end.
Yeah, I think it is. We're going to go to cage 6. Yeah, we've got Phil going up against Thing 1. I did want to loop back just a moment for those that were curious about the big boom. Oh, wow, look, they are off to a fast start. New Matador is the name of the robot that went boom.
What a great name.
Yeah, it's wonderful. I got excited just when I heard the name. So these are both very quick robots. Thing 1 and Phil, a lot of speed off the draw, very squishy tires. But I'm noticing Thing 1's lifter, I don't know if it's stuck in the up position or if they're just moving. Oh, that's a bad noise. That is a bad noise. Do not like.
All right, so they have now used their one and only unstick, but if they get in that position again, I don't think anything can save them because that weapon is stuck, it does appear.
Yeah,
like
on the other side of the coin, Phil's weapon is completely down right now. It's not spinning at all. And Thing 1 is delivering an absolutely perfectly executed pin. They're going to rack up a good number of control points then. So both robots are down a weapon. Maybe not entirely down a weapon.
Clawing its way.
It could perhaps claw its way to the arena wall and flip over, but this is
creepy.
It is kind of creepy.
This is unsettling.
Ricky! So close!
Ricky!
So close! There it goes! With a little help from its opponent.
Some good sportsmanship there, and Thing 1 is capitalizing on that right away.
Oh, and then it's back.
No.
This design of robot, Lindsay, it is so hard to wedge your opponent when you don't have the use of that lifting arm.
Yes.
Because your forks don't sit down that far.
And especially for Thing 1 right now, one fork is fairly lifted in the air.
Yeah, it is jammed in that position. So it's a bad time to be a control robot. You have to drive almost perfectly to make it work.
However, they are, I believe this is an SSP kit, perhaps modded, and they are very difficult to knock out.
Yeah, they are robots built from the ground up to be a competitive, easy-to-use entry point to the sport, and as such, a lot of time went into making sure that they're relatively unkillable. So it's something. Oh, speaking of unkillable,
smoke!
That I have to guess that smoke is coming off the motor controller for the weapon, the lifter.
Yeah.
It's been trying so hard to lift over and over again without being able to. Really easy to destroy the electronics in a situation like that.
Still managing to get good pins on Phil.
Yeah, this is going to go to the judges, but man, what a moment to leave the judges with in terms of last impressions. A good pin after a dominant performance. I'm certain we'll see Thing 1 take home the victory here. Really, really great performance and really great driving through a tough set of circumstances.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is one of the great benefits of driving an SSP kit is you will have a great drivetrain.
Yeah.
The weapon is not kinetic, so you're able to put more oomph into the drive than into the actual like devastation of the weapon.
Yeah, and it's a situation that pushes you to become a better driver.
Yes.
Because you can't rely on big hits to do all the work for you. You have to be good from start to finish and everywhere in between.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're not going to win any fights.
And
just
that's
way
the
it
rub of driving a control bot like that.
It is. But we love them for it. They take on the extra challenge, and it's a lot of fun, frankly. I don't mean to down talk it. You see less big hits, but boy, is it satisfying when you take a robot like that and just, throw your opponent around like I don't know, Michael Jordan holding up a toddler by the head. It's great.
I love that that analogy.
Yeah, I don't think the toddlers do. But
No, but if I was a toddler, Michael Jordan would pick me up.
I would.
Fine.
That would be worth it for me.
All right, this is now in progress. Chubby Unicorn and Cold Lightning. Chubby Unicorn has done very well at NHRL in previous years. They have qualified for 2 World Championships, and this is actually their first event back during the regular season here at NHRL, so it is very exciting to see them. And they really have Cold Lightning in a terrible position. I'm not sure what is going on, but its drive does not seem super happy, super functional. Looks like the house bot is getting involved. I don't know if that will be enough to save Cold Lightning, though, from the devastation, the menace that is Chubby Unicorn.
Tap out.
And there we have it. Another win for Tim Hebert and Chubby Unicorn.
What a great way to celebrate a birthday.
It is Tim's birthday today.
Happy birthday, Tim. Happy birthday, Chubby Unicorn.
Welcome. I would like to extend an official welcome to the announcer's desk here, Chris DeSico.
Hi, folks.
How are you doing today?
Good. I've been up in the pits this morning, kind of walking through, meeting some of the builders, getting a really good close look at some of the bots. It's a stacked field today. Some new bots that we've never seen before, some new builders we've never seen before. It's interesting.
Has anything impressed you that you've seen so far?
I'll say this. I know that they had some technical issues earlier this morning, but War XXL is one of the most beautiful vertical spinners I have ever seen. It looks like something straight out of like the Dark Knight.
Yeah, it's terrifying, and it's also cool because it's very much aesthetically in line with the lower weight class family of robots. He really has an aesthetic, and he nails it,
Yeah, I did an interview with Jonathan Juarez earlier this morning, and he dove into like the challenges of scaling a beetle weight and jumping all the way up to the 30s, and it is way more complex than it would look. You can't just basically, 10x this in your CAD file. Everything changes. Your motors change, your wiring changes, your batteries change, and you're dealing with a lot more energy.
Chris, I see something very exciting here in Cage 1 that I imagine we are going to take a look at very shortly. But I'll give you a hint. It is the 2023 12-pound division world champion.
Okay. And who else?
Full court.
Oh, wow.
And I can't actually see who is in the other corner, but this is big. So Coleman, the builder of Full Court, won his first match because his opponent North Star forfeited.
Right.
And so now here he is to defend his title and hopefully qualify for another world championship. Now, Full Court this year has more lifting power.
Oh! It is hard to get around Full Court. because you need like more than half a tank of gas.
Oh, and now full court showing off what it can do. That was quite a big lift there. And the trick is going to be, you know, applying that to the opponent.
Oh, interesting.
Wow. It's interesting because it almost looks like the opponent is getting the lift on full court, but no, that is by design.
So each side of full court kind of has that articulating, you know, arm that looks like now, rather than just also being a device that can help pin a bot, is able to kind of like push back and actually lift the rear end of the bot up. So like actually digging those forks in the front down even further.
Yeah.
Better scoopability.
It's a very interesting design and an iteration over last year. Now, I've talked to a few builders who have a plan for full court, and mostly they say they want to get around to the side and hit the drive pods, which
Yes.
easier said than done.
That's my plan.
However, Avalanche is doing a really good job bringing the action to the face of full court in a way that we haven't seen a lot of robots be successful at. So this is a pretty back and forth match, I'd have to say.
And here, this is a textbook full court pin right here. The entire corner of the box has been corralled off. Ooh, but Avalanche turns it around.
Can Avalanche take advantage?
Oh,
that was
interesting.
going to be its spot, but full court was able to self-right and get back oriented before it could. I'm hearing that spin up on Avalanche, but full court effectively pinning it again.
It's a very interesting pin.
It's almost like peacocking, right? Like, it pins, and then it's like, look at what I can do.
Yes, that is a display of aggression.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, another display of aggression here from Avalanche.
I would love to see that connect, because that is not an angle most bots prepare for.
That is a full pirouette. Oh,
wow.
With just 1 second left in the match, I mean, Avalanche showed some promise there at the end. That was fantastic.
This one is going to be going to the judges, of course. We will bring you an update there, but first let's take a look at Cage 5.
Where we have Yakity Yak and Wreck Creation.
Mitch is the builder of Yakity Yak, and he has...
Oh,
Oh!
there's a wheel.
I'm not seeing a lot of movement, even before
No.
that wheel popped off.
And I think we're seeing also some guts inside of a bot here.
Yeah. Great color scheme. I like the aesthetics, but that only gets you so far. I did see Mitch mention in the Discord that the build came together semi-last minute, and with the help of so many people on the NHRL Discord who answered questions. All right, so I'm getting an update. Before you joined us here on the desk, we saw a fight. It was not on the stream, but there was a fight between New Matador and Bumbleblitz.
Okay.
Now, New Matador is a pneumatic flipper. Bumbleblitz we've seen from Team Honeycracked several times, and we are going to show it to you right here because something very big and very exciting.
Ooh,
So
wow.
Bumbleblitz is with the hammer saw, getting a pin
Oh,
on New Matador,
wow.
causing a gigantic explosion,
That was the pneumatic tank right there. Oh,
Yes.
wow.
effectively tacoing New Matador. Now, you can't get it from that recording right there, but being so close to that happening, it almost sounded like a bomb went off. It was, you could feel it just deep down.
Yeah, I mean, when you have an air tank like that depressurizes immediately, that's going to cause some interesting air pressure issues in the rest of the cage and the surrounding area.
I must imagine that when they figured out that they were going to go against a hammer saw with a bot that has almost no armor and is just
Yeah.
exposed tanks, probably not the best matchup for them, but great matchup for us as the audience.
Yeah, it really took the wind out of the sails there.
Love it. Love to see it. I'm seeing some new bots load into Cage 1 that I'm very excited
Oh, yeah,
about.
some familiar faces over there.
So Ariel Smith, the builder of Beetlejuice, is competing for the first time this competition with a 12-pound robot. I was chatting with her yesterday, and she was a little bit nervous because she is so used to driving a horizontal spinner,
Right.
where gyro is not really a factor in, the general drive. But now she is competing with her first ever vertical spinner, and she said it's a whole new beast.
I tried to, give Ariel some words of wisdom, and I said, don't worry, verticals practically drive themselves. just get in there, go full send,
Yeah.
and see what happens.
That is as good
And then
advice
she
as any.
looked me right in the eyes, she's like, Chris, that's terrible advice. You shouldn't be giving anyone advice. And I said, that's accurate. That is accurate.
I mean, you have a few bots under your belt.
Yeah. I don't know if they're ever going to, reach the upper echelon of some of these other bots that we'll see here today, but one can dream.
I have faith.
That makes
Buddy.
one of us.
So yeah, it'll be really exciting to see Ariel get in there with a vertical. I'm sure there's going to be a learning curve, but
Yeah. Well, I
Hey,
suppose if you can master the horizontal drive and then you can, learn vertical, you start to build that repository of just being not just a great builder, but like you're a very versatile driver
Yes.
too, and that is a very important part of the equation here in combat robotics, where you can have the most brilliant, the most genius design, but at the end of the day, it comes down to the sticks.
yeah.
And we see there's people able to push a bot that, while technically speaking, is not as dialed in as another one. They can drive the heck out of it though, and you see bots like that win all the time, and that's fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. If so, you have driven robots that. Let's see. Let's run down the list of weapons that you've utilized. Hammer wheel.
I would say that Darkseid was the first ever flywheel hammer of its kind.
Of its kind. Yes.
Of which
perhaps
there-
any kind. All right. I have
Oh.
a better idea. Let's go check out some Lego bots that we have.
Yes.
Not in the regular competition. They are freestyling here.
So I got to meet the 4 young lads associated with these Lego bots earlier today. We did a really interesting interview, and it's so incredible. So all of these robots,
5,
made of
4,
Legos,
3, 2,
each have a unique weapon
1.
type.
Fight.
We have vertical
Robots
spinners. There's a
fight.
horizontal spinner. You have a corral bot that can pin its opponent. And believe it or not, all of these robots, nothing is glued together. It is all held together with Lego axles and individual Technic components. They do have third-party batteries. That's really the only non-Lego things that you will find in here, which is absolutely phenomenal.
I mean, this is some of the coolest creation I have seen with Lego. And that weapon looks serious. I mean, that is a fast spinning. I would never have guessed that those were Legos.
So these are all actual stock Lego components.
Get
so
out.
They're able to achieve that fast spinning vertical just by using Lego Technic gearing. Isn't that awesome?
That is so cool. I'm so impressed. I have to admit, I had no idea that this was possible.
Oh no! Don't step on any of those. They're very dangerous.
incredible. I mean, there's such
Tap out.
detail in these robots. And we have a tap out. I mean, I see quite a few wheels scattered across the cage. Oh, yes!
Oh, what's happening?
This is nuts.
Spin cycle versus Not Dead Yet.
Ooh, Not Dead Yet really has a prime opportunity here to get some hits on Spin Cycle. Oh, I don't think can self-right. And I see an arm on the ground.
Boy. I'd imagine that is very important for the type of balance that you would actually need to spin up your weapon on Spin Cycle. But
yeah.
Looks like there might be a couple of other issues going on here as well. Not Dead Yet is just kind of waiting there for another opportunity if this match is going to continue.
Oh, here we see that is the back.
It's trying. Oh! Oh, that's a rough entanglement there for Not Dead Yet. Part of that weapon flail from Spin Cycle has been sucked into their weapon assembly.
And that
is going to take some careful consideration to separate these two bots. So you see right now our match is paused. There's there is a tangled web here that I don't know. This is a mess.
Now this is absolutely the danger of going up against a bot that is not intentionally there to entangle, but has the capability to entangle.
There is a very intentional use for the weapon on Spin Cycle, that kind of braided steel wire that has weights on the end of it. It is a legitimate weapon, and when you have so many different types of vertical and horizontal spinners with open belt systems, something's gonna gobble it up.
Zathrus, beast of burden.
So I see smoke in this box. It looks like it's coming out of a bot from the Karl team. I can't really tell, but I absolutely love the juxtaposition of the two names of this box. You have Zathrus, beast of burden, versus Karl.
Hey,
I'm Karl.
Now, Chris, you're a Magic the Gathering player. Zathrus, beast of burden sounds straight out of a commander deck.
Yes, it
Is
does. It certainly does. I'm close to it, but I haven't memorized quite yet all 1.2 million Magic cards. It's very, very possible.
Maybe my next event. All right.
Give me another month.
It looks like Karl is not the victor here, if I had to guess.
Jump. Oh, and here we are. We are now back in cage 1.
Where we have Downpour and Yabtros.
Oh! No! Something crazy just happened. Oh! Oh, and you see now a lightsaber has entered the match.
This lightsaber is now a paid actor in this match.
Wow! I hope that we get a slow-mo shot of that at some point. I have no idea what happened, but if you blinked, you missed it.
You know it's coming. So Downpour is the robot here from Aerial.
Oh, look at that gouge in the side rail. Shows you exactly how much energy is stored up in these spinning weapons.
Ooh! Trying to self-right, just not having a lot of luck. But Yabtros, it went in for the kill and okay, wow.
Part of the side armor package off the side of Yabtros. It's still there in spirit. Oh, and the multi-bot from Downpour doing a fantastic job of getting Yabtros up off the ground.
This is a very tricky spot for Yabtros. They're calling for the unstick. Can Flo successfully turn it back on its head? It's going to be, I think, a tall order here. But so far, all of the fears that Ariel had about driving vertical, I'm not seeing it come into play. A pretty dominant performance here from this new robot.
So that was the attempted on stick for Yabtros, but for Yabtros, when it rains, it downpours.
Very good. Exciting win there for Team Pandemonium. And a couple kinks to buff out there on Yabtros.
So Ariel, of course, has already qualified for the World Championship, winning a dumpster with... No?
It looks like they're going to have to do a lot of repair here on a light that became a lightsaber.
That was impressive.
It looks like it should be a quick fix.
Certainly have some major cleanup to do. Look at the, the level of sawdust that is just peeled off the floor and the side armor rails. Mostly at the hands of Downpour and that vertical spinner. Wow.
That is some debris. Let's take a look at some replays from that last match there. Hopefully you can see the moment where it just happened so fast.
It was like it. Yeah, definitely a piece of that armor off of Yabtros peeled off so fast it hit the camera before, like, I think it even saw it coming. That was insane.
That is the danger of flying debris, and why we're so thankful the Lexan keeps us all very safe on the outside of these cages. Because that, I mean, the speed that must have been flying off.
I mean, in theory, it could have peeled off at the same rate that weapon is spinning.
Wild.
All right, here in Cage 2, we have Tie-Dye, and there you see Stag Beetlebot in its brand purple.
Don't feed. Michael Cross and Stag Beetlebot has done so much work and iteration on Stag Beetlebot. It's been really fun watching his build process that he's done a great job of documenting.
Yeah, certainly one of those builders that has a wonderful glow-up story, a relatively newcomer to the sport. You see Michael here all the time. He's always working, always iterating, and pushing his bot a little bit further and further each time, and you know, you love to see it.
Looks like they're getting a little cage slide instructions before starting up this match. Now I'm a little disappointed. Michael Cross there with the Future Legend shirt. He has showed up to almost every competition with what he calls battle Crocs, but not this time. All right, so now moving on over to Cage 5 with Purple Pain and Little Bob. Little Bob, named after their cat that they thought was a boy. Now, I might be getting this mixed up. They thought was a boy. They named it Little Bob. Found out later, actually a girl.
Aw.
And Purple Pain. They're in the purple. Now we're seeing a lot of popularity with these mini bots today that have these very long forks. I don't know if that is a cam lifter design or if they just kind of resemble one, but we're seeing that be quite the trend today.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots,
Oh,
fight.
so fast!
Oh! You hear that just absolutely deafening hum coming out of the weapon from Purple Pain.
Yeah, that is scary. I like the little war that the small robots are having on the side.
Huge hit there. Going weapon to weapon, Purple Pain and Little Bob.
I feel like half the time the mini bots, which let's just call them mini bots, right? Half the time they are able to effectively influence the outcome by bullying the larger bot. And then half the time they're really just the two mini bots going after each other, having their own side quest.
Yes.
But here we see, it looks like the mini bot from Purple Pain really helping a pin there. So that's nice
lending
to see.
the assist to the main bot.
Ooh, little trip through the sky. Quite the slugfest so far. But Purple Pain doing a really good job of getting the better of a lot of these exchanges.
Looks like there is some kind of dragging issue happening right now with Little Bob. It could be maybe one of the wheels has been flapped open, or it could be that weapon kind of just bobbing along the plywood floor. Ooh!
Ooh! Big hit!
Purple Pain had Little Bob up against the side rail and then went in for a follow-up shot.
Purple Pain doing a great job of just kind of tossing Little Bob around like a chew toy. But Little Bob, you know, is able to take a hit or two.
Yeah, this style of bot is, you know, commonly very, very resilient, good armor package, and can hang in there even after several big hits, or in this case, what feels like about 20.
Oh my. I imagine we'll be seeing a replay of these hits soon.
If you hear our surprise, there's another fight happening right in front of us. We're going to jump over there right now in Cage 1.
Thank goodness. Wow.
All right, we have Minor Threat 5 and Carmen, and there has already been some acrobatics that has come out of this fight. We'll probably catch some of that maybe in a replay, but some big hits were exchanged. I can't tell you on behalf of who yet, but here you see the Carmen laying into the back of Minor Threat 5.
Michael Shore has been competing with Carmen for years now, and it is a terrifying robot, but Lucas Grell with Minor Threat 5 has an extremely highly decorated robot who has won many competitions in the past. And for him to, it looks like, get kicked around by Carmen there, I hope that we get a chance to see some of those hits because it went flying at least 4 times.
I'm looking at some of the damage right there in the corner just to the box alone, and I'm curious if that was actually a result of one of those earlier exchanges. Devastating. Just look at the gouges in the box itself. That is, you can imagine the amount of energy that it takes to peel up that much.
Now, Chris, I have a question. I think that maybe many fans at home are wondering. Why do we choose to use wooden beams on the side?
I want to get into that, but
okay.
First I'm being told we have an important judge's decision coming in.
Tell me. I'm on the edge of my seat, Chris.
Okay, so from the judges, this is a big one. Avalanche has defeated
5,
the champion
4,
full court.
3, 2,
Are you kidding?
1.
Wow.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, but we're going to jump right now into Cage 2. We're going to talk about that more in a bit.
Yes.
But here we see Buffalo Wings and that glorious rear armor package up against Kitsune.
Quite the rear armor package, if I do say so myself.
Kitsune, a Thagomizer style horizontal spinner. Ooh, some big hits there.
Now Eli has done a lot to iterate on what we used to know as Hot Wings and is now Buffalo Wings.
So I was just talking to Eli a short while ago, and this front armor package that he has on the front of Buffalo Wings is a design meant specifically to handle some of these horizontal spinners. So you have that front ramp that can scoop a horizontal, and that delivers the horizontal weapon directly into that more perpendicular plate. So the idea is that it can not only knock that horizontal weapon up and up and away from the ground, but then, boom! Immediately it can absorb some of that impact into a heavy steel plate that's perpendicular with the floor. And so the idea is that he can scoop a horizontal, stop the weapon, and then move in for a very, very warm hug.
I am really into this design, but Kitsune has done an incredible job roughing Buffalo Wings up quite a bit. But now its weapon is down, and it is really going to have to rely on pushing.
And so the tips of those diesel glow plugs on Buffalo Wings get to 1,000 degrees Celsius, which is hot enough to melt through just about anything in combat robotics. So that's super impressive. However, Kitsune is still very, very mobile, while Buffalo Wings is, well, it's kind of like me after I've had Buffalo Wings.
Now, Kitsune is built by Liliana Kansberg, who has had 13 fights leading up to this event with a 9-4 win-loss record, which is really impressive. But has not gone up against a bot like Buffalo Wings before, which is a little unusual and hard to plan for. But is doing a phenomenal job so far avoiding the brunt of that wedge on Buffalo Wings and not getting pinned.
Yeah, with just under 20 seconds left in the match, this is very likely going to go to the judges, and they're going to have a lot to look at. Obviously, Kitsune's weapon has been disabled. However, Buffalo Wings is no longer that mobile. Plus, it also has a huge crack in the back.
I hope the judges take that into consideration when they judge damage.
So we'll leave that up to our very capable judges. As Buffalo Wings backs that thing up.
The judges are really getting their work cut out for them in this competition so far. Wow.
Yeah, well, I hope Buffalo Wings wasn't the butt of too many of my jokes.
Chris, we have a very important topic to touch on because we learned about it really fast and then we had to cut away to that exciting match. and during that time, I tried to process what I had just heard, and that Avalanche defeated Full Court.
Yeah.
Now, that was a really close match, and I would have definitely understood, I think, either way. I think that Avalanche did a really successful job of executing, and showing damage against Full Court
Yeah.
in a way that other robots that we've seen in the past not be able to do.
I mean, Full Court is a bot that's designed to get into the cage, and it has to capture every single, like those core control points,
Yeah.
right? Because that is its game. It really is not a damage bot at all. So generally, you're going to see an opponent that has a high energy weapon is going to take those damage points because the damage is awarded basically through the weapon. Now, I guess then it really kind of comes down to the aggression game, right?
Yeah.
And we definitely saw Avalanche being aggressive. They got under that front fork wedge a few times, and I guess that's really what it came down to. But that was
Yeah.
anyone's match.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing about Coleman is he has made Full Court look so easy in the past when it is actually a very difficult robot, I think, to execute properly every single time because your driving does have to be perfect. And his driving was very good there, but Avalanche was able to capitalize.
Yeah, it's definitely not like driving a standard, a smaller configuration bot. It's like trying to land a 747 inside of a cage. It's a wide bot, and I'd imagine that it requires a lot of careful timing, and to be aggressive and to demonstrate that control in a smaller cage with such a large bot. That's, I mean, it's like Tetris, right?
Right.
You gotta have a Tetris mind to drive a bot like that.
Whew. Well, Coleman won the first match of the day because its other opponent forfeited. It won there. I'm not sure where that leaves him for the bracket onward, but we will we'll watch with bated breath.
Yeah, of course. You have always two chances to keep going further and to get to the qualifiers, and I'm certain that we will see Full Court, if not, one more match, potentially throughout the rest of the night as well.
Right. I am seeing some more robots load in now into Cage 1.
Yes, a
Looks
swarm of builders.
But first, before we look there, let's take a look at the pits, which is just hopping today. Everybody, drink your water up there. Stay hydrated.
I've never seen such a hot room filled with so many cool people.
I see what you did there. All right, now let's hop on over to Cage 5, where we have Tempest and Codename Pinto. Now Tempest is a hometown robot built by Ishan Amin right here in Norwalk, Connecticut. This is its first event. Excited to see what it can do here. Getting a great pin there on Codename Pinto. Able to free itself and continue the fight without using it on stick. And now Codename Pinto is angry, trying to bring the carnage right back.
Codename Pinto from Rozzy Strano from Southbury, Connecticut, Team Racing Robots.
So we've got Connecticut on Connecticut here.
Rozzy's an NHRL veteran. Just in a minute into this match, couple of big exchanges. Oh, and there's a tap out. Wow.
Wow, that was one of the fastest hits to tap out I've ever seen.
My goodness.
Tempest from the Cybears, who we have seen now compete at NHRL for years and years, always fielding a host of new robots. Better luck next time. Let's take a look here at Cage 1. I am so excited for this match here. It is B-Force versus Ares.
Multi-bot on multi-bot action about to happen here in Cage 1.
Now, Ares famously is from the MIT Combat Robotics Club that had been on hiatus, I believe, since COVID.
Yeah.
And finally was resumed around this year. So they only started making the CAD for this robot in January, the parts in February, and they've already qualified for the World Championship, so very short runway for, conception to success.
It's almost like they took that time away, but we're probably still toiling away in a secret lair somewhere underneath MIT.
You never know what's going on at MIT. But B-Force here from Zoe Lambert and Team Honeycracked.
I was talking with Zoe earlier about these very interesting new tank treads on the sets of bots. Custom made. I think that they ordered them through AliExpress, which was really interesting, and they had them literally custom made to the exact specifications that they ordered them.
I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, I didn't know either. I was like, can you send me some contact info? But very, very interesting a tread design. I'm curious to see what level of traction those are able to offer the team.
I want to see more treads in 2024.
All right, our cage is locked up here. We're probably going to get the count in any moment.
Now, I heard Ares was working on a surprise. I don't know if we're going to be seeing it in this match. We very well may.
5, 4,
TBD.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh my goodness.
Oh! Wow! Oh my goodness!
Punishing hits from Ares. What an incredibly hard hitter. Parts are flying everywhere.
Holy cow.
B-Force is stunned.
Both bots on B-Force have each lost one of those front fork wedges. And it looks like one of them is no longer that mobile. Oh! There we saw one more exchange happen right at the tap out. That is understandable, but that is your match.
I mean, I've heard that Ares has been working on incorporating fire into their robots, but I don't even see how or why they would need it, because that robot is terrifying in and of itself, just with the force and power and bite of those hits.
I'd imagine that's part of the configuration on that multi-bot, which is designed to kind of pin, but you know, why not toss a little bit of fire in there? It's a lot of fun.
I mean, I'm always gonna, if you want to add fire, I'm never gonna say no. But just the intimidation factor alone is already there. Now they've already qualified, and they're really just here to, I suppose, keep iterating and keep improving before they reach December.
And it's probably the best driving practice you can
Oh,
get.
yeah.
There's virtually every kind of imaginable opponent here. So, you know, you get to go head to head with the best of the best. And
let's take a look here at Cage 2.
oh,
This is not the meta for either robot, and I love that. This is Count Forcula
over there in the pink corner.
and Run and Gun.
In the blue.
What is Run and Gun, Chris? What
well,
am I looking at
I could
here?
probably tell you exactly what it is because it looks like there's a clear piece of Lexan on the top as the top armor package. I'd imagine that that's the same material that our cages are made out of.
If it's good enough for the cage, it's good enough for armor, right?
I've used it. I've used it. I guess it really also gives you an idea, you know, did I plug that in? Hold on, let me look through my top plate.
It's not even.
So those are 3 mechanism wheels. So those are omnidirectional wheels that not only tumble to give you a like that directional momentum, but then can roll and strafe side to side. So this thing is like the Wonka Vader and can move in virtually any imaginable direction besides vertical.
Vertical's overrated.
Amen.
Five,
Been saying that my whole
4,
life.
3, 2, 1.
Here we go.
Fight.
So there I
Robots
see a can of
fight.
butane at the center of that bot. So I'd imagine that maybe something gets a little spicy here, Lindsay. Maybe things will get a little hot, 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 as I would like to say. Oh, and there it is!
There it is.
Awesome!
Count Forcula, though, really able
Uh-oh.
to make advantage of that wide stance it has.
All right, so they dialed down the flame, I'd imagine, because it was mostly coming out of the inside of the bot. You want it to be outside of the bot. I'd imagine it's very difficult to get the orientation correct on 3 omnidirectional wheels like that.
Now, I know I can't be seeing what I think I'm seeing, but it looks like they hollowed out a can of cranberry sauce and used that as like the fire delivery
I think it's
mechanism.
actually a spicy can of chili.
Having a tough time there getting those wheels oriented, and Count Forcula really able to take advantage here and land that pin.
I see the overall sparking mechanism there on the inside of that can. Looks like some kind of glow plug used to set off the combustion.
Great lift there.
I'm curious if the bot is just out of gas or it's just Count Forcula is doing such a great job getting around the side of the bot and scooping it up for these pins, racking up those control points. I love the shape of the bot here, Count Forcula. This is, it even lends itself to the whole, you know, kind of vampire cape-like shape.
Yeah.
It is so great at corralling that unique front wedge. It is kind of like, you know, just scalloped inwards and envelops its opponent. And it's got such a great drive and good traction on it. It's really one of those bots that's hard to get away from.
I've come to lift your bot. And it's doing a great job of that.
It is, it is.
And that is, I believe, the match, ending on a really high note there for Count Forcula. A really well executed pin. Really dominated the majority of that match. It's going to the judges, but I have a really good feeling, I think, for Count Forcula.
Wow.
It's been like a really interesting day because it's maybe not necessarily a ton of like the robots that we have seen in the past, but it's giving a chance for some new robots to kind of take the spotlight, get some attention, and show off what they can do. I feel like Count Forcula is one of those.
any other bots that come to mind when you kind of see new designs, new iterations,
New designs.
repeat offenders that have come back with a new configuration?
I mean, obviously, Buffalo Wings has to be mentioned. We were just talking about them. One robot that I'm excited to see, which visually hasn't maybe changed so much, but it has some internal upgrades. One is Grim Ripper in the 12-pound division. Nelson has done so much iterating this year. I think a lot of what is going on under the hood has been upgraded. And I actually haven't caught any of his fights today. Have you seen any?
I was running around doing the interviews upstairs. Now, I did swoop by the desk and kind of saw everybody from Skeleton Crew. It's one of those well-oiled machines of teams. They, when they come, they're the whole flock, and they are all incredible Halloween enthusiasts,
Yes.
and they lend that to the brand of their team. And I think that's something exceptional that kind of only happens in this sport. Of course, like you'll see like NASCARs, you got like logos and stuff slapped everything, but these are people bringing their own interest from outside of combat robotics and applying it to combat robotics, and it lends itself to a brand and a theme, and the team gets into that in spirit, and that is in spirit. That's my Halloween joke. That's just so fun to see, and that love of Halloween translates to every single one of their robots, and that is one of the coolest things. I love seeing it, and they're all fantastic people.
Yeah, absolutely. I was talking with Nelson, and he said that the first half of the year he can dedicate fully to robots. After about June, July, his attentions have to turn to Halloween decorations.
Right.
Because he makes his own, and they are over the top. They're incredible. He really pushes the technology of like what you think Halloween decorations can be. And that's just the energy that I love. I like aspire to that level of Halloween interest.
Yeah, we gotta invite Nelson to our backyard for the Headless Horseman hay rides.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting. I'm sure he'd have an idea or two.
I think so, that's for sure.
It was fun seeing the Lego bots too.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun. I got to interview those kids earlier, and what they've done with Lego is, I don't know. It really made me so warm and happy. It was because that was my childhood. I was a Lego maniac in the late '80s and early '90s, and my cousin and I, we would make combat robots. Before Lego introduced the motors and everything, we would basically glue in little RC motors with rubber band belts, and they were all the worst robots you've ever seen. So not a lot has changed for me there, but it's incredible seeing how resilient they've built these bots with no glue, nothing. It is purely Lego components, and the only third-party thing they've introduced is a battery.
That's incredible. And I mean, Lego is such a wonderful place to start. And I have a feeling now them bringing those robots here, seeing the rest of the, in rules like competition robots, will probably inspire them to branch out from just Legos and maybe into, real combat robots that you can fight in the regular tournament here. Another robot that I'm excited to see, and who's been doing really well so far, is Kate Oyster and Cookie Crumbler.
Oh, yeah.
Cookie Crumbler has kind of quietly made a really fantastic name for itself here at NHRL over 5 or 6 events. But Kate, is a really, well, you know what? We'll continue that thought later, because we're going to go take a look at Cage 6 with Mini IronClad and Scab Armour. Mini IronClad built by Colby Miles. And Scab Armour, we have seen here several times, I believe also being driven by Ishan Ray.
This is the, I think either the 9th or the 10th event that we've seen Scab Armour.
Yeah. has 4 KOs under its belt. Not too shabby.
Not too shabby. Oh, we got a match that's starting right now in Cage 5, so we're going to jump over here real quick. We have Juggernaut and Wassup?
Juggernaut is built by Christopher Tran, who is back for the first time this year. Very exciting. He was showing me his robot up in the pits, all of the upgrades, all of the beefiness he's added to the robot, and it's having a really great day so far.
Versus Max Denny and Wassup. This is, I believe, its first ever competition showing here at NHRL.
Oh, I'm hearing that noise you don't really want to hear. That screeching, crying sound.
I love it.
Wassup trying to get that lift on Juggernaut, but while I was pinning it, couldn't quite land the punch there. This is a better shot here. Ooh, those screeching sounds may be coming from Juggernaut. If I had to guess, it looks like it's struggling a little bit. With 1:20 here left on the clock.
I can't identify where that squeaking noise is coming from. I hope it's not my office chair.
It does make me feel like I'm at the dentist. I don't love that. Juggernaut has been on its head for quite a while here in this match, trying to make the best of it.
Yeah, I don't believe that weapon is going to be bouncing back, though. That's going to be something for the judges to consider if it goes the rest of this 35 seconds here in the match.
That squeaking, I feel like, is getting angrier and angrier as the match goes on.
You see Peter up there in the top left, seated outside in his in the typical in the Peter stance. BB King was allowed to sit down when he played guitar. Peter's allowed to sit down when he drives. That's the rules.
Legends only.
Yes, you have to reach legend status first.
And there we have it. So now in Cage 2 we have Horns locked with Rick Roller and Stress Concentration.
So, weapon-to-weapon exchange, another one. Stress Concentration and Rick Roller. Crossing swords? Cross swords?
Stress.
Uh-oh, it sounds like Rick Roller was having a very weird spin-up grinding noise, but maybe it's worked out the kink there.
Rick Roller says, stress concentration, I'm never gonna give you up. I'm gonna
let you down? Never gonna let you down?
Ooh, that was a little dangle there on those forks. Rick Roller really having its way here with Stress Concentration, who is a sitting duck on its head, but now flipped upright, hoping to get under Rick Roller, because it does look like that weapon is down. If Rick Roller can maybe land a good pin, get a good hit here in the last 10 seconds, that'd be a wonderful way to end the match.
A pin and a grind. That is not the way that you want to end the match. Going into the judges. Couple of great exchanges there. Let's see what the judges have to say about that. We're going to jump right now over to Cage 1.
Ooh.
Wow. Okay, we have Phenomenon and Mirage here, loaded into Cage 1.
I am loving kind of the aesthetic glow up here from Phenomenon. Just in case you forget how much it weighs, you can see right there in the corner, 30 pounds.
Phenomenon. Phenomenon, of course, from Brandon Young.
And Mirage from Matthew Marini, who has traveled all the way here from Florida. So this extremely hot and humid weather is probably nothing to Matthew.
A walk in the park. We have two heavy hitters about to go head-to-head. This is probably going to be explosive, and I'm all for it.
I know, tough draw for Matthew, who this is his first time fighting with this robot at NHRL, going up against one of the most feared and prolific builders here at NHRL.
But just look at the size of the vert on that one.
Yeah.
It might outweigh the vert on Phenomenon. Like this, you know, when you have two weapons like this in a single match, it's really going to come down to who lands those first couple of haymakers, because that is all it takes. And of course, certainly have the weight advantage over here in the blue corner, given that it is a walker mechanism, and they've probably used every single spare ounce that has afforded them, so they have the weight. But Phenomenon, of course, also has the fork configuration in the front, so perhaps better able to kind of scoop and deliver a hit of its own.
I'm excited for this one. I'm hoping for a
boy.
slugfest.
Here we go. We're locked and loaded.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots.
All right,
fight.
here we go, Lindsay.
Let's do it!
Both bots kind of slowly making their way out of the corner, but I'm not seeing a spin up. Oh boy.
Yeah, not seeing a lot out of that weapon on Mirage, and we are seeing some successful fork moves there from Phenomenon, who has been able to get under Mirage.
So unless Mirage is able to resurrect that weapon here, I don't know what they're really going to be able to do other than try to just win the match based with control.
Yeah, I mean, they do have, there we go. They do have the weight advantage, so if they're able to bully just their weight around Phenomenon, but I think Brandon is a little too adept for that.
Mirage does have a considerable armor plate on the front of this robot. You heard just that clank that sounded like someone hitting a steel bar with like a sledgehammer, and you see that big ding there in the front.
Wow.
Oh! Wow! Oh, wow, you feel hits like that all the way across the room here. Now, Phenomenon just getting around to the side of Mirage. I'm sure that armor plate is not quite as substantial in the sides and back.
That is exactly what he has been trying to do this entire match. Successfully got around to the back, lifted him up, and I imagine landed some good hits there on the undercarriage.
Oh,
there we go.
Wow! All right, and Phenomenon doing what Phenomenon does. Oh! Mirage calling for the unstick from Flo.
And even though Phenomenon did try and prevent that unstick from happening, they are still entitled to it because they were not self-righted at any point. So
Tap out.
But
there's your tap out.
It won't matter very much now because they've tapped out, and Phenomenon takes the W. Really good showing there for Phenomenon. I would have loved to see what would have happened if that weapon on Mirage was running up to speed. We would have gotten even more sparks, I have to imagine, but...
All right, let's jump over to Cage 2. where we currently have Thistle and Singularity. Singularity, this kind of ring spinner here in the blue corner, versus Thistle, that big drum coming out of the pink corner. Oh, wow! Did that drum come off the drive assembly?
That is gone.
Oh, wow.
That is no longer a factor in the match. Thistle has tapped out. I really want to get a look in there and see exactly the damage done. That drum is no longer attached.
What an interesting hiss that comes out of that ring spinner. That is so kind of creepy.
Yeah.
I don't know what other word to describe it. Oh yeah, that drum looks askew. Yeah, it's just kind of
no!
Yes. Yeah. It is. It's not fully a part of the bot anymore.
I really love the ambition there. I mean, that is a huge drum comparison to the rest of that robot. But maybe a little bit more work.
There's more drum than robot.
Yeah. Big drum energy. I love it. This was its first competition at NHRL. And it came here all the way from Somerset in the United Kingdom, built by Milo Rothschild Davies. Welcome. Let's take a look at that huge hit there that landed on Thistle. The hit heard across the pond. There we go.
Oh.
And they went in for the hit. That was their own attempt at hurting their opponent. It just backfired.
Yeah, well,
spectacularly.
Whether it's a ring spinner, a full body spinner, or a melty brain, there's not really a good, approach tactic.
You can't wait for a good angle.
No.
It is all one
not.
angle.
It's all one angle. That is the way the cookie crumbles in that situation. That was.
Now, there's actually quite a few robots here, I believe, from the UK, and you were talking to one earlier in the pits.
I'll tell you more about it, but it sounds like we have two separate judges' decisions that have come in. So the first one is Rickroller has defeated Stress Concentration.
All right, that one makes sense to me. That one makes sense.
And our second one is Kitsune has defeated Buffalo Wings, meaning Buffalo Wings is out of the tournament.
Wow, that is
surprising.
That is surprising. I mean, Kitsune really did an incredible job in that match. I'm not surprised that Kitsune won, but Eli Davis has had such great success with Hot Wings in the past, and I know that there were some difficulties trying to shed the weight from the 2023 robot that he could not bring into the 2024 robot due to some rule changes. And so having to reconfigure the robot to meet our new rule set has proven challenging.
Yeah.
Had a great showing today. I'd love to see more from that robot, but we won't see that happen today.
Having talked to Eli, Eli was, kind of sharing, it's a new bot. There's some new concepts that are built in here. Really, he was happy to come in and get the one win today because really what he's doing is he's testing new ideas out and iterating. That iterative process generally does not begin with a ton of wins. But even racking up the one here today, that's great. I'm sure that Eli is going to come back with a more robust drumstick than the Buffalo Wing that we saw here today. But, I'm confident because I think that he's one of the more imaginative and fun and really dedicated builders that we have. And that is why he is one of my all-time favorite builders.
Absolutely. And perhaps a more robust booty as well.
I don't know if that's even possible, considering he had to shave that booty down a little bit today to get it into the cage. It passed through safety, but we'll see.
I don't know. You can hope. What a day, though. It has been nonstop.
Yeah, we've had the matches coming fast-paced. We've seen some explosive matches, and I'm looking forward to how this is all going to be playing out today. We have a couple of bots that I think really stand a good chance, and I'm not allowed to say anything about that anymore because I tend to jinx bots when I say this is the bot that could go all the way today. And I'm not going to be that guy anymore. That's it. I'm done.
Yeah, normally I'm that guy, so I'm trying hard to watch what I say. But yeah, it's okay. No, should I just like throw that out the window and immediately perhaps jinx someone?
Are you going to say on the count of 3? 1, 2, 3.
Wait, what are we?
You're going to jinx a bot.
Oh, okay. Am I saying the name of the bot?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, 1, 2, 3. Aries.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I was going to go Chainsaw Kitty.
Oh my God, no. I would never.
So you would jinx Aries?
I don't want to jinx anybody, but I just feel like Chainsaw Kitty has been jinxed enough, whereas like Aries has really not been jinxed at all.
Okay.
So if I'm gonna like potentially throw a jinx out there, let me at least spread the jinx love around.
This desk is so weird. Oh, speaking of weird, here we have TCC in the pink corner and Splashy, try saying that 5 times, obviously coming out of the blue corner. They went full thematic for this. Even hanging out in the blue corner, it looks like a tidal wave coming in.
I wouldn't mind just being in the middle of a tidal wave right now.
3,
it is so hot.
2, 1.
Fight.
All right,
Robots
we're off.
fight.
TCC, of course, this full shell spinner. It is heavy. It is very, very heavy and takes obviously a lot of energy to get that thing up cooking.
What an interesting strategy here from Splishy Splashy.
Yeah.
Not using their weapon, but using the back of their robot to land a pin. I wonder if they're afraid of just that shell.
I mean, TCC is I believe it's a walker. It's heavy. It's got this. It's got this huge, heavy steel, full body spinner on it. So it's like if you go head to head with something like that and you have a more delicate weapon like this egg beater on Splishy Splashy, there's a chance that you could destroy yourself. Now keep in mind,
smoke.
TCC is being piloted remotely from Texas.
Yeah, if you look at the box, the driver of TCC is nowhere to be found because Sterling Brown is controlling it from the comfort of his home in Texas.
And the smoke that you actually see, I believe, is from the smoker barbecue that's happening perhaps just outside of wherever he's piloting this robot from in Texas.
Delicious. I love it.
Oh, and TCC is now fully spun up, and it is no longer a bot that you can safely approach, just like we were just talking about before. There is no safe angle for Splishy Splashy to come in now, but it does look like Splishy Splashy is having a little bit of issue with its left drive side.
Oh, Chris, that something has come up to full speed just in the last few moments. The sound of that weapon is terrifying.
It is a very guttural hum.
I would love to see a hit here. I don't know if it's going to happen, but it would be explosive, and I'm trying to manifest it into reality.
It looks like TCC is slowly migrating towards the side rail, so there's a chance that something's going to happen, but unfortunately it might be to our cage. All right, 37 seconds for something to happen. So far in this match, there's only really been a pin.
I am going to need everybody at home try and just send some hit prayers into the universe. No!
Oh, and both bots were immobile, so I guess that this is the double countout, meaning that it's going to go to the judges for them to decide based on... Wow.
My prayers were not answered. The hit did not occur, but I don't know how the judges will score that one. We did not see, well, you know what? Splishy Splashy had that really effective pin right out of the gate. That was the majority of the action that we saw.
Yeah.
I imagine it will be going to Splishy Splashy. But that was a quick pin early on, and then just a lot of anticipation.
Oh, I can see now. Look at that left wheel on Splishy Splashy. It's actually kind of diagonal ways. So something happened. That wheel has fallen off inside of its drivetrain.
I mean, I imagine that would count as damage, but
well, it depends. I don't think that was actually done by a weapon strike from TCC. So I don't think that
I'm not sure that meant. I don't know. But is TCC able to power down?
So in here we see TBD today and finished robot that seems to be it looks like an unfinished robot right now because there we see its weapon.
Yeah.
Kind of just hanging out, not on the robot. And finished robot is still trying to scoop its own entrails up and use it as a weapon. I love to see it. That is resourceful thinking from its driver.
Definitely a creative strategy. TBD today still has full control of its weapon attached to its own body, so +1 to them. Looking tough right now for finished robot, who is requesting an unstick.
I don't know what finished robot would really be able to do to turn the match around.
No, you just kind of have to hope that your opponent in TBD today just spontaneously combusts. There's still 1 minute and 10 seconds left. You never know.
I mean, it could happen. It's combat robotics. You never know.
You never know.
There's also a chance that, you have to bring the rest of your bot home in a Ziploc bag because you decide to gamble.
I appreciate them willing to chance it.
Knockout.
But we're not going to see anything turn around because that is, in fact, a knockout. And TBD today lives to see another day. TBD tomorrow.
You see Brett trying to bring a bot safely back to the door. That is one of the duties, the sacred duties of our house bots here.
It's a tough job. I wouldn't want to do it. So I salute you, Brett. Slowly but surely you'll get there. I believe in you.
It's kind of funny.
You can do it, Brett. You just believe in yourself.
I believe. Brett is obviously not the most dexterous of our house bots.
But he is just a solid block.
He's just a big square.
Yeah. Exactly. Bummer.
I see we had some other bots loading into some of our other cages, so we're gonna have some more action coming for you any second here. But man, I think I like the shape and the reach on that weapon on TBD today. I wish that we had seen it the match before that weapon came off. I'm kind of curious what happened in those early seconds.
Yeah, I'm sure it was a big hit.
I'm sure, or it, someone forgot to put like a lock washer on something or something.
I mean, you've competed before and forgot to add Loctite to things that needed Loctite.
Well, that wasn't me. That was our team captain, who, I'll tell you this, we had plenty of stickers on the robot. It looked fantastic.
Priorities: stickers, LED glowing, Loctite.
I think the LEDs worked.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe.
All right, we're sweeping out cage one. I guess that we're probably going to have some more heavyweight action coming to us soon, but oh boy. Let's take a look up at the pits. It's certainly the the pressure and heat are mounting up here. We're trying to make sure that everyone is staying thoroughly hydrated. It's not a good idea to just be slamming Red Bulls, which is generally the MO for some of our builders up there, but instead we are foisting ice cold water on them. We do have Mr. Fans and fans everywhere to keep people cool.
And periodic announcements to remind people to drink water, which, you know what, to some people might sound redundant, but if no one tells me to drink water, I never will. So I understand.
I think we actually have Kyle up there right now who's on standby with a super soaker filled with ice water, and he's just going to start blasting people. That should be really exciting. Look, so just to talk about the resourcefulness of some of the teams, like here's a station right here where there is a 3D printer currently humming, very likely making a component for a bot in this event. Oh, and if we can we pan a little bit to the right? A little bit more.
Oh, it's almost there.
So we have, I believe, don't quote me on this, but this might be one of the first electromagnetic railgun bots that has attempted to be here. Now, I had a chance to talk with Connor earlier today. There was certainly some drive issues with the hubs that he had pre-prepared for different wheels. But inside of that, in that middle, you see that funnel shape?
Yeah,
that
what
black
is
funnel?
that?
So that is essentially a cartridge that holds 12 steel rods that are sharpened at the tip.
What?
That funnel these rods down to a chamber at the bottom, which then get
5,
sucked through
4,
that electromagnet
3,
and fired out the
2,
front of it at an
1.
incredible rate of
Fight,
speed. And it gets 12
robots,
shots.
And that's built by a 16, almost
A
17-year-old.
16-year-old
Oh my God.
who's
All
looking
right.
at colleges right now out there, college recruiter people.
In the meantime, we're taking a look here at Instant Regret and Wreck Creation. I'm hearing some hits, I'm seeing some pins. Wicked Creation are trying to bully Instant Regret around. And we see some smoke.
Ooh, nice hit there to the side armor
Ooh,
on
that's a
Instant Regret.
scary sound.
Recreation still very dangerous in this match. But it looks like we have good weapon movement now from Instant Regret as well. Coming up on just 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the match. I don't think that we have full weapon capability on Instant Regret. Perhaps, but it does look like that weapon is not moving at full speed. Oh, and Recreation is now up against the side rail. I wonder if they're going to call for their unstick with only 1 minute and 20 seconds left in the match.
Looks like Brett is activated, so it seems to be the answer to that is yes.
They're going to need a little bit more of a shove than that, Brett.
I have seen Brett be absolutely savage in the past.
Yeah.
This is a new leaf for Brett. So gentle.
I've heard that Brett's been actually going to anger management. Oh, Instant Regret comes in on Recreation for a hit, and in that moment, Recreation reorients itself and delivers a big hit back into Instant Regret. And now it's Instant Regret up on the side rail. Recreation is right there, lined up for a hit, but they're gonna call for that unstick. Recreation turns its ire back towards our house bot.
Yeah, you're gonna. You're gonna have to be
Uh-oh.
careful doing that.
Yeah, you don't want to fire your beetleweight weapon into our house bots. They are much larger and have much better armor than anybody in this weight class.
And Britt's anger management therapy will only go so far.
Yeah, that's true. It's like the Hulk.
And that's the match there. Really, really great showing from Recreation. Built by Roger Hahn, who came into this event with a 1-2 win-loss record. So good showing here. And Instant Regret was another Cybears build. This one from Tanoosh, another hometown team from Norwalk, Connecticut. You know, it's really nice. You have people fly over in this event. We have someone from Hong Kong. We have someone, multiple teams from the UK. In the past, we've seen people from Brazil, from China, from Mexico, like anywhere you can think, almost, we've had a builder from. But it's really nice to see that there are also some hometown bots, you know, willing to hold it down for the rest of Norwalk.
I'm ready to see that first Antarctica bot, but...
Yes.
All right, it sounds like we do have a judge's decision that is coming in. Okay, we have a judge's decision in that back and forth between Splishy Splashy and our Texas piloted bot TCC. Control wants to know what you think.
Well, Control, if I had to guess, I think that would go to Splishy Splashy. They landed that initial pin. After that, not much happened. And someone had to win.
Yeah, I don't know. Splishy Splashy had that wheel that kind of came loose.
That's true.
And so, like, I don't know if the judges perhaps interpreted that as something. So, but I think I would probably go Splishy Splashy. I don't know. It's really going to come down to the interpretation of our three judges, and I'm curious to know if it was, you know, like a split decision or. But I'm ready. Feed me, Control.
I'm on the edge of my seat here.
All right, we've heard it. The winner of that match was. You know what that reminds me of?
Oh my God! You gotta let the people know.
The winner of that match between Splishy Splashy and TCC was, in fact, Splishy Splashy.
All right. Whew, you were really giving me a run for my money there.
Yeah.
But I think that was probably the correct call. Is interesting, like how that damage is quantified there. They did lose that wheel, not really at the hands of TCC because we didn't see contact. But I believe that was the correct decision there. Ooh, all right.
Yeah, let's go on a scavenger hunt back up here in the pits. Let's see if we can find anything else to, you know, to kind of drill down into.
I spy with my little eye jars of pickles.
Oh yes, that is fantastic.
All right, let's take a look here. This is Dee's Garden to Table. And for 16 ounces, it's a cool $7. 32 ounces, you get a deal. Less than half at 12.
I can tell you, we can personally attest to Dee's Garden to Table. The pickles, we have some in our refrigerator right now. I think there's only 2 pickles left in it, so we do have to get some more pickles today. And they are delicious.
Yeah,
so,
heavy recommendation there, but let's see what else we have to see. Oh, waving back right at you. What do you see, Chris?
As we continue our pan here.
Shout out to the crew taking care of our trash. It would not work without you. Thank you. Ooh, I'm seeing some hero shots from our camera crew. and some people playing some phone games. I have to guess in front of their nice red fan, staying cool. They have no idea they're on camera right now.
I'm impressed by how many builders were prepared for this heat and have their own, like, you see people with like 18-volt shop fans, and they're just sitting like 8 inches away from like totally just in the middle of a windstorm. Oh, cool.
This is like I feel like I'm on a roller coaster. We just saw right like to the top of that, Nate Franklin and my favorite dad of the pits, Nate's dad, who does have a name, but he likes to go by Nate's dad. His name is Ken, though. And so Nate's dad, he's the one right there on his phone, kind of in the center of the screen. Well, center top. Nope, not
other
him.
dad. Other dad. Top left.
To the left.
Top left.
To the left. Yeah. What's up, Nate's dad? You have no idea I'm talking to you, but I'm a big fan. Nate's dad does an incredible job photographing the competition.
That's true.
He
Nate, always has just a great photo bank from every event that he goes to. And I guess Nate's dad is one of the people that helps supply all of those. That's fantastic.
And he's just the friendliest, nicest person you'd ever want to hope to meet. And same goes for Nate. It really didn't fall far from the tree. We see Coleman there, whose bot has to take up 2 pit tables. And there's, I believe, Colby from Mini IronClad. Colby is somewhat famous in the NHRL Discord for posting like an angry seagull meme.
Ah, yes.
Letting you know how many days are left into the competition, and always giving builders a little bit of an anxiety attack.
Yes. I have certainly freaked out having seen the seagull reminding me.
If you know, you know. And now we get to return the favor and give him a little bit of an anxiety attack by focusing in on his frantic repairs for Mini IronClad.
You got to get that bot back together. Yeah, hit it. That'll do it.
It's always a good idea to bang it on the table. My favorite thing about Colby is that he is the main bot, and his son, who's just a couple years old, I think, he's the mini bot, and he has a little shirt that says the mini bot on it. There's Eli and Hot Wings and Derek Tran right next to him. Look how big that, I think that it's really easy to lose the perspective in the, you know, when it's in the box, you can't really tell how big it is, but just giant. Cage 6.
So this is the last 3-pound qualifier. Looks like Bert is about to get perhaps a new battery. This is important. Or just a quick hairdo. That works too.
Five.
Oh, and we're counting in.
3, 2,
Here we go, Cage 6
1.
action.
Fight, robots, fight.
Here we have Harold that was coming out of the blue corner, Deep Stone Lullaby coming out of the pink corner, and a big exchange to open up the match, and Harold, oh boy, Harold, are you okay? Harold, blink twice if you can hear me. Oh boy.
That was a quick fight.
That, yeah. So welcome to the desk here, Adam. I don't know if you got eyes on that. There was really one exchange here about 2.5 seconds into this match, and it looks like both bots might have simultaneously knocked out each other. That That was
Oh.
weird.
Yeah, I didn't notice that Deepstone Lullaby was also immobile other than their mini-bot.
So Deepstone Lullaby kind of rode up that front fork configuration on the front of Herald, but Herald has an egg beater that it wears like a hat, and I think that Deepstone Lullaby went full send up the forks, and they delivered a weapon-to-weapon exchange mid-air.
It would be good to see a replay of that. I mean, you don't see that every day. Herald's sort of a unique design.
Yeah, it's generally you see people trying to put those egg beaters as low as possible to the ground.
Yeah.
But why not wear it like a hat?
And what's interesting here, if it was really simultaneous on those two big robots, even though we're seeing, you know, the other half of Lullaby here move around, I don't think that would count as movement because greater than 51% of the weight is currently not moving. Oh, Harold just moved.
It is mobile.
It moved, yeah.
I believe its weapon is dead.
But that little bit of movement could
So-
be the difference here.
I'm curious, is Deepstone Lullaby here, is it seeing birds right now? Is it down for the night?
Because Harold's getting a little bit of movement. Deepstone Lullaby is larger robot, not at all. I think that wouldn't be a simultaneous knockout. That would mean...
I'm curious, though, Adam. It's showing here that the match is paused.
That is interesting, and usually that happens when they're trying to separate the robots.
So in certain situations, when there is a multi-bot and the main bot is up high centered on it, and they're not able to free themselves, that you can have this kind of not a traditional unstick, but they actually separate the bots before they can resume it. But
Oh, so apparently this is going to the judges. That's interesting to me because Harold here is showing a lot of movements.
So Harold,
But
yeah, is
interesting call. The ref saw it differently.
So let's take a look at this one hit. So
There's upside down Harold.
So there's the kind of scoop, but
Why?
wow, interesting.
And then dead.
So it wasn't even what I had thought, which was the other bot riding up the front of Harold and going weapon to weapon. It delivered the weapon into Harold,
Yeah.
sending Harold upside down, but then it shut down entirely.
Just stopped.
I don't know what the judges are really gonna, interpret that as. What would be your analysis?
Anyone who watched, the preliminary rounds of the teams tournament saw knockoff white stop in 2 of our fights completely randomly. So I know how that feels when you're driving around, your robot suddenly stops. To me, what was interesting is there was an unstick called, and then after the unstick, Harold was moving again. Why did the match get paused? Was it because they thought the robots were stuck together? Why did Harold moving not trigger an unpause? Was it too long of a delay? I'm not sure. I'm not in the ref's headspace, but I could see them saying like it took too long for Harold to start moving again. The pause was probably because, like you're saying, they thought the robots were stuck together, so they were doing a disentanglement type of unstick. And then, we'll go into the judges. We'll see what they think. The judges are going to see that movement for Harold at the end there. That's going to count in the damage score. Them being able to move is going to help them a lot, but such a quick fight, it'll be interesting to see how it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh boy. Oh, I'm glad that I'm here at the desk and not somewhere in a remote bunker watching the live feeds of these fights and having to do those tabulations. It's a scary place to be.
No, it's no fun to have to judge these fights. It's really tricky. All the little ins and outs, and does the hit count more than the resulting damage? It's a really tough spot to be in.
Yeah. So let me ask you, how do you think things are playing out right now? Do you kind of see any storylines building as we're making our way, towards the end of the qualifiers here?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I've been seeing a lot of fun fights, a lot of interesting robots, a lot of back and forth battles. I don't know if I've been seeing any unifying themes. I really enjoyed, saw blades coming back. Just seeing like a literal saw blade cut through a robot. It's probably one of my highlights of the day so far.
Oh, up against the pneumatic flipper with the way to actually kind of.
No, I'm talking about it was a beetleweight fight with. Who was it? I'm blanking on the names. But one of the beetleweights basically almost got clean cut in half.
Really?
And apparently it actually sliced their battery in half.
Oh,
but
wow.
somehow it didn't light on fire. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
boy.
Oh, the decision is in.
All right, Adam. Control is playing this game that they're eating up. They want to know, what is your interpretation of who won that match?
Oh boy, I think that I would have to give control and aggression to. I'm blanking on the names of the robots now. What are the names of the two robots?
So we
Deep
had
Stone,
Harold,
Lullaby, and Harold.
Deep Stone Lullaby.
I think Lullaby I would probably give control and aggression to, and I'd probably give damage to Harold. So I think I would give it to Lullaby is my take, but I could really see it going either way.
Now, I don't know, I might kind of mix it up. I think technically Deep Stone Lullaby was the one that delivered that weapon impact, and Harold was the one that was still mobile, so I don't know with that additional mobility at the end of the match, if that means that maybe some additional control points would be reallocated there. But Deep Stone Lullaby was the one that delivered, I think, the big hit, but destroyed itself in doing that. But you're not penalized necessarily for destroying yourself.
No,
by delivering a big hit.
Damage is damage at the end of the day, and I think there was more damage done to Lullaby at the end of the fight, right? Lullaby had its mini-bot moving, but no movement or weapon on the larger robot, and Harold had movement on the larger robot. To me, that's a little bit more valuable in terms of like total scoring. But yeah, control and aggression, it's like, okay, if you concede that Harold had movement at the end, why wasn't it being aggressive at that point?
Yeah. All right, let's hear what the judges say.
Oh, Deep Stone Lullaby is the winner. Yeah.
Deep Stone Lullaby defeating its opponent and is going to keep going on. This is, that's it.
It is nice to win after your robot suddenly stops moving. I think they're going to be back in the pits trying to figure out why that happened, and they made that a little bit closer than it maybe needed to be after delivering such a quality hit. I think they would have liked to keep moving.
That is a good injection of anxiety to prepare you for the actual bracket, and good luck. I hope that they're able to get up there and take that thing apart and find out what broke. All right, we're going to jump over to Cage 4 now. So there, I see Numanador in the pink corner, and the very vibrant and beautiful Killer Whale there in the blue corner.
And so Numanador was that pneumatic robot you were talking about getting dismantled by the overhead earlier today.
And then, of course, Killer Whale built by William Marchese. A bot that we've actually seen for a handful of events now. It is, it's got a very, very wide horizontal spinner on it.
Love the color scheme. Great gradients here.
All new UHMW. It's really nice. It's a very nice looking bot.
And Numanador looking in one piece again. Some good repair work back in the pits.
Yeah, it looks like a really. There's a lot going on in this bot.
You can see everything that's happening in that bot.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Great spin up there.
Woo. Oh boy.
Great sound.
Oh!
Oh no.
I think that's designed to do that probably.
Oh no! It's not designed to do that.
Yeah, that gas needs to stay inside those tanks.
Tearing apart the wheels here with the spinner. Killer Whale tearing apart everything now.
Oh boy.
Numanador still going.
Tap out.
Wow. Just no defense for the spinner on Killer Whale. Numanador had no chance. Oof. I kept thinking they just need to point the wedge at the spinner, but they did achieve that, and off went the wedge.
It was interesting. I actually got to talk to Killer Whale before this match, and I asked what its strategy was going to be against a pneumatic flipper, and you know what Killer Whale said?
What'd they say? You know, that sounds more like a blue whale.
I don't know. I'm just, I calls them like I sees them.
Oh, they're trying to get back. It's so sad to see. The compliant wheel.
Let's take
not
a look.
very compliant.
Let's take a look at this replay and see where most of Pneumatador went.
Just exposing the side. Not what you want to do off the bat. Off it goes.
Oh, wow.
Downhill from there.
There you see the gas escaping from the pneumatic tank. Obviously, part of that horizontal spinner from Killer Whale made it past that side armor package and perhaps gouged out part of that tank, allowing the gas to escape. And then at that point, flipping is not really something that you have in the Rolodex.
I'd love to see a pneumatic flipper, you know, get a nice toss in there. It's always fun to see, and the gas and the sound, and unable to make it happen this time. They're fragile robots. They're tough to get running. Not a lot of people build them in this weight class. I think you can kind of see why. It's heavy to get all those components in there. You don't have as much weight for armor, and unfortunately just unable to take those hits. You have to be able to drive and keep the front pointed toward the opponent, but as we saw later in that fight, I don't even know if the front could have taken the hits from that spinner. Just what power in Killer Whale.
Yeah, I'd imagine just the pneumatic system in general occupies so much of the actual overall weight of the bot that you even kind of see its whole chassis is very lightweight. It looks maybe like even aluminum, and
you can see how big it is.
Yeah.
And one of the things with these robots is when you get bigger, then let's say you want to put quarter-inch aluminum armor. Well, now you need twice as much of it.
Yes.
Right? So the size starts limiting how thick all of your frame members and armor can be, and that's really tricky. So those pneumatic components are not only heavy, but they're large. And that means you need more weight for armor, more weight for frame, and all of it gets thinner, all of it gets weaker. So it's really hard to make them work. Pretty much at any weight class, but especially here in 30 pounds and the weight classes we run at NHRL, just you're up against a bit of a wall with the pneumatics.
All right, let's jump over to Cage 1 right now. Oh, wow. We have Void and Calamity 12 already going head-to-head. Calamity 12 looks like maybe it has a belt off.
Oh, is that already that's an unstick called for? Calamity 12 on the wall. Void trying to self-right themselves. Quite a calamitous start to this fight.
I'm curious if that was a belt off of Calamity 12's weapon or perhaps part of its side drive. I can't tell.
Calamity 12 on their feet, but they're not moving. Are they high-centered on that belt, or is their drive just not going anywhere?
Knockout.
Oh.
Wow. Oh, we got there right in the nick of time.
Yeah. Perhaps appropriate name for them. After that fight, that was a tough fight. You know, you come out of the gate, bang, bang, stuck on the wall, and your drive stops moving. Not how you want the fight to go, but terrific for the opponents. Void coming out and really taking advantage of Calamity 12 there.
Wow. Calamity 12 built by Eli Dill. That was a very explosive 3 seconds, maybe 2.5.
Yeah, it was fast. It's one of those things too. You know, again, like two very similar robots coming out, and you know what's the difference between them? But Void owning the ground
there
game,
we go. Here
coming out the bat and just getting those hits.
So great. They kind of lock horns. They go head to head. They deliver their opponent into the side rail, which then gives them that real scoop. Then boom, like.
When you design one of these four-wheel drive, metaverts as we call them here, that front is so important. The ground game, the architecture, the geometry. How do you balance the reach of your forks and the reach of your weapon and all of the different dimensions to be able to get those hits? And that time, Void was the one that came out ahead. They were able to hit the chassis on their opponent, and there was no coming back from that. If you lose that front-to-front game, it's a real uphill battle, and they couldn't continue.
That's generally what you see in most, I would say, vert on vert matches. You know, these are bots designed to win with not many hits. They're designed to win with one or maybe just a handful of very, very big hits.
There's kind of three ways those engagements can go for a robot. Your robot can get under the opponent. That's what you really want. You want to get under them and you want to hit their chassis. Your forks can just kind of get entangled, and you can do what we call a dance, where no one's really getting under each other and you're just kind of stuck there. And the third one is the opponent gets under you. That's what you don't want to happen. So if you can't get under the opponent, you at least want to entangle them enough so they can't get under you. And that wasn't what happened.
And I know, like, Knockoff White is a bot that has probably seen some, like, as kind of like a walker. There is some scoopability there.
Yeah. What's interesting with Knockoff White is that since we don't have a vert, we don't need to get people so close. We don't need to necessarily get under them and reach their chassis. We almost want to just get that entanglement. We just want to keep you in front of us.
Yeah.
And so we only have to play hard enough to get to that middle level. Like, okay, we just don't want you getting under us. As long as you don't get under us, we don't care if we're entangled. We don't necessarily need to go all the way as getting under you. So we have a little bit of an easier mode because we have that ranged weapon with the hammer on Knockoff White. And that's one of the things we use to our advantage when we're playing, because if we get in one of those little entanglement battles, that's great for us, because eventually we can just fire the weapon and reach the opponents most of the time.
Especially if you're able to just eat a couple of those impacts from like a high-energy horizontal or vertical spinner. It's like, now I kind of have you dead to rights in that zone where I have the advantage.
Yeah. And you'll see a lot of flamethrower weapons play it similarly. A lot of people use what we call keep away forks, where you actually have another tooth on there that's facing upward to hold them away.
Yeah.
So even if you do completely win, they don't run up, because you just want to keep people far away. You don't want to hit that weapon. Keep it out there and hit them with the flames, hit them with the hammer, hit them with the hammer saw. So the way that people play that front game when they don't have the vert is also really interesting, because you kind of are playing it on cheat mode a little bit. You don't need to quite go as far.
That's a really interesting analysis. I never really put those two together. Yes, it is very true that there is a very similar ground game for both hammer bots and flame bots. Let's pop over here to the control room. This is the room that has air conditioning.
There I am.
Oh, I see me too.
And a lot of other people.
Of course, these are some of the incredible people that bring us all of this action. There.
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no!
We're in an '80s music video. We're back.
Okay, for all of our fans out there with some kind of motion sensitivity, I am so sorry.
They have fun in the control room.
Yeah, it's an incredible crew there. They work so hard throughout the day. It's nonstop. I mean, like, we cycle in and out. We're doing, we'll go up. We'll do, we'll do pit hits. We're doing cage side stuff, and we do fight. But it's like a nonstop switchboard operation going on in there.
Yeah, 12-hour day of controlling. It's tough. I like the color coordination in this fight here. Full court versus
okay,
down
so
court.
we have full court now back. This is, of course, a champion bot from Coleman.
You don't always see the great color coordination with the boxed corners here, but downpour in blue and the blue triangle, and full court in red and the red one, or pink rather. I like it.
Downpour, of course, the new 12-pounder here from Ariel Smith.
big fan, I've said this a lot, big fan of these bristle wedge minis, companion robots. You know, they work really well, really durable wedges. They don't seem to get caught up and high-centered, but they just kind of maintain that shape, even after taking hits.
5, 4, 3.
Full court is
2,
going to try and control
1.
this fight.
Fight.
Downpour is going to try and get some
Robots
hits in with the weapon. You can see that little wedge half of Downpour there, getting full court stuck up on the wall, beating them in their own game. But full court right back on the press. Now, some people say full court doesn't have a weapon, but you can see there those lifter arms coming around and pulling Downpour up off the ground fully, controlling the fight.
So Ariel also the captain for the 3-pounder Hodor, and the newer bot, I believe, Beetlejuice. I made the mistake earlier thinking that Beetlejuice had qualified back in March, but I didn't realize that was March of last year, Adam. I have my year wrong.
How the time flies by.
Tell me about it.
Full court is hoping they can make the time fly by with these pins. Of course, the robot is designed to come in and hold the opponent on the wall for the full duration of all these pins. Those lifters are able to take the wheels of the opponent off the ground, and they're just going to try and do this for the full 3 minutes of the fight. This is not easy to do. You know, just one mistake could expose those fragile 3D printed chassis to the massive weapon on Downpour.
Wow.
But they're making it happen so far.
I saw a full courts match here with Lindsay just a bit earlier, and it's just so interesting that strategy with, you know, that corral, but then using those actual waggles, which were generally designed in, I believe, earlier iterations of the bot to just kind of also pin, but now they flex back and really allow that the entire body of the bot to pitch itself forward.
Wow. Downpour turning the weapon up here late in the fight.
Whoa.
They're not playing games anymore.
Oh, wow!
Quite a turn. Full court unable to get the control that they had before.
Oh!
The weapon on Downpour eating into those forks.
Oh, wow! Oh, no!
Oh, wow. Full court's other half is now stuck. That could be major in any sort of judge's decision.
Wow! Downpour, Ariel doing a great job of not letting full court do what full court does best.
Downpour's weapon has stopped. Is that a preemptive stop from the driver of Downpour? Is it broken?
I'm curious if maybe like actually a part of full court kind of got sucked into the weapon assembly, or, you know, perhaps that belt came loose.
What's interesting to me is that, you know, for most of the fight, they weren't spun up that fast. All of a sudden, they spin up, and now they've stopped again. Could be reliability. I don't know, but wow, that completely changed the complexion of the fight.
Wow. Wow.
Getting the other half of full court stuck on the wall is massive damage points. That's effectively the same as disabling half the robot. Maybe a late hit here or something.
I'm curious,
some of the teams
Pandemonium seemed to be having a moment of pandemonium there. I'm curious what they were seeing that we couldn't see. We have some folks standing around the box.
I don't know. It seems like everything's fine. Sometimes tempers, you know, they can get high at the end of a match. You never know what's happening.
Of course, though, we have the cool, calm, and collected Gwen on reffing. One of the best.
It'll be interesting to hear the outcome of that judge's decision, because, you know, for so long on that fight, full court had it in the bag. But what I always say with these control bots is you have to drive a perfect fight for the entirety of the fight. The spinners don't need to be perfect for the whole fight. They only need to be perfect sometimes for a split second to win. Now, it is going to the judge's decision, but really interested to see what they do. You know, those, when you have a multi-bot, even when one segment is smaller, if it gets stuck like that, that is effectively 50% of a knockout worth of damage. So that's a big point swing.
Just like you had said, it is absolutely crucial for a bot like Full Court, it has to be dominating the control the entire match. It's very, very unlikely that it's going to be winning it with any kind of damage points.
Yeah.
And so the second that you establish a gray area there in that control game, things can slip away from you in an instant.
They had control for maybe 2 minutes and 10 seconds of that fight. They fully had it, but there was 50 seconds of no. And so it'll be interesting. Yeah, you know, they're gonna lose damage with the smaller half stuck there, and then they didn't fully win control with that burst in the middle. It'll be interesting to see. You know, the weapon was down at the end on
Downpour.
On Downpour. Downpour's weapon was down. But I don't know if that'll count as much as the whole half.
And I'm curious to know how that weapon went down, whether that was kind of a self-inflicted wound.
Did they spin it up at the end? You know, maybe we didn't see it, but the judges might have seen it.
I don't believe I saw it, but you know, really, it comes down to like, did they end up hitting the house pot or hitting the wall or something like that? Because that's not necessarily going to count towards them. Like that.
Yeah, but damage is damage. I don't think you know, how it happened matters so much. It's just like, is it damaged or is it not damaged at the end of the fight? And it's tricky. That's a tricky one to judge. Good fight though, and wow, did that comeback from Downpour sort of come out of nowhere. Very exciting change, and that's what's so tough about being a control bot driver, or really any bot that doesn't have a spinner, is at any point the fight can completely change when those spinning weapons start to bite in and find something to grab onto.
Well, we're probably going to hear from the judges here in a few minutes. You know, in the interim, it was a really exciting match to watch. It was interesting watching the tides kind of turn back and forth there. And it's going to really come down to, you know, each individual judge's interpretation of, I think, where the control game went, and ultimately how you interpret that damage. And so, let's take a look again in the pits. Let's do our scavenger hunt again.
What are we looking for?
Okay, let's take a look around here. How far can we zoom in here on the back? Let's keep going.
Oh, I see a nice little NHRL jersey there with some flames on it.
I think I see I see a Glenn. Those are real flames, actually.
Yeah. One of the Easter eggs on the NHRL jerseys.
Dialing into the bracket,
spying,
trying to forecast which configuration do I go with. How do I prepare myself for this next match?
Yeah, when you're in the pits, you're always kind of researching your opponents.
You also see the level of hydration that's going on some of these desks. I see multiple sodas, waters, iced teas. I think there was a cranberry juice in there too.
I like this WPI goat shirt.
And then, of course, we see Team Pandemonium, who we just saw in the cage. They're there, probably, you know, really kind of waiting for this judge's decision to come in.
Now, you see a few teams here wearing these really cool NHRL jerseys. Those are from the teams event that happened earlier this month. You can find some of those jerseys in the shop here on site, also online. There's another one of those cool jerseys. You'll be able to see the rest of that team's event later on. We'll announce it at some point. But we're in cage 6. Adrift and Kitsune.
Two really good robots.
Yeah. Just look at Kitsune here. The aesthetic is wild, like something out of an anime. There you go.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. I mean, all of his bots look like toys. They look like they could just come right off the toy line. You can see them up on the shelves with your Matchbox cars and your Beyblades.
You know, I originally mistook those red fin hubcaps for the insides of wheels, but those are just the natural wheel shape. It's pretty cool. I like some of the, you know, absorbing armor they have there, the fins of TPU the chassis, trying to absorb the blow rather than just deflect it. A lot of optimization on the different parts of Kitsune. Really cool config they're running here with like a rear kind of wedgelet fork sticking out of a wedge itself. Pretty cool.
Yeah, super smart design. Mark Hansberg, he really does put a lot of thought into the aesthetics of his robot. You gotta appreciate that.
Yeah, form and function.
Five, four.
And here we
three,
go. Let's see what
two,
happens. Will we see a
one.
box rush here?
Fight, robots, fight.
We will not. Both robots spin up. Kitsune leading with that wedge fork, working well to deflect here. And you can see it send Adrift flying. Looks like they're going to try and slow them down. Oh no, that's exactly what Kitsune did not want to happen. They're stuck in the wall. They're going in for a hit and just missing.
Look at that sideboard flex as they try to pull out, too.
They're going to have to use their unstick here. That's their only unstick of the match, having to use it very early on. They can't do that again or they will get counted out. Sticking with strategy here, driving the wedge in. The wedge might be getting dented. It seems like they're getting maybe stuck on the floor a little bit more as it goes on. But they're sticking with that strategy here. 1 minute into the fight, 2 minutes to go. Adrift is still spun up to full speed, having a hard time containing all that energy in that disc. Uh-oh, Kitsune here now has lost a wheel. They're spinning up to full speed now. I don't know if it's gonna help. Oh, Kitsune's now lost both wheels.
Yeah, that's a tap out right there. So that is a win for Carter Benninghoff and Adrift. Beautiful robot with a scary weapon.
Yeah, it really worked that time. You could see Kitsune was trying to deflect them, send them flying, bounce off the wall, which happened, but Adrift kept going. You know, the break your fist with my face strategy used to work a lot better in the past. These days, it's really hard. People's fists are getting stronger and stronger every competition. But yeah, quite the fight and very impressive performance by Adrift.
All right, so Carter Benninghoff moves on there. We are officially in the bracket now in the 3-pound division, out of qualifiers. So every fight you see from this point on is basically for all the marbles. You either win or you go home. And we do have a judge's decision, it sounds like. All right. So Full Court defeats Downpour in that last matchup.
Okay.
So
interesting.
Just because it's a full court fight, there will be feelings about that.
Yeah. I mean, you know, either way that fight went, there were going to be feelings on that fight. It was a close fight.
Of course.
And it's tricky to figure out how to interpret all the different levels of aggression and control. I did think that Full Court's weapon was really showing off that it can significantly impact the opponent.
I think it's a really cool weapon. I like the upgrade. It looks great.
Yeah, it's not just little waggly arms saying hi. It's really lifting.
But personally, I miss the tiny steel chairs on Full Court. That was my favorite Full Court weapon. All right, so it looks like Singularity just knocked out Count Forcula in that fight. Singularity's all ring spinner all the time, and it's a really powerful, hard-hitting weapon. So it either wins by dying or knocking things out.
Ring spinner's one of the hardest designs to make. You know, there's a lot of interesting spinner designs here today. Horizontal spinners, really big today. Just like an over-index on them, and I'm here for it. I like horizontal spinners. Ring spinners are tricky. They're called that because it's a ring of material going around the robot. So there is no central shaft. It's just a bunch of bearings on the outside and a ring of metal. The reason that people do that is so their wheels can stick out the top and the bottom.
Yep.
Whereas a normal full body spinner, you know, you're going to be covered on top. You're not fully invertible. You have to flip back on your wheels. So it gives you an advantage in terms of maneuverability when you're inverted. but it's very fragile to put all those bearings out there. So it's cool to see a ring spinner doing well here.
A ring spinner with a like shuffler style, or not a shuffler style design, but a kinetic drive.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
All right, so we are now in cage 2. And this is Mako up in the top pink corner there versus Deep Stone Lullaby. Mako is a extremely effective overhead attack bot. It has literally cut a bot in twain today.
Yes.
Which was a lot of fun to watch.
5,
and
4,
so bright
3,
that the color doesn't
2,
even show up on
1.
camera. It's
Fight.
just fully blown
Robots
out.
fight.
Deep Stone Lullaby straight into the wall. This is Mako's bread and butter.
This is anxiety inducing right here. Are they going to get it?
Oh,
no?
Is that a tap? Is that a tap?
Yeah.
Wow.
That is so funny. They fired up their weapon and Deep Stone Lullaby said, no thanks, we're done. That's good.
I'm out.
We're over it.
I don't want to get cut in half.
All right.
Now that's pretty cool. That's your bot's so intimidating. You know, J-Mode pulls that move a lot. You know, spins up the weapon and the pin and waits for the tap out. So Mako doing the same thing here. Quite an impressive performance. You know, as a builder, sometimes you sort of fantasize about like what would be like the ultimate fight. You know, in Hammer Robot we talk about like a one-hit knockout. You know, just hit the battery with one hit. I think, you know, with the Hammer Saw, your opponent tapping out after the first pin, it's got to be up there in terms of like
5,
dream
4,
fights.
Yeah, no
3,
thanks. Don't want the
2,
smoke.
1.
Fight. Robots
All right, so this is
fight.
Mothership versus Synthesis.
Synthesis earlier today was having Mothership was having issues with the spinner on their larger robot, but the little wedge was working tremendous. So we'll see here. It seems like it is spinning this time. Synthesis sending him flying.
The larger robot on Mothership does look like it's a stuffy, like it's a plushie toy.
It's just
I kind
so
of want to take a
cute.
nap on it.
I really like it.
Meanwhile,
great
Synthesis
pin.
is all sharp angles and scary pieces. So, you know, it's good to have variety.
This wedge robot on Mothership is so effective at taking on the larger robots of the opponent and pinning them in place. I haven't seen the larger spinner robot of Mothership be able to take advantage of those pins very much. Like right here, it's not going in for the hit. It can't really do much, but that wedge is super effective. Synthesis is tossing the main robot of Mothership all over the place. But to its credit, Mothership keeps going. These robots are going flying.
Yeah, this is a tougher matchup for Synthesis than I think a lot of people would have predicted.
It's the way Synthesis is bouncing around the arena is incredible. There goes the wedge off of Synthesis.
Yeah, that's supposed to be on the robot.
That's not going to help this maneuverability, as it's now going to topple forward a little bit more without that extra stability out there. It looks like the weapon may be down on Synthesis. There goes a belt. And there's a wheel on the ground. That was a drive belt and a drive wheel of Synthesis is on the ground. It might be stuck. Nope, there goes the wedge of Mothership out. Oh, and they're doing the thing. They've called for the unstick with 56 seconds left. Will they be able to unstick, and will they make it to the end of this fight for the judge's decision? But wow, Synthesis is on their heels. Mothership has had a great second half to this fight, going after the smaller half of Synthesis here while the larger half is being unstuck.
Yeah, smart move. Just rack up those damage points and control points while you can.
It doesn't see there. Maybe there it goes, but the weapon is down, and they've done it again.
Yeah, that's their only unstick. They're done.
With 22 seconds left, I think we're going to get a count here.
You could see those wheels desperately trying to shake it back into position, but
I don't know if we're going to get the count or not, but certainly being stuck like that isn't going to look good at the end for the judges. What a fight.
Knockout.
There it is.
Wow.
A knockout with just a few seconds left on the clock, unable to make it to the judges. I don't know if it would have helped. What a great win by Mothership against Synthesis. I don't think a lot of people saw that coming.
that was a huge upset. Tayshawn Jackson with Mothership, really nice job.
We're going to cage 5. This is Kind Average versus Instant Regret. Got a couple beater bar spinners here. Very
both
similar.
of them from Team Cybears and the Bad Crew.
Very similar designs. Are they identical designs?
They're pretty much identical. Yeah, Cybears runs with a bunch of these FingerTech beater bar spinners. The whole team kind of uses the same parts and pieces so they can exchange and flip and do, and it works out well for them. But it is always interesting when they have to fight each other, because it's like, wait, who's who again?
That's a good point. So, small detail viewers may not always notice, they put tiny stickers on the robots so that you can tell which robot is from which corner. So you can see the little pink sticker and the little blue sticker on top of the robots here. The judges are going to be using those
5, 4,
if this goes to the
3,
judges, so that they can make sure to
2,
remember who is who and not
Fight.
accidentally
Robots
give
fight.
points to the wrong robots.
Ooh, nice shot
Instant
there.
Regret in blue just sent kind of average in pink and might have hit the ceiling there.
Yeah,
They're
now they're stuck up on the wall.
Looks like they're calling for an unstick here.
Meanwhile, Instant Regret doing a victory dance already.
Here comes the unstick.
So gentle, Brett. Nicely done.
Now, according to the rules, you are allowed to hit your opponent at any point, even when they request an unstick. And after the unstick's requested, it counts.
So there was really just some sportsmanship there by letting them get unstuck, which is nice. It's a good thing to do for your team member.
It is nice. Sometimes you just take the free hit, but they let him get an unstick.
Wow, just grinding away pieces of that armor underneath kind of average. Ow. Weapon-to-weapon impact going Instant Regret's way.
Looked like a few, maybe there's a few structural zip ties sticking out the back there on kind of average. But it's interesting to see two, basically identical robots going against each other here. The only difference now is the driving ability between the two. And you're seeing the difference that can make with, so far, Instant Regret really taking a lot of advantage of kind of average. Although now, as I say that, the tables turn.
See, it's because kind of average grew a tail after those last two impacts. That really has helped with the driving.
Yeah, you can see the weapon now on Instant Regret is down. Do they regret not going in for the hit earlier during the unstick?
Yeah, there looks like a piece of the bracket for the weapon. Yeah, the weapon's just hanging off there.
That's going to go flying soon. There goes the shaft of the weapon sticking out. And this is kind of Average's fight at this point with a minute to go.
This is what sportsmanship gets you guys.
There's another stick. They request the unstick, but a little bit of sportsmanship in return. They're not going for the free hit either, letting the unstick happen, or at least the unstick attempt happen. You're not guaranteed an unstick. You're only guaranteed an attempt. After about 20, 25 seconds, if they're unable to be unstuck, then it would be a count out. You can hear the count out happening, but I think it's gotten called off. With 30 seconds to go, Instant Regrets is having some regrets in this fight, as kind of Average is just taking advantage of the lack of a weapon here on Regret, pushing them around the arena, hit after hit after hit, chunking the armor. The weapon is hanging on by like a couple threads. I think the only reason the shaft hasn't come out is it's probably bent. And that's the fight. But they don't want to stop.
So nice job to both of these drivers. It seems like kind of Average is crew member number 9 celebrating a victory there.
The weapon finally released itself as the fight came to an end on Instant Regret. That's going to go to the judges, but I don't think we're going to be very surprised by the outcome of that.
No, that's one way to make your robot safe before bringing it to the door, though.
They don't want to stop fighting.
They still got batteries left, you know? You have fun with it.
Yeah, there's more time in the box, you know, practice on the floor.
I love that. That's really funny.
You know, NHRL here does have, you know, fairly unique floors, a special blend of paint on the wood here. You know, if you go home and start driving on regular wood, it's not going to be exactly the same. So driving time on these floors is actually, you know, good to have.
Yeah, it helps. It definitely helps. It looks like we're getting ready for some big robot action.
Ooh.
Pretty excited about that.
Is that B-Force getting loaded in?
I believe that is some B-Force action. B-Force is multi-bot configuration.
I see here. I think it's B-Force and Splishy Splashy. A little bit of TV magic. We have a tiny screen behind these dumpsters. It tells us some of the fights. But this should be a good one. B-Force is a multi-bot here. Of course, gets the multi-bot weight bonus. I believe that means, what, they can weigh 42 pounds together?
All together, yeah.
And Splishy Splashy running as a single robot, that means they can weigh 30 pounds. So you have one 30-pound robot going up against two 21-pound robots. You'll see the difference that makes when they come together. That extra, you know, 50% of mass in Splishy Splashy is going to be very valuable in those hits. But every time they go after one half of B-Force, they're going to be exposing themselves to the other half.
Yep,
so
absolutely.
We see a lot of multi-bots here at NHRL. You'll see a lot of people splitting the weight differently, basically just making their bigger robot heavier and then having a small companion robot, and that's how you see a lot of multi-bots here. But B-Force is what we call a true multi-bot with two robots of the same weight. You have to knock out 51% of a multi-bot to win the fight. With B-Force, that means you have to knock out both of them. Either one wouldn't count because they weigh exactly the same, or at least within 1%. So that's how this will change. With most of the multi-bots at NHRL, where you have one larger half, you just need to knock out the larger half. But here, you have to knock out both of them.
So what happens if I just start gifting a lot of stickers to one half of B-Force, like just before the fight? Like, here, let me put these on there for you.
We do weigh every robot before every fight, so they do verify they are within the tolerance.
Splishy Splashy's got a big old beater bar on it.
Big beater bar versus two slightly smaller discs. So Splishy Splashy here is the original version
5,
of Tsunami.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Splishy Splashy having some trouble spinning up, but there it goes. B-Force chunking the armor on Splishy Splashy. One half of B-Force stuck on the wall. Will they use an unstick, or will the... Nope, they're able to get off with those treads.
Looks like it, yeah. Lots of traction for those treads.
They might be high-centered on something. They're unable really to move. I don't know if it's their own wedge.
Oh, good. They don't have to call for an unstick. They have friends.
Yeah, it looks like the chassis is just bent.
Yeah.
So the other half of B-Force is going to have to do it all themselves, and maybe they will, because they just got Splishy Splashy stuck on the wall, and they don't have any robot to help them out and will have to use their unstick here. B-Force is coming in for the free hit I talked about, and look at that power. That 21-pound robot sending the 30-pound robot skyward, and they are not moving.
Now, I know the Honeycrack team has been working diligently on these hub motor discs, making sure that they have as much power as humanly possible to compete at this weight class. That was some of that power on display right there. What a massive impact.
That was impressive. You don't think a robot that small is going to be able to do that, but they skied them and they took the hit themselves and kept on going. What a fight.
Knockout.
B-Force is dialing it in at the right time. You know, earlier tonight it looked like they were having a couple issues, but wow, did that fight go their way? And you want to be able to dial it in right before the tournament, so they are going to be a scary matchup for anyone to face.
Absolutely, yeah. B-Force has been a special interest of team captain Zoe Lambert for the past couple of months. She's really been dialing these robots in, getting the tank treads just right, getting the weapons working perfectly, and that work has been paying off.
Yeah.
So this is a match that I have been looking forward to today. This is Turbofiend. This robot has been on an absolute tear today. Also love the design.
Yeah.
And this is TBD
5,
today of the
4,
Bad Crew.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
A box rush there by TBD today, but they sort of miss, allowing Turbofiend to get behind him. Not what TBD wanted, but I think that is what Turbofiend wanted.
Turbofiend did get, man, that's how my son uses controllers too. You got to turn the controller with the robot. I totally get it.
It's a gyroscopic controller. That's how they work. Yeah.
Turbofiend is the sister bot to a bot you might have heard of called Turbofriend, which is a control bot that we've seen here at NHRL before.
I like that. The control bot's your friend. The spinner is a fiend.
It's the fiend.
It's fiendish. Now, Turbofiend does have a friend that's staying mostly in the background right now. This does go to the judges. That will count against them a little bit in aggression. You do want both halves of your multi-bot to be aggressive. But I don't know if that's going to matter, as TBD today is having a lot of trouble moving here.
It does look like the smaller half of Turbofriend, or Turbofiend, is having some issues driving.
Yes. It looks like they might have lost the side of drive and kind of just spinning around. The main half, the spinner half of Turbofiend, seems to be handling most of it. That's definitely upside down.
Yeah, little kids can do that. They can just move their controllers any which way, still operate them. It's not a big deal. I don't know why that works, but it works with their brains.
TBD today, taking a lot of hits, still going, you know?
Nice shot there.
The weapon is stuck. Looks like they're having some cogging issues. Maybe there's some debris or extra resistance in there. It's not spinning up. But they're driving around fine. They haven't had their armor taken off. So they're just taking hit after hit from Turbofiend. I mean, it's not going to help their control and aggression scores here, but it's impressive that they can take all these hits and keep on trucking. You see the wheel guard there getting a little popped up as it takes repeated hits from Turbofiend.
Now, Turbofiend did have a big upset earlier today when they took out Synthesis, first round of the qualifying matches.
Synthesis had a rough day.
Yeah, really did.
Yeah, TBD today, you know, if this keeps going like this for 30 seconds, don't think they're going to be able to pull this victory off. It's an interesting test for both robots at this point. You know, TBD today testing their armor as it takes all these hits, and Turbofiend testing the reliability of their weapon as they keep dishing out all these hits. Sometimes in fights like these, you get a little nervous. Is my weapon going to break hitting this many times? Because, of course, every one of these hits that's sending TBD flying is putting the same amount of force into Turbofiend. So.
And that is the end.
I don't think the judges will have too tough of a decision there. I mean, you did see half of Turbofiend just kind of staying out of the fight, and you don't like to see that. If it had been a close fight, I think that might have mattered, but it was real, just pure domination from start to finish for Turbofiend. So I don't think that the other half not really doing much is going to play in here.
Gotta love it. Dima putting on an absolute showcase in driving superiority there. And yeah, the weapon worked the entire time. You gotta love that.
Yeah. Yeah, both robots made it, well, all three robots made it to the end there. And for both of the main robots, you know, to be dishing out and taking all those hits and making it to the end, like I said, it's good to know what your robot can and can't take. And it's good to test those things, especially, you know, we're in the bracket now. You want to know what's working, what's not working. So even if you're winning, you want to make sure that you're winning with a robot that doesn't have any flaws. And so, you know, dish out the hits and keep going. It's good. It's going to make you feel confident going into the next fight.
So if the judge's decision goes the way we think it will, Turbofiend will be facing Red Pearl in the next round. It'll be a very red fight.
These like after fight moments are always like an interesting mix of emotions, you know, like win or lose. It's nice sometimes to be done with the fight.
I'm excited to see this matchup. So this is Loopy versus Skew.
You know, Loopy looks a lot like some other robots I've seen.
Yeah, Loopy is on loan to our friend Coleman Christie. Loopy is the, I guess, experimental version of Droopy, former world champion here at NHRL. And Skew is one of our British invasion bots. You gotta love that weapon just completely slung off to the side there.
I like a good asymmetric robot. You know?
It's cool. Bright orange, beautiful design on it. Oh, sorry, Skew is from Hudson, Ohio. It is an Ohio bot from Alex Cook. Alex is competing in 2 weight classes today with Skew
5,
and then also with Chopsticks in 12.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And Loopy up to speed right off the bat. No box rush attempt from Skew, and the weapon doesn't seem to be too reliable on Skew. There we go. Now it's getting up to speed. Oh, nasty hit there from Loopy. Directly into the side of Skew's chassis, and now Loopy launched into the wall. And you can see how Loopy walks. It's essentially 2 horizontal spinners that are slightly offset, so they're able to kind of lift the robot and walk with the power of those weapons. So you kind of spin one up and spin one down to shimmy your way across the box. It makes for a very easily controlled and yet terrifyingly unpredictable weapon. So it looks like an unstick has been called here for Loopy. Oh, maybe the unstick was called for Skew. Okay. Yeah, Brett just went in after the wrong robot there for a second, but we're on the right path now. And that unstick was attempted, but apparently not successful because I don't see any movement coming out of Skew at all. Loopy looks way more disturbing upside down. Don't like that face upside down. Barely like it right side up. Freaky. All right, we are now heading over into cage 2. And this is Zathrus, Beast of Burden versus Codename Pinto. Zathrus Beast of Burden is the multi-bot configuration up there in the pink corner.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Nasty hit there from Codename Pinto. Codename Pinto really struggling to choose a target between the 2 halves of Zathrus, Beast of Burden. Nice shot there. And it does look like the lifter portion of Zathrus is down. The lifter still works, but the drive is not functioning, and a nice shot onto the spinner half. Remember, the winner of this matchup has to face Warhard in the next round. What a terrible prize for winning this fight. Codename Pinto attempting to self-right on the chassis of their opponent. And it does look like Zathrus' spinner half is having some drive issues. An unstick apparently has been called for Zathrus. Nice. Finally, Codename Pinto able to self-right on the wall. Nicely done. And a shot right up against Beast of Burden. Oof. Codename Pinto getting the better of these exchanges. Oh, nice pin and slam up against the wall there from Codename Pinto. Excellent driving. Nice shot there. And you can see Rozzy doing a little dance with Codename Pinto. Feeling pretty good about their chances going into this judge's decision. All right, joining me back at the desk with a much more flamboyant shirt than me, Ricky. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well, Kyle. Thanks for welcoming me back. Great to be here. I'm sorry about your shirt.
It's okay. You know,
it's a great shirt.
I like it. All right, we have a judge's decision. No big surprise there. Turbofiend defeats TBD today. So yeah, good for them.
That's a second matchup for the day of that, right? I think they fought earlier.
They did fight earlier today. Yes, that was the second fight for Turbofiend earlier today. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. It is what it is.
It is a good matchup.
Turbofiend doing what they're doing. It seems like they're really moving through this bracket very quickly. So
yeah,
they're having a good day. When you start your day by dismantling Synthesis, it's a pretty good day.
It's hard to ruin it after that fact. That kind of is all the cards you need.
Welcome to NHRL. You just defeated Synthesis. Have a good day.
Yeah, did you need to win so fast?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty quick, too.
Yeah, it really was.
But yeah, so very happy for them. They'll be moving on in the tournament, and we'll be waiting the judge's decision for that last fight. Although I do feel like Codename Pinto put on a stellar performance.
It really did there. And continued not only to perform, but to do a little acrobatics bit at the end. The little self-right, got a nice cheer. People seemed into it. I think when a judge's decision is close or not close, it's always nice to leave that little bit of flair at the end, your signature move, whatever it might be.
Do a little dance, you know, show off a little bit. You gotta love it.
Get down tonight. So, anyhow, we are working our way through these brackets. We have a lot of great robot fighting still to come. Anything you're particularly excited for, just losing your mind about?
I got to tell you, I'm really happy that Not Dead Yet has moved on into the bracket. They have a matchup coming up with Juggernaut that I think they've got a really good chance in.
I think so, too.
I hope that bot moves pretty far in the bracket today. They've just put on some stellar performances, and it's been really fun to watch.
They have shown up with such a high level of preparedness. It's one of these things where you can talk very directly about how matches are won and lost in the pits.
Yep.
You see them operating up there, and you know that these are maybe not professionals, but they are acting in a very professional manner.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So yeah, I'm excited to see them. Juggernaut's been having a kind of hit or miss day today, but I do think that's going to be a really good matchup. As far as the 3-pound division's going. And then I know in the next round, we are going to get a Drumder Child versus Loopy matchup.
That'll be a lot.
It's going to be really weird. I'm very excited about it.
Do you have a money on a winner here?
I don't know. I mean, Nate's one of the best drivers in the game, period, the end. But what's your strategy against Loopy? You know? Like, that's just a weird robot to have to do anything against.
I think your strategy has to be able to take a hit.
Yeah, that's the only strategy against Loopy. And be able to take a hit against 2 nearly 1-pound weapon bars.
Yeah, and you know
a 3-pound competition.
Drumder Child so far has had that ability.
It's been pretty reliable today, yeah, especially considering Nate was not prepared with that robot when he showed up.
No, it had a ways to go.
It had a ways to go. He talked about it, I think, before the competition. He was waiting for parts until he got here. Somebody had made some for him. He knew he would get here and not be able to pass safety the first day, so he had to wait till this morning. I think he got his final parts in and was able to actually get the bot together.
We are seeing a really interesting divergence in teams here in terms of their level of preparedness. In Combat Robot, you know, in memoriam, there is always a subsegment of builders that show up with a pile of parts or a robot-shaped object that becomes a robot before it has to get in the arena.
Yep.
And there are still a few very talented high-level builders who can pull that off, but their numbers are dwindling.
Yeah.
It's getting down to the point where if you really want a fighting chance at going all the way here, you need to have your robot put together, you need to have your robot working, but you also need to have your robot tested and skirmished before you even get here.
Now, to Nate's credit, he did come planning on just being part of the multi-bot configuration for Coleman with full court.
Yes.
He was on the wait list with Drumder Child, hoping that he would get in, but it wasn't a surefire thing until very recently. I think it was like 2 days ago.
Make no mistake either. There is nothing wrong with showing up with, you know, fight what you got, do the best you can, make it work, all those good things. But it's a question of how far are you going to get when that's what you're relying on.
Yeah, amen to that. And so far, it's been working out for Nate. So
Yeah.
we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes.
We will find out together tonight at NHRL in our wonderful June event here in beautiful Norwalk, Connecticut.
Absolutely. You got to love June 22nd action. It is hot. It is fun. We've got a really great crowd here, and we've got, you know, it's a great experience. We've got a really awesome merch store. We've got plenty of food outside, full functioning, like, bar section. If you want to play the claw machine, we've got a claw machine over there.
Skee ball.
Skee ball. It's not just about the robot fighting, folks. It's about the whole experience.
That said, you folks watching at home, we are also excited to have you here today with us. We love the comments we're getting. We love the engagement. Please check out our Discord. Check out our Instagram, our TikTok, our MySpace.
We have a MySpace?
We don't have a MySpace.
We should have a
We should have a MySpace. Someone right now is building us a MySpace page. We're going to buy it back for like 20 grand.
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with not my money.
Isn't MySpace just for musicians now?
That would make sense. You want to be in a band?
Only if we can wear this on stage, yeah. I'm into it.
And with that nightmarish image pushed to the side, well, let's talk a little more robots here. What is our schedule like today, Kyle? What do we have to look forward to?
So we've got more 3-pound, 12-pound, and 30-pound action. We are in the bracket officially in the 3-pound weight class. So we're moving our way through that right now. We are currently in the round of the opening round. We'll be moving into the round of 32 next. So it's all make or break fights in the 3-pound division. If you see a robot that you like in the 3-pound division, hope that they win, because that's probably the last time you're going to see them today if they don't.
That is pretty much how it works.
Yeah.
So yeah, round of 64. That's the first level of our bracket for the 3-pound fights. We will continue moving through brackets. Are we yet to any of the other brackets in the other weight divisions?
I don't believe we are yet.
I don't think so either. I think we got a little bit of time left. But here's the exciting thing for you folks at home. Anything you see in the arena that's a 12-pound or 30-pound weight class, they very well could have more than one shot to fight. Even if they lose, they may still be able to, you know, squeak their way into the brackets if they have a good record so far today. I think that's kind of exciting because I'd love to see the 12-pound and the 30-pound fights. The more action we get from those robots, in my mind, the better.
So we do have the bracket set for the 12-pound division. Haven't started with it yet.
Okay.
But we do have some really fun fights going on in there, including full court versus 12-pounder dead bod.
I'm excited to see that.
That's going to be cool.
They have been, one, putting on a good show, but I think there's a level of anticipation from other builders in fighting that robot at this point.
All right, so let's go ahead and check out some great action from the day. A few highlights here. Oof.
Project Tucker, I believe, just tearing off the undershell.
They didn't need that part anyway.
No, it was, to some extent or another, decoration. Sorry, Project Tucker having their shell torn off, excuse me. And then the great tush of Buffalo Winds doing its absolute best to light its opponent on fire. Some big hits there with Ares versus, who is that?
Oh, that is the B-Force.
B-Force, yes. There's so many bee-themed robots. It's hard to keep track of the entire hive.
They're busy down there in Maryland. This was a really interesting fight. Phenomenon. Lots of cool upgrades on that bot. Oh, look at this thing. I love this thing. Boom, nice shot. And this is what happens when a new Matador hits a very powerful horizontal spinner. William Marchese just ripping them apart here. Wheels flying off, armor flying off.
Man, what a move that was. You can see that
Void is scary today.
Completely tearing off the belts in that robot. Both the drive and the weapon, I think, in one hit. A lot of cage debris today, Kyle. A lot of wood flying up in the air, a lot of sawdust. It's all worth it, though. Let's see, Kitsune just being completely de-wheeled there. A lot of carnage, frankly. Just a little bit of the action we've seen today. You'll see a lot more throughout the rest of the day. And, dare I say, as the heavy hitters conglomerate in the upper echelons of our bracket, you're going to have more and bigger and more exciting fights. Just huge hits. We have so many big, heavy hitters that kind of congregate in that top 4, top 8 world. Lots of good fights coming.
What I think is so interesting about the way the 12-pound bracket is shaking out, we're going to have a matchup that could have happened like back in 2021. It's going to be Pramheda versus Carmen.
Yeah, that is actually a classic NHRL combination.
And it's not one we've seen, I think, since 2022. So it's been a while, but it's cool that we have these kind of two classic bots, classic designs on a bit of a resurgence today. It's putting in some good work.
It's really interesting to me, too, because these are, all things considered, in a long time scale, these are modern robots. So much has happened since 2021, 2022.
Yeah.
We can call them classics, even though, if they were a child, they wouldn't be able to speak yet.
Yeah, true.
That's
very true.
That's mind-blowing.
The other thing that's pretty impressive about today, we do have a full British invasion happening across all weight classes. Some really amazing bots from across the pond. We love the fact that NHRL is international.
I was accosted about my tea consumption earlier today.
Were you?
British people coming around the corner wanting to know why I put a mug in the microwave.
Listen, I don't really care. Arizona tea is better than anything they have over there, okay? I'll just go ahead and say it.
Yeah, I don't know if it's actually tea, but it's delicious.
It's delicious, and apparently it's best served hot. Says so right on the can.
I was going to say, that is what horrifies me the most. You get the green tea with honey, and it says on the back, serving suggestion, microwave.
Yeah, serve it hot.
That's literal heresy to entire continents of the world that aren't us. Anyhow, we don't need to get down into tea semantics or religious debates in that world. We have way more robot fighting to get to. I want to know, do you have a favorite fight today?
Like that's happened so far?
That's happened so far.
I don't know. There's been a lot of really good ones throughout the day today. I think the most surprising one thus far today was Turbofiend taking out Synthesis.
Yes.
I mean, ripping wheels off, just absolutely dismantling them. What was fun for us is we came into that fight right after the wheel had been ripped off Synthesis, so it was like the camera just flips on and it's like, what's going on in there? You know, it was a complete shock to everybody. So that was a lot of fun. And that bot's doing such great work today. What a great introduction to NHRL, you know? Like, I love that. That's probably my favorite one thus far, but we're not that far into the competition today. We got quite a bit to happen.
We've got a long way to go, and we have so many robots that have been either dramatically improved or just fresh. So we have so many, you know, what ifs, so many big possibilities.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just excited to see what happens.
How about you? Anything that you've really enjoyed today?
Oh boy, I will tell you, as much as it is maybe a controversial approach, I've really enjoyed seeing the evolution on full court in how they come into some of these fights.
Agreed. The new weapon configuration on full court, really cool.
This is a team committed to pushing the rules to their absolute limit,
Yep.
getting right down to the wire in terms of what's allowed and what's not. We gave them a very firm, your robot must do at least this, and they did that and not a lick more. That robot can manipulate its opponent just barely, but enough to influence a fight and do it in a controlled manner, and they can do it over and over again. And here's the part that I love, is that despite themselves, it made the robot better.
In every way. It self-writes better, it drives better, and the way that it pins now with that pivot up, so effective. I love it. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the lawyer ball aspects of this sport. It's always been a part of this sport, is that whole how close can we get to the edge of the rules? Can we get a rule to change because of something that we did to our robot? That's always been a part of what we do, and Coleman is the master of that.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see, and it's even better when that turns into spurring some evolution of robots.
Absolutely.
Now, we're talking about a very niche case, a very unusual weapon type. Let's talk a little more ordinary. We've got a little bit of a primer, shall we say, to those of you just joining for the first time today. We're going to talk about what a vertical spinner is. You'll hear this all the time here. We'll talk about this vertical spinner, that vertical spinner. This is a great example of a vertical spinner. Pramheda in the middle of your screen right there, you can see it's got a purple spinning chunk of metal that spins in a plane that is perpendicular to the floor and in line with the chassis of the robot. This is very popular because it is a very destructive and very stable design. It lets you do a ton of damage, but it also keeps your robot planted to the floor during, after, before hits, etc. And it gets your robot elevated up in the air, thrown across the arena, completely destabilized. Those are huge, huge advantages. On the other side of the equation, there are a few drawbacks. You're spinning a big piece of metal real fast. That makes for some weird Newtonian physics, right? There's gyroscopic effects that make it hard to drive. It also means there's so much force just coursing through this robot during hits that if you're not building this robot incredibly strong, it's going to blow itself apart.
Yep.
It also needs to be able to get that weapon delivered to the opponent in a time frame where it is spinning at a speed where it can do damage. So not only do you have to have that weapon spin up, which takes time, it doesn't happen instantly, but you also need to be able to hit the weapon into a part of the robot that matters. And to do that, you can see this particular vertical spinner has forks on the front, little pointy sticks coming off the front that help it get under opponents to get the best hit possible. And that is your introduction to vertical spinners.
It's a very common weight class or weapon bot design that you see here at NHRL. It was considered the meta, I guess, like a year and a half ago.
It has been in and out of, it has been in, let's say, the top 3 designs for many years.
Yes,
absolutely. This is something that was became popular all the way back in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Yep.
This has been around for a long time, but it really only became wholly dominant about 10 years ago.
Yep.
And
Absolutely.
yeah, only in the last couple years have people started to come up with good ways to counter it in a reliable way that is still easy for not easy for beginners, but accessible, let's say, and doesn't cost an arm and a leg and is reliable and all that sort of thing.
Yeah. And a lot of that is just overall bot reliability, weapon reliability, motors being a little bit more accessible and a little bit better has made a bunch of other designs just as competitive, if not more competitive.
So with that said, let's go back one more step to a robot design that was in vogue, let's say, or really dominant design just before vertical spinners kind of made a splash in the world. This is the horizontal spinner. So these are pretty scary machines. They have a big blade as well, but it is spinning parallel to the floor. These are very, very destructive weapons. Typically, they have a very large diameter on their weapon. This is a lot of mass. This means it has a very high speed at the end of the weapon as it's spinning. It also means there's a huge area of the floor that you just can't attack without getting hit yourself.
Yep.
The downsides to this is that it's much less stable than a vertical spinner. When you hit someone, it's not pushing your robot down into the ground. It's pushing you either left or right and potentially into a wall. This is very unstable. It takes a lot of driving skill to recover from a big hit. Just like the vertical spinner, it needs to be very, very strong because those big hits can do just as much damage to the horizontal spinner as they can to the opponent. And of course, especially when you've got a really big weapon, the spin-up time can be really intense, especially in the olden days. Some of these horizontal spinners could take 10 or 20 seconds to spin up. Now we usually see, 2 or 3 or less, but it takes a lot of power to do that. The bigger that blade is, the longer it takes to spin up to speed and make it dangerous to your opponent.
And that one is Save the Frogs, by the way. Really cool quintessential horizontal spinner design.
Yeah, they also dedicated to rainforest conservation.
You gotta love that.
Yeah, Save the Frogs is direct reference to the nonprofit that they work with, trying to raise awareness for rainforest and other, let's say, ecologically endangered areas where amphibians, such as frogs, are threatened.
I absolutely love that. All right, so let's talk about another very, a twist on the horizontal design, if you will. This is a Melty Brain. This is a very interesting design. It is a horizontal spinner, but the whole bot is the weapon. There is no weak side to this. Essentially, the drive of the bot spins it in a circle, and they can pulse these two motors at different speeds to allow them to kind of drift in different directions. If you program it well, you can drive it and control it very well, but that is a difficult proposition. They're hard to flip, they're hard to damage, and they have no weakness as far as where to hit them on the bot. The problem is they're really difficult to program, they're a little bit more difficult to control, they're almost impossible for self-rating, and they can get stuck on or in walls very easily, and they have to stay spun up in order to be effective, which means if one side of the drive goes down, that's your whole weapon. You really can't do anything else in the matchup. Right now, you're looking at Project Liftoff. I would say the quintessential Melty Brain spinner in the NHRL league.
Yeah, shall we say the archetypical,
for sure,
Melty Brain spinner. Something to mention here, this is a robot design. The Melty Brain design is one of the newest designs in the combat robotic world. Melty Brains were thought of years ago, but they've only really become feasible in a competitive sense in the last couple years, and it's because of some incredibly die-hard development done right here at NHRL events, right here for winning at NHRL events.
Absolutely.
So I'm really excited because this is one of those things that new technology, better motors, better microcontrollers has enabled a huge leap in performance, and we're just at the beginning of Melty Brains becoming a real force within the arena.
There is a Melty Brain community that is kind of developed here at NHRL where they do exchange kind of design parameters, programming tips with each other. It's really cool to see that develop as a community in and of itself within this community.
Yeah, it's hard to overstate how important that sense of community is, the way that builders work together here, get excited about new designs, and just put in the time and the effort to bring new and exciting things for us to watch get destroyed. I've never seen anything like it anywhere else in the world.
Now let's look at a robot that is very similar to a Melty Brain spinner in a lot of ways. This is the full body spinner.
So the full body spinner is a lot like the Melty Brain in that the outside of this robot spins all the time. This was another design that's been around for a long time.
Yeah.
People said, you know, I want a robot that has no weaknesses. I'm going to make every external facing part of this robot spin all the time, and good luck trying to hit me. There is no weak side. There is no back to hit. Every bit is surrounded by a big spinning weapon. They're hard to get underneath, and so they are hard to flip over a lot of times. And the armor itself, you can put a lot of weight into the weapon, and that protects you as well as doing damage to the opponent and sometimes to the arena. The downside here is once that thing is destabilized, it's hard to get there, but once it starts skittering about or out of balance, it can bounce around the arena and just go everywhere, and it's very hard to get control of it again. Also, if it hits a wall, it's going to bounce around like a hockey puck.
Yep.
And that will slow it down, which brings the biggest weakness into focus, which is the full body spinner must stay spinning at all times to be at all effective. This is a robot design that has no ability to push its opponent around because every surface is just going to spin when you push against something. So you have to stay spinning, and as some robot builders like to say, this is a design where you spin to win.
As long as I'm spinning, I'm a winner.
It's fun taking, you know, a trip through all these different types of robots. We don't get to do this.
No, it is really nice to be able to just kind of get into the basics with folks. If you're new to the sport, you know, a lot of this stuff you kind of pick up over time. But if you're just watching it for the first time, you don't see a lot of visual difference between a Melty Brain and a full-bodied shell spinner like that. In the arena, you wouldn't know, you know what I mean? And then there's like even a ring spinner, which is even more hard to determine.
Yeah, you start to get into these not exactly splitting hairs. They're big differences.
Yeah.
But to a casual observer, you might not know right off the bat. And just to emphasize that, folks, we talked a little about the Melty Brain before. We just talked about the full body spinner. If you look underneath of a full body spinner, you're going to see a stationary robot with a shell on top that is moving around it. That is the primary difference between that and the Melty Brain. The Melty Brain, every bit of that robot is spinning all the time. 100% of that robot is spinning mass, whereas there is just this kind of armored shell on the full body spinner, despite the name. We say full body spinner because no one thought of Melty Brains back when that term came to exist.
All right, so let's talk about a style of robot that really has come into true effect here at NHRL. Let's talk about the flamethrower. This was considered a sideshow, a joke, a performance back in the day, but now, thanks to robots like Mixtape, this is a very legitimate design in combat robotics. The strengths: it can melt through most plastic parts. It can not only loosen belts, but it can burn through belts. It cooks the internal components. It can make the electronics fall apart. It can make your solders desolder within your robot. And you have to have good control with your robot in order to make this work. The pin and burn is the most effective strategy with this. Now, one of the big downsides is you need a little bit, it doesn't work as well in higher weight classes where people are using a little bit more metal in their robot, something that'll dissipate the heat, right? It has no effect on steel parts, and they're pretty easy to prep for. You can cover your robot in heat-resistant tape. In some people's opinions, that does make your robot a bit more like a baked potato, though. You're just kind of keeping that heat inside. So it's a whole lot of push and pull when it comes to that. But we have seen robots do extremely well with this bot type, specifically Clyde, who's here today competing in the 12-pound weight class, and Mixtape, which is brought to us by Calvin Eba. I love the fact that it's called Mixtape because his Mixtape is fire.
Absolutely. And, you know, he has put time into getting the fuel mixture correct. I mean, it's a, you know, A little bit of a double entendre there.
We have come to the point where now flamethrowers, people are building these custom mixture chambers to create the most optimal flame out of whatever material they're using to create that flame, which is absolutely incredible.
And that's part of what is propelling this particular robot type forward, is we never got a chance to see those sort of developments before. But there's so much time to experiment. There's so many opportunities to test this in the arena here when we have 5, 6, 10 events a year sometimes. You can iterate and you can really develop fast. And you can take something from, yeah, that's hot and I don't want to touch it, to, wow, I am terrified that my robot is just going to turn into a pile of goo if it's in the same room.
It's so crazy to go from just a few years ago, oh yeah, flamethrowers are fun to watch, to now there's people calling for them to be banned in the competition because they are too destructive.
Yeah.
And I love that. That is exactly what we want to see here. The innovation to the point of, should that even be allowed? And that's
the
that's
give
our
and
bread
take,
butter.
and that's the evolution of the sport that we love to see here at NHRL. And we have been we've been very lucky to see it.
Yeah.
Because what drives that is the competitors that we have here doing their best work, day in, day out, and bringing fun things to watch.
Now let's talk about another robot that is not easy to win with. This is a robot you play with on hard mode. This is the lifter style robot. Now here's the thing, you have to be a good control bot driver with these, you have to be an amazing driver with these, and you have to be able to armor it to handle those high impact hits. And if you can master all of those, this is a really effective bot type. You can pin, you can lift, you can get all the control points and all the aggression points and win even if you can't cause too much damage to your opponent. The problems are you need to have an extremely effective ground game for it to work. It's very hard to get knockouts and damage points, so you're really kind of limiting yourself to one part of the judging rubric, and most of your fights are going to go to a judge's decision.
Yeah, this is one of those robot types where, sure, you have an advantage that this is a typically a durable robot type because it's easy to design and easy to test, but you're going to need every bit of that durability.
Yeah.
You're going to need every bit of that simplicity. You're going to need every bit of the ability to do quick repairs because your opponents are going to try and literally tear you apart. So you need to be able to stand up for that, and the only way you can possibly win is to outlast the opponent in addition to showing off the control and aggression that you mentioned.
Yep.
So it's hard mode in that even the advantages you have barely, if at all, make up for the disadvantages inherent to this approach.
If you are an extremely effective control bot driver, if like Claw Viper would be a perfect example of that, then people give you a lot of respect in this community because that is not an easy task to achieve. And those types of bots that do really, really well with that weapon type, everybody has to bow down and give them their props because that is so difficult to do.
It's one of those things, there's a few different robot types that we have that are zero margin for error.
Yeah.
And usually control bots are in that world because if they're just off by a millimeter, if they tank a hit that they were trying to get around, whatever it is, if they lift their lifter into somebody else's active weapon and it gets obliterated, all of those are game-ending situations, whereas their opponent probably has 5 or 6 shots to, hit its opponent and hope that it goes well, and has infinite number of shots as long as it, doesn't fall apart on its own to be lifted and, manhandled around the arena.
Absolutely. All right, let's talk about another robot design that's on hard mode. This is a hammer bot. Cool part about this bot, it attacks from above, where the armor is usually weaker on a robot than it is in other areas. You can hit pretty often with this, and sometimes those hits cause internal damage. You might pierce a battery, you might knock a wire loose. The big weakness is you're swinging that hammer directly into the spinning weapon of a lot of your opponents. It doesn't have as much hit-for-hit power as a spinning weapon, and the damage that it does isn't often super visible, especially from the distances that our judges are seeing these fight. You could also damage the hammer itself by throwing it into a spinning blade, and that does count as damage against your robot.
This is one of those designs that people do usually just because they love the idea of a hammer bot.
Yeah.
This is, if you ask a young kid to draw a picture of a monstrous, terrifying robot, a lot of times it has big hammers or big spikies on it, and there's just something deep in our core as people that likes the idea of something just swinging something heavy to smack another opponent.
It's a lot of combat robots are something you can't recognize in the real world. Like a drum spinner, you know, you see that thing spinning at full speed. You'll see people in comment sections being like, "What is that? Is that a taser? Is that like?"
You don't know.
You don't know because that's not something you see typically out in the world. But a big swinging hammer, you get that. You know what kind of damage that does.
You look at that, you say, "That's a big hammer. That's a thing. It's going to get hit by the big hammer. I know what's going to happen here." And then it happens, and it just fires all those little, you know, like joy receptors in your brain.
Yes.
Every single time. Even better if there's a big shower of sparks. So there's just some kind of pure joy, and it's another one of those robot types where if you show up with a hammer, and if you do well, all the respect in the room is going to be on you because you picked something difficult. Now, don't get me wrong, it is very possible to win with a hammer. But you picked something where there's very little margin for error. You took the hard road simply because it was less traveled and because it brings you more joy. And it's such a community of appreciation here that everyone else takes a step back and says, you know, just hats off to you and bravo.
Yeah, I mean, Knockoff White wins a lot of fights, but you also see the ones where they make mistakes and their bot gets completely dismantled in those fights. Because you have to put a lot of weight, you have to put a lot of thought into those hammers to make them effective too.
Now, given that, there was a whole world of hammer builders that wanted to make a transition into, you know, a little more competitive space, or say maybe something a little more destructive, maybe is a better word, not competitive, destructive. And what we saw evolve is something called the Hammer Saw. So this is a little hard from this graphic to parse, but there is a big black triangle kind of in the center of the frame there that's attached to a silver scaffolding. That big black chunk of metal spins very fast in the middle, and that silver scaffolding rocks back and forth to bring that rotating piece of metal down on an opponent. And that's why we call it a hammer saw. It is hammering down with a big spinning mass. Originally, these robots had an actual saw blade on them, you know, like the kind of thing that you would have on a circular saw for cutting 2x4s apart. They have since evolved where a lot of times they have similar spinners to the things that we see on vertical spinners, big spinning masses of steel that are doing damage based on impact rather than sawing and cutting. This is a technical robot type. There are a lot of advantages. It's very thought out and requires a lot of skilled driving. The idea here is that you are attacking from above. So many robots you see here at NHRL and in other competitions are lightly armored on top because they don't have a whole lot of competitors that can bring down attacks from above, and even if they do, those attacks are sometimes lighter, and those are big surfaces that take a lot of armor. So to take advantage of that, a hammer saw can bring that hammer down on the top of an opponent, do a ton of damage. They can also hit over and over again because they can swing that hammer back and forth. They can get a number of hits over and over. Some of those hits will be bigger, some will be smaller, but more hits, more better, and more chances for big damage, which of course is the idea here. If you can have that big spinning mass cut through let's say a lightweight piece of armor and hit something critical on the inside, a motor, a piece of electronics, that is a huge strength. Now, that said, it is not all sunshine and lollipops with hammer saws. This is a hard type of robot to build. There is a lot to it. You have more mechanical systems than most robots have. You've got twice as many sometimes, certainly twice as many in at least the mechanism to have both a hammer and a spinning mass. That's two weapon systems in one. The arm itself can be very vulnerable. So if you hammer at the wrong moment, if you lead with that arm extended in the wrong direction and it gets hit, it can get obliterated. You have less weight to put into that arm because you have more systems that are demanding that weight in other places. Finally, this can be hard to drive. It's not so much hard to drive around the arena, it's hard to drive in a way where you are tactically hitting the opponent at exactly the right time in exactly the right place without risking your own robot's safety. So there's a lot to it.
You're making essentially a extremely complex control style robot. If you don't have a good drivetrain on that robot, you're never going to be able to deliver that saw effectively. That pin and slash is the most important aspect of that strategy. And there are definitely some bots that we see employ that very effectively. Megatron was the bot that you just saw on screen. That is the penultimate hammer saw design in the 30-pound weight class.
Yeah. Now, to be honest with you, I always think of those robots. Someone went up to him and said, you know, what kind of robot are you building? Is it a control robot? Is it a vertical spinner? Is it a hammer? And they're just like, yes.
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 All of it.
Yes. Some of them have flamethrowers on them. They just throw more stuff at it, and that's a risk. You got to make sure every one of those systems is working individually as well as in congress with one another.
Yeah.
Or you're just out of luck.
Yeah, and you have to be such a talented driver to control all of those systems simultaneously while you're operating your bot.
I've driven those robots before, Kyle. Personally, that is a style of robot that I need someone else to operate weapons separately, or at least operate the spinner separately from the hammer arm. That requires more than one driver for me. To the drivers at here and at home that can pull it off with one person, my hat's off to you, because that is not easy to do.
Now that said, there is nothing more glorious or terrifying as that moment when a hammer saw pins another robot up against the wall and you hear that weapon spin up and you know that hit's about to come. Literally one of the most glorious and just anxiety-inducing moments in combat robotics.
Yeah, just the tension as it is building up. And we didn't really mention, but those hammer saws often keep their weapons spun down until they have an opportune moment to use it. They keep that in reserve and keep it off, and then build the tension during a pin. I will say, speaking of building tension and horrifying sounds, we got another robot type for you, very popular, especially in the 3-pound weight class. This is the drum, also called a beater. There's a little bit of a difference between a drum and a beater that we're going to get into here. You can see in this particular robot, this is a beater bar. We call them beater bars. And basically it's a flat piece in this case that is spinning around an axle. So that black with red edges on the bottom right of this robot, that is spinning around very, very fast. And those red edges are going to hopefully catch and impact your opponent and send them flying. Sometimes you have a drum where instead of a flat piece spinning, it's just kind of a cylinder that maybe has some spiky bits on it that offer that kind of catch that you can use to impart energy and damage to your opponent. There's a lot of strengths to this. This is very destructive. It's very, very stable. And again, like a vertical spinner, it gets a lot of airtime because each one of these hits throws the opponent up in the air. Very generally speaking, some people will just lump the drum and the beater under the world of vertical spinners because it is still spinning in that plane. It's just spinning something that is quite wide compared to the width of the robot. That said, again, there are weaknesses here. You get gyroscopic precession. You'll see this all the time. A drum or a beater will get up on one wheel, unable to steer perfectly, unable to turn quickly. That's because of the gyroscopic effects of that big spinning weight in the front of the robot. This is another thing, because it's putting out so much energy and the forces back into the robot are so high, it needs to be built very, very well. It also means that you can't have that big of a weapon. Your reach is going to be low. Either that or you're going to have a very tall robot. But because it's wide and low slung, there's only so much weight you can put into it. There's only so many dimensional compromises you can make to optimize the size of that weapon. So you just don't have the reach that some of these other types have. You also absolutely need to have a ground game. So you can see in this case, the robot has these kind of scoopy metal bits touching the floor and also mirroring that on the top side of the robot. That's to allow the robot to get under an opponent, get it just a little bit off the ground, and have the impact from the weapon be on the underside of the robot. That's where it can do the most damage and send the opponent flying most consistently. Last but not least, this is another robot that really can take a long time to spin up. There's oftentimes a lot of mass, a lot of weight in that spinning disc, or excuse me, the spinning drum. And so it can take a long time for it to spin up, a lot of air resistance, and that can slow down the spin up time as well. So a lot of times you will see tactical matches where an opponent is trying to get back and attack the robot before it is fully spun up and at its full damage potential.
Especially in the early days of NHRL, that was the dominant robot design here. We had some amazing robots. Shredded Bro, that was Blackbird from the same team, that were able to do some amazing performances back in the day. Now, it is one of many dominant designs here at NHRL. We've developed in such a way that they are just part of a healthy diet of robot types here.
I am always amazed at the diversity of robots we get here at NHR. It is not a given. Different areas in the country and in the world will tend to kind of gravitate towards a particular style.
Yeah.
Everybody brings everything here because everyone is looking for a leg up, a niche, something they can exploit to make their way to the winner's circle.
And because this is such an international competition, you do see these robots from different ecosystems, if you will, coming in here and really bringing these new ideas, these new design philosophies that other people might cop a little from, might like borrow a little from.
Yeah, you very much have a situation here where it's like saying, what would happen if a rhino fought a buffalo?
Yes.
And you just throw them in the room together, and you get all of that, without the animal abuse, which is
so much better.
So much better.
Right. I mean, the rhino would win, but also...
Yeah, no, we're on the same page. It's obviously the rhino would win.
Right.
Bring a hippo in, maybe it's a different
that's
situation.
A whole different situation.
But yeah, but those, I think they can kind of overlap in certain circumstances. So, we'll get to that. Maybe we'll get polar bear and a lion later.
Ooh, I'm into that. That sounds good.
Yeah, something like that. Along these lines, just these cross-pollinations, and it's one of the reasons that NHRL is such a special place, because it's a nexus for this crossbreeding and this experimentation that typically doesn't happen in local events.
And you see the quality at pretty much the entire community getting better because of what's happening here. It's really cool.
It is. It is. I'm... as someone who still builds robots, it's the kind of thing where I can sit back and say, yeah, this is moving in the right direction.
Now, you, Ricky, have designed something that I think is really unique. You do a rotary-style lifter.
Yeah. There's been a few other people at NHRL who have taken this, but as far as I know, is the first person. Well, no, I take it back. There were some very small-scale rotary lifters that lifted about an inch or two. Yep. But yeah, a large-scale rotary lifter. We have a 30-pound entry that my team here, I'm no longer captaining the team, but the team that I'm associated with, Team Mammoth, captain's here named Moccasin. And it basically is a big arm that spins around, gets under the opponent, tries to throw the opponent. And the beauty of that, or the design intent, is that, if you miss one lift, there's another one coming, and another one coming after that, and another one coming after that. The idea also being that it is all brute force. It's all torque. There's very little kinetic energy in the system. There's very little backlash. I don't have to build that robot nearly as strong as some of the other robots here because I'm putting, 1,000 pounds of relatively predictable load through the robot instead of a blast, a split second of 10,000 pounds.
Right.
And so it's a very different design approach. I've been lucky that it's had some success here.
Some very good success, yeah.
But it is still very unusual, and it's one of the things I like about NHRL is it's a beautiful place to test that out. Not just against robots, but against a smorgasbord of just varieties of robots.
And it is like, of the bot types that we just looked at, it is a combination in so many ways of the lifter style and the horizontal or the vertical spinner style.
Yeah.
That you're kind of combining the best of both worlds in so many ways. You can control the matchup. You can also launch your opponent far away from you while staying stable on the ground.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Thank you. Yeah, it's one of those things that I would love to see develop more. I think there's so much more room for that particular archetype to excel and develop, but it's still new. And please, if you're watching at home and you want a new design project, try and figure out how to make a better moccasin.
It is also the most appealing robot to want to ride on. Like, I see that thing in the box, and I'm like, I want to go for a ride on that. Can I take that down the street?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
It does work. You can put about 300 pounds on that, so you and a friend
Could ride around on a moccasin.
Yeah, just don't turn on the weapon because
That will throw you
it
very
will throw
far
you
off.
too. Yeah, it won't just drive around with 300 pounds. It'll throw 300 pounds.
Nice.
So turn the weapon off.
Yeah, that's fair. But I do want to drive it, or ride it. I want to ride it.
Let's see. Do we have any more weapon types to go through? I think we've covered the vast majority.
Yeah, we've covered the vast majority. The basics. Like your robot, there are definitely weird combinations that happen sometimes where we see some stuff that doesn't make any sense that people will try.
And I'm going to be honest with you. Part of the idea in making Mammoth and making Moccasin stuff is, I just want to make my own weapon type.
Yeah.
Like, I want something to exist that doesn't exist before. And when you do that, you have the advantage of being like, I'm the best person in the world at designing that particular thing.
Right.
And maybe it's a terrible thing, but you still have a leg up on anyone else who wants to try it, and no one else will have fought that design before, which is an automatic advantage that you bring to the box.
Absolutely. So here's something cool that we offer here. This is our Cage 8. This is open to the public. So these are some of our custom-built robots that we let the audience members come out here and drive and try out. And check this out. You get to practice pinning, flipping, lifting, all of these different little aspects of combat robotics just to get a taste for it, get a feel for what it is like to drive around in the box, to try to manipulate your opponent.
It is a lot of fun. I mean, you watch these fights, and I know there's a temptation, especially when you're watching from home, to say, well, I want the big sparks. I want the robots flying around. It is absolutely addicting to get behind the sticks of one of these small robots, grab your opponents, throw them around, manhandle them. It's almost indescribable.
I think this is also a good taste of how difficult it actually is to drive and control these robots. It gives you a lot more respect for the people that are just phenomenal drivers. All right.
Yeah, it's a ton of fun to drive these. It's something that you can do here at NHRL, but it's also something that
All right, guys, we appreciate everyone's patience. We had a medical emergency upstairs in the pits. We needed to evacuate a sick competitor. The competitor has received immediate medical attention and is now on their way to the hospital. We don't have any further information at this time. The tournament will resume shortly. Thank you so much for staying with us, and our thoughts are with that competitor right now.
glad that that was able to be handled. We do have a lovely crew of safety, medical, fire, all the professional staff that you can imagine on hand, ready to respond to situations like this. They don't happen very often, but anytime you get a bunch of people together, it's a possibility, and thank goodness we're prepared for it. And yeah, all the best to the participant that had this situation occur.
Yeah, it's nice to have the first responders right here with us at every single one of our tournaments. Safety is a paramount concern here. So thank you to everybody for handling that situation as quickly as you did. And yeah, the tournament will resume shortly.
Yeah, and you know, all things turn out the way we hope they will. That competitor will be back in no time, ready to fight again another day.
Absolutely, absolutely.
it's one thing to push through and try and do your best here, but obviously health and safety is going to be paramount and the thing that matters the most. So.
All
Welcome
right.
back.
So we do have our 30-pound final qualifying fight coming up. It's going to be Floor Letter Word versus Kazaa Light. That's going to be an incredibly destructive and fireful fight. I'm very excited about that.
I'm excited about it too. Kazaa Light, coming from Joshua Reinhardt, he's one of the most die-hard fire robot builders we have here at NHRL. I don't know how many iterations he's been through with Kazaa Light, many other fire robot designs. Always seems to have a little bit of growing pains early in the event. Hopefully he's got them ironed out by now. Regardless, Floor Letter Word is a really punishing horizontal spinner, does incredible damage. However, Kazaa Light is a steel box with a big wedge on the front. It is exactly what Floor Letter Word does not want to fight. So I predict we're going to have a lot of robots flying all over the arena and probably a couple of good fireballs, just for good measure.
Yes, I'm excited to see it. Yeah, Kazaa Light is a robot that makes me think of several things. One, wow, that doesn't seem like it's safe to test at home.
Mm-hmm.
Two, I've ruined a computer or two with Kazaa back in the day.
Yeah.
And I just hate to see that name come up because it brings up terrible memories of, I thought I was going to get to watch, my favorite movie that was out at the time period, perhaps Fight Club. But instead, I just got a terrible Trojan virus that destroyed my computer.
Yeah, and probably a video of, like a penguin flipping you the bird. Like some strange little GIF just like pops up to rub it in. They're like, no, you do not get Fight Club.
Yeah, mislabeled songs. That was the other one that you was getting.
Yeah, I think Limp Bizkit did half the songs released in the 2000s, according to Kazaa. What I like is, I haven't seen them fight, but we have a robot named Kazaa. We've had a robot named Morpheus.
Yes.
At another competition I've been to, there was a robot named Bearshare.
Nice.
We could get a whole crew together. Throw Napster in there, and you've got, like, you're putting the band back together.
That is a great idea. Somebody out there build a Napster. We need one. And don't worry, Lars Fredrickson will not sue you.
I can't promise that.
Actually,
I think he just sues people now.
Yeah, that's kind of his whole shtick.
Yeah, it's very metal, apparently. Seems very not metal to me. You know what is very metal is the frame on Kazaa Light. It is really... Joshua built a lot of robots.
He does.
They are usually a flamethrower with a robot thrown around it.
Yes.
That is not the case here. He built a very, very sturdy robot. It does have some weak points. I'm not going to throw them out there. I think it's privileged information that I was let in on. But the frame of that robot is very sturdy. And so it's going to be a little different than watching other Kazaa-esque robots fight in the past. And that's why I'm really eager to see it fight Floor Letter Word. Because Floor Letter Word loves it when something is held together with bubblegum and dental floss, right?
Absolutely, yes.
It's one of those things where if you hit any part of the robot, the weak part's going to break. It doesn't matter if you hit the weak part or not. It's attached to the robot, so it's going to break. From what I've seen, that's just not an issue for Kazaa Light, or at least it wasn't earlier in the day.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, folks, we have gone through a lot of fights today. Some of these robots are not in as good a shape as they were, 9 a.m., 10 a.m.
Neither is the floor in Cage 1. Look at all of those just tire tracks and gouges taken out of the floor. The side bumper plates, the wooden bumpers, are also just completely ripped to shreds from vertical spinners hitting them, horizontal spinners getting stuck into them. Excited to see this fight. It's not often you get good flamethrower action at this weight class. All right, the box is closing up. Our referee staff is making sure everything is safe. This is our last qualifying match for the 30-pound division, and I believe our last qualifying match of the day. So we will be in the bracket in all three weight classes going forward. Single elimination.
Now, Kyle, do you have the statistic handy on the performance so far of these two robots earlier in the day?
I do not. I know Floor Letter Word has really been in some tough matches.
They have, and I know Kazaa Light struggled earlier with igniting its flamethrower system.
And I know the floor is almost transparent in some places where it has been just gouged into. That is like the bottom layer of plywood that we can see right there in front of Floor Letter Word. Flo is now having to help Floor Letter Word into their square. Not a great sign for the start of this fight.
Certainly is not. I'm interested to see, but it gives me a little more hope that the pressure's off, not literally, in a figurative sense, from Kazaa Light. Maybe they can get that flamethrower working full blast before they have to take too many hits.
Yeah, their hope, I think, is to try to get that flame inside of Floor Letter Word. Try to melt those belts. Try to stop that drivetrain from going.
Robots fight.
Oh, there it goes.
It's struggling to get a good ignition.
There it goes. Burn the opponent, not the box, please. Thank you, Kazal. There it is.
That is exactly what Kazal wants to do. Get their opponent stuck up on top of them and just barbecue from the underside up.
Now you can see the flames lingering on different parts of floor letter word. There is rubber, there is wiring, there are pieces in there that can catch flame, and that is a full tap out.
Beautiful work. Granted, floor letter word was clearly struggling from the get-go, but that flamethrower was really on its game. Once it got going, once it caught, it was a force to be reckoned with in the box there. You can see Joshua Reinhardt looking very excited. He is pleased with that performance. Ready for more.
Should be doing a little dance.
Just a bit of the dance, little victory dance. Well earned, I'd say. I know he was struggling earlier with getting some parts to fit where, you know, a few fights had taken their toll, maybe not go back together exactly how he planned. So obviously he got it together well enough anyway.
So that will finalize the bracket for the 30-pound weight class. That'll be updated shortly, but we do have our bracket set for the 12-pound weight class, and our bracket is already well underway for the 3-pound weight class. That is going to be, we're going to be moving into the round of 32 going forward for the 3-pound weight class.
Going to cage 5 now, another 3-pound fight we're going to jump into the middle of. Mag is going up against Cole. Mag, of course, being the red robot you see, and Cole being the one tossed against the arena wall.
Ow.
That is in sorry shape. Cole seems to be missing a front plow. Their weapon seems to be disabled. All of their wheels are not spinning.
Yeah.
We are moments away from a count out, folks. We've got the house robot coming in and just doing its best to, whoa.
Oh, that was a crazy circumstance there. The house robot just happened to go past Mag, and Mag hit them, and the belt flew off of the weapon on Mag.
Yeah, it just popped like a rubber band.
That was completely unintentional on the house robot's part, but that does disable the weapon on Mag.
That said, I don't think there's much of anything running on Cole, so Mag is going to take the knockout.
Understandably so. I think Brett owes them a weapon though.
I'm hearing some big excitement in another cage. Looks like cage 2 has a fun fight going on. We'll jump right to it. We've got Comet going up against Blink. Both of these robots have had a pretty good day so far. Comet is a scary vertical spinner. You can hear that thing is cranking. Blink trying to bring home some school pride for WPI, but so far it looks like it's just getting manhandled in this arena.
It's interesting to put WPI on the bottom of your robot. You want everybody to know what your school is when you're not doing well, I guess.
That, you know, that could be a little jab to say, hey, you know, give me a little bit more money, WPI. Our club needs funding.
Fund the club just that much more, please.
Comet, although trying its best, much harder control robot than many we see here. That mini-bot, very nimble. It's having a hard time getting a good hit. Well, there you go. It took a little bit, but it got there. Blink still mobile just enough not to be counted out, but
barely.
It is very close. Interesting. Comet has spun down. I'd be willing to bet that that's a strategic move.
Yeah, waiting to see if they need to, yep, spin themselves back up and go back at the mini robot there. Nice hit there on the back plate, and then another hit into Blink.
I will say that mini-bot on Blink really putting in some good work, excellently driven, and those supple fingers, you know, the wedgelets on the front really in effective design, doing a great job. I'm impressed. It's
Wow, you can see some of the wheel like delaminating off of the back there of Blink.
such a good fight from the mini-boss perspective, such a good bit of experience. Congratulations to them.
Knockout.
And there it is, knockout victory. You gotta love it. Nicely done. Big celebration there. Comet looking pretty in pink. All right, so joining me at the desk now, Sam Hansen. Sam,
Hi.
how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. Not just running around everywhere, enjoying today's lovely weather.
Yeah, enjoying today's lovely weather. Your hair is extra big.
Oh yeah, it's a
I
bit
love it.
humid. I don't even know what I can do about it, but here we are.
I'm glad to have you.
Yeah.
It's been a good day so far. Plenty of robot fighting action. So what have you seen up in the pits? Anything interesting?
Oh, there's been some interesting stuff in the pits. I love seeing the frantic repairs that happen up there.
Absolutely.
I love the heroic repairs where it just seems like there's no possible way this robot can be put back together and put back into a cage, and yet it happens through the help of your neighbor or someone on the total other side of the pits.
Amen. All right, let's jump into Cage 6 where there is a fight in progress. This is Not Dead Yet versus Juggernaut. Not Dead Yet stuck up on their weapon, doing the thing right now. The match is paused. It looks like that weapon blade is dug into the floor. Am I seeing that wrong?
I think it also looks like Bert. Yep, there it is. Bert was off.
Oh, yeah, you can't really unstick people when Bert's off.
Well, now that he's back on, it should
Yeah,
have
look
no-
at that. Is that embedded?
Wow, yeah.
That's not good. You're not getting up from that. You need a little bit of help there. It may not be dead yet, but it's definitely not moving. And look, the wedge bot is trying to prevent Bert from getting into unstick. You gotta love that. I appreciate the effort there, wedge bot, but Bert's job is to do the unstick, and you don't have the weight to stop him. Oh, look at that prying of Not Dead Yet. And Not Dead Yet unstuck, but now up on the wall. That did not go their way at all.
They might be able to wiggle out of this one with the weapon and the wheels together.
I sure hope they are. That is rough. I'm glad the weapon's still working after being wedged into the ground like that. So the clock is back. Will they get counted out, or are they in fact not dead yet?
They're not dead yet.
They're not dead yet. Here we go. Okay, so that was a ricochet off one wall into the other. They did not get all four walls, but it does look like the weapon on Not Dead Yet might actually be dead. And Juggernaut
Still spinning strong, it seems like.
seems to feel like this is a perfect opportunity to actually come in there and try to get a hit. Otherwise, they've been letting their wedge bot do all the work for them.
Which, I mean, if it works, Kyle.
It's been working. Oof. Nice shot there from Juggernaut.
Juggernaut
Listen
really
to that weapon on Juggernaut, though. Something's amiss.
a bit rattly. Still getting some solid connections, though, even though it may be a little rattly. We got 10 seconds left in this fight. Looks like it's going to be going to the judges.
Oof.
that'll do it.
That was some tag team action from the Juggernaut team. That was well done. A great way to end the fight. And a victory slap on the floor
Yeah,
at
victory
the end there.
slaps.
You got to love that.
All right. So another decent showing from, I believe it's Ryan and Peter on the Juggernaut team. And they did a great job of being patient with that weapon, knowing when to go in with the hits and when to go in with the wedge bot. They're a good team. Good, solid team. Only a few pieces on the floor from that small wedge bot. And now it looks like they're doing their functionality for the judges so they can see, all right, this bot's drive works, this bot's weapon works. Oh, hi, Adam.
Oh, hey.
I don't think we've been on the desk together before.
I don't think so.
Well, this is exciting, and I'm glad that we got the same memo about attire and that we're dressed exactly the same. It's always good to not be shown up by the person sitting next to you in a beautiful suit.
Yeah.
This is like a vented suit? How are you staying
No,
cool in this?
it's pretty new actually, but it's a seersucker, which is a nice summer suit, summer weather suit, on a very hot summer day. It's surprisingly cooling. It's
Amazing.
It's a nice fabric.
Maybe I should try some of that technology in my t-shirt here, but let's go to cage 2 and see what we got going on. Oh, in progress, Chainsaw Kitty and Mako.
Tap out.
Oh,
That's
wow.
a Chainsaw Kitty tap out. We caught it just in time.
That is the second tap out that Mako has been able to generate, I think, in a row, just getting a quick pin, and right off the bat, the opponent does not want that saw to come down. Of course, earlier today, we saw Mako nearly slice a robot in half, and I think all their opponents also saw that.
It's intimidating being in the clutches of a hammer saw robot or a top attack like that.
This is just a straight saw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's cutting through. It's still, like, the way it's impacting down with just the saw, it's got some serious bite to it.
Yeah, it does. I do see a little slice there on Chainsaw Kitty. Maybe we did miss a first impact. I think we're going to have a replay coming up soon to take a look and see what happened.
But when you're stuck in the forks of a top attack robot like that, and they just start to spin up, I understand why you might have that urge to quickly tap out.
Yeah, very intimidating. You hear the sound of the spin up. You see this blur of a disc. I like that safety guard they got there on Mako. That's nice.
Yeah, that's cool. It both covers the blade and locks the arm, it looks like.
I like when people put effort into the safeties.
How do you feel about people just taking their robot to, say, the dollar store and seeing what they can jam in it to stop the blade?
I've been on both sides of this, digging through my car. Like, I know there's a tube of tennis balls in here somewhere that I can use to cover a sharp edge. And then, oh, you know what? I have a little bit of time. I'll 3D print some custom guards. So I see both sides of it, but I like when someone's got a nice color match, a little safety there, and multi-purpose. It's nice. You know, they put some time into it.
Yeah. Well,
Here
let's
comes
check out that replay.
Wow, you see the one hit, and then no second hit.
I guess it must have cut through enough to do something to a wire, but it did not look that deep.
It looks like it's getting through the lid. Yeah, you can see it goes in maybe an eighth of a quarter of an inch, and I think they just didn't want to see that happen again. I wonder if it did cut something and they noticed, or if it was just a preemptive, we don't want to have any more of those, but it looked, you know, these robots are so tight inside, those top plates are thin. It doesn't take a lot of distance to hit something.
Yeah.
So you could definitely see it hit and then plunge. Scary.
All right, let's check out cage
5,
1, where we got some big bots going.
2,
Killer Whale and Grim Ripper in the 12-pound
Robots
class.
fight.
Killer Whale has had some great power earlier in this tournament. See what they can do against Grim Ripper, who was taking a lot of hits earlier in this tournament.
I did enjoy the asynchronous hum from both of these robots combined.
It looks like Grim Ripper got the better of that engagement, completely stopping the weapon on Killer Whale. Although Grim Ripper might be down half a drive side, so both robots taking damage on the first hit.
Yeah, it looks like the structural members that support the weapon from the bottom are all bent out of shape.
Not supposed to be so twisted. I wonder if on the impact, you know, Killer Whale just kind of flexed too much and maybe hit itself. Looks like it might be stuck under the frame. Now it's free, but it's still not spinning.
I like the hinged mechanism for the horizontal there on Killer Whale. You can't see that too often.
Wow, it is crumpled, those frame members in the front of Killer Whale. But they're keeping up with the aggression. Grim Ripper's weapon is still going, not doing too much at this point, but you know, they're getting the hits in. And too much of that is going to start to wear down Killer Whale's drive system if they're not careful. But at this point, their only hope is to stop the weapon, again, ramming that stub into it.
We got
hoping for the best.
Better view of the bent members here as Killer Whale has been inverted.
I think they're getting more bent over time as they collect the hits here.
Now that they're upside down, though, with the way Grim Ripper spins, it might, you know, bend it back. Get it all fixed up.
Grim Ripper, a little bit of mobility issues here, unable to really deliver that weapon. I think Grim Ripper is a deceptive little robot here. It's been optimized a lot over time. You know, the internals are all new for this tournament. And it's very durable and dishing out, you know, a lot of power here in a small package.
It seems pretty well armored to take on horizontals as well with that fully sloped side.
I always like those slopes like that. It's a good look. Kind of old school in a way. Difficult to achieve to get those curves.
You can't just flip your walk over and there you go.
Popular way of doing things in the past. I don't know if that would hold up to today's robots, though. I'm unsure how they've made these side panels. Difficult fight to judge here. You know, similar amounts of damage with a weapon down versus half a sided drive. Grim Ripper, you know, continually doing like cosmetic damage here, you know, a little bit of armor damage, and keeping the weapon hub more and more askew as it goes. So this is going to go to the judges. I'd probably give it to Grim Ripper, but yeah, there you go.
That'll help seal the deal at the end.
I think that's going to seal it. A nice way to end the fight for Grim Ripper. I always say, you know, you want to end it on a high note. You want to show some aggression. You want to show some damage. And ripping off your opponent's weapon at the bell, got to be a good feeling for Grim Ripper.
No smiles whatsoever, all serious. But let's head over to Cage 2, where we have Ghastly and Adrift.
Adrift has been looking pretty good. Very durable robot.
Such a huge horizontal spinner on Adrift.
Yeah. Love the truss structure there. Oh, into the ceiling. But Adrift still going. Wow. These hits, you can feel them. It does appear that now the weapon is down on Adrift.
Adam, that looks bent.
A little bent.
Okay, Ghastly.
Ghastly keeps on going strong. It's not letting Adrift rest. You know, when you get an opportunity to take advantage, you never know if that weapon's going to spin back up, but it does look quite out of shape.
Where have I been? When did Ghastly turn into a beast?
Wow. Adrift is a bit stuck, but Ghastly goes in once they free themselves. There goes a wheel on Adrift, not the fight they wanted to see.
Ghastly's just going to keep tearing away at Adrift, piece by piece.
It's not dead yet, but we'll see how long that can last. Oh, quiet in the box. I see a belt hanging off of Ghastly's weapon. That's, I think, what Drift was hoping for.
Yeah, we're not even halfway through this fight yet. Just about there. Both weapons down.
Can Adrift make it to the belt? They're just kind of slightly able to touch the ground with that wheel. Ghastly still has full drive.
able to shove them around, just trying to get them stuck on the wall at this point, I think.
So, should Ghastly be going for pins at this point?
I would say pins are a good idea. You know, it shows the Drudge's control. You know, you're giving away control points at this point now to Adrift. They've just driven on top. What's interesting here is with the weapon down on Ghastly, I wonder if it's maybe harder to drive. You know, you're so used to the gyro, and now you have to drive it without. You know, you're going to turn faster, and it's going to behave differently. So,
Brad coming in for an unstick that kind of put Adrift in a tough spot.
Adrift is going to have to request an unstick. I've never quite seen that. You know, an unstick separation, getting one of the robots more stuck.
I wonder if Ghastly will do something about it. Oh, no. There's the count out for Adrift.
I don't know why they would be getting counted out here.
Tap out.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah. I don't think they were going to win the fight anyway, but yeah. There goes the tap out.
I might call that one an upset. But maybe I've just been under a rock while Ghastly had the glow up.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I hadn't seen Ghastly yet today. Adrift was looking pretty good, but I mean, Ghastly came out and just dominated completely that fight. Some baseball themed jerseys here. I like these.
Nice. Builders are now disarming their robots, putting weapons locks on if they can.
It's always funny when your robot comes out with a busted weapon and you still got to put the lock on.
The lock is separate from the robot.
Yeah.
You're just carrying the weapon locked up.
Your battery's on the floor. Let's just turn it off. Yeah, the robot came out. I mean, it looks brand new. We just got to pop that belt back on there.
It's hot today. I wonder if that is affecting folks who run belts.
You know, I think the heat can affect a lot of things. Certainly, it could be loosening up some of these belts. It's not going to be good for your electronics.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of times you don't necessarily realize that your electronics are getting within a few degrees of kind of like the max temperature. So when you're running in 10, 20 degrees hotter than normal, that can really push your bot over that edge. You'll see thermal failures. You'll see kind of random stuttering or stopping, which we have seen from some people today.
Yeah.
So it could be the heat. It's quite hot in here, and when you're inside those boxes, they kind of contain the heat even more. So
yeah,
it could be the belts, could be the electronics. It can even mess up your clutches. Anyone running a slip clutch, the heat is going to make that clutch a little looser than normal, so you need to make sure to reset those if anyone's running any sort of a friction-based system in here.
Well, let's head to cage 1 and see how they're dealing with it. In there, we've got Honeyfied and Void.
Honeyfied was pretty impressive earlier today.
5, 4,
really using
3,
the two bots
2,
together to their advantage.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Ooh, sounds good in that cage.
A lot of energy building up here. Honeyfied trying to use the smaller robot, but their fork has been bent up. Oh, taking the worst of the first engagement, Void. However, scooting around with limited mobility. Not how they wanted to start the fight. Honeyfied taking out their own partner robot there. That's not going to be very useful with a single bent cam lifter. Honeyfied seemingly maybe having their own mobility issues here. Can they take advantage?
Nobody's driving straight in this cage.
They drive right into the weapon, not what they wanted to do, but they're still working.
All right,
Good
Honeyfied.
hit there. This is Honeyfied's fight right now. They got to take advantage of Void upside down. You just got to ignore the smaller half of your robot being messed up right now and just go in and take out Void while you got him where you want him.
There's a phrase I've heard for that, maybe on Instagram or something.
Oh, Honeyfied's got to be careful. Yeah, you got to release the pin. If you don't release the pin, it kind of doesn't count. It can be sort of a penalty if you do end up going to the judges. Of course, any damage to Honeyfied's second half there is going to count a lot if they go to the judges, but Honeyfied not trying to go to the judges with hit after hit on Void.
Void is taking those hits, though. It seems like all the damage that they've been suffering, they brought into this match themselves.
Yeah, they've had half. Now they're kind of stuck here. This is what Honeyfied wants. You know, they'll have to use the unstick there. It's called for. Honeyfied's going to go in for the free hit. They'll get out of the way to let the house robot attempt the unstick now.
Yep.
You kind of get a free hit. You're not allowed to block the house robot from coming in and doing the unstick, but you're allowed to go in for a hit if you feel you can do it without blocking the unstick attempt.
I like the blocks. I missed when that was allowed.
Yeah, they were fun.
Looks like that unstick was
now
as successful as it can be.
They've deemed it complete because Void is moving again. It's kind of barely moving, so Honeyfied's going to try and get him stuck again. If they could do that in the next 10, 15 seconds, then that would be the fight. I don't know if they're going to have the time, but they're getting the hits in here, and that's going to look good for the judges. You know, the main robot on Honeyfied here. Oh, smoke coming out of Void.
All right.
I don't know if we're going to have enough time for a count out, but Void looks dead. There's the tap.
You call for the count out,
Yeah.
then they tap. That seems to be the way it happens.
Yeah,
Adam.
we're gonna save the judges a decision there. I think Honeyfied had it. You know, when you can have two robots, you know, they didn't get too much of an advantage there. Actually, Void taking out the cam lifter pretty early, but they couldn't overcome that drive side down.
All right, we're at cage 6 now, where we have Red Pearl and Turbofiend. Turbofiend in red as well, but starting in the blue corner. Red Pearl in the pink corner.
4, 3, 2,
Turbofiend only has one of their two multi-bots in this fight. They were previously running a blue little friend robots, but it's just the spinner now. The blue robot, I think, was having issues in their last fight. Doesn't look like they need it, though, getting the flip on Red Pearl early. Grinding away.
Wow, all right, Turbofiend just taking it to the top plate on Red Pearl.
Not the sound Red Pearl wants to be hearing. You're just sitting there wondering, like, is this going to hit something important? They're still working, but showing the backside is not what you want to do in that instance, and they're upside down again. Turbofiend taking advantage of the opportunities they're being given by Red Pearl. Red Pearl, the faster robot here out of the gate, but not using that speed to their advantage. Sort of uncontrollable. Turbofiend a little slower, but being very controlled in their movements, keeping the front pointed towards their opponent, and getting that weapon to land.
Yeah, the gyros are pretty substantial on Red Pearl. As it's turning, you can see its far side lift. And Turbofiend doesn't seem as affected by that.
Now, Turbofiend with a wider footprint and slower turning speed is allowing them to just be very, very controlled. Oh, you can see it slicing away.
Beautiful.
Tap out.
And there's another tap out. Wow. What a shot.
That was cool.
Just watching the blade come and slowly tear us and slice the whole back end off.
Love it. All right. Straight to some more action with Mr. Scrubbles and Mothership.
Love the colors in the box right now.
It's
so
popping
bright
in there. Look at that.
Summer fun.
Mothership with a good hit on Mr. Scrubbles.
Back and forth fight here. You know, Mothership has been getting, I think, better and better with each fight. It's really hard to take out Mothership's, Mothership robot, the larger of the two. The Wedge robot has really been their key to success, but you can see in this fight, it's already down a wheel. That's going to hurt them because that robot's been controlling the fights for them all day, and Mr. Scrubble's kind of taking advantage of that now. The fork arrangement on Mr. Scrubbles.
Yeah, they're like towed in.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's intentional.
It does look intentional.
Yeah.
It's very symmetric. It's very interesting. Working well here in this fight. They're just able to win that ground game front to front every engagement pretty much and just do whatever they want. with the wedge side of Mothership down, Mr. Scrubbles just has nothing standing in their way. And of course, both of these robots have a kind of smaller wedge half. They both seem to be slightly damaged, so we're just seeing mainbot against mainbot here. And Mr. Scrubbles is just taking every engagement, getting some pins. You can see the armor falling off now on Mothership.
Yeah, Mothership has to go to the side to get around those forks from Mr. Scrubbles.
That's a good way to end this fight for Mothership, getting a flip there. I don't think it's going to make a difference. Just been complete domination from Mr. Scrubbles here.
Winning the ground game there at the very end, though.
I like the faceted design there on Mr. Scrubbles. But I think probably too little too late for Mothership. You can see the function check here for the judges to see you know, who's moving, where's the damage. You can see half a sided drive on both the little wedge robots. Actually, now it looks like we have full drive coming back on the wedge half of Mothership. Interesting to see how they'll judge that, because the entire fight only had half drive.
Jammed up or something.
Yeah. Interesting fight. You know, it's maybe not as easy to judge as I first thought, seeing there at the end with the function tech, but I'd still probably give it to Mr. Scrubbles. Just such.
So I'm curious, if you see the fight and the robot doesn't function, but then you do the function test and it does function, how do you weigh that against what happened in the fight? Do you assume it was some sort of strategy not to use the left side drive?
Well, I think if you did assume that, you'd have to take away a lot of aggression points.
That's fair.
You know, so there's different ways to judge it. You know, I'm not a judge, so I like that I'm not a judge. It feels very hard to judge these kind of things. But the way I see it is, okay, it came back at the end. There are matrices, and so I'd have to say the drive was at the very least intermittent.
Yeah. Okay.
And so, because it was down for so long. There's also ways to say, like, okay, at the very end, maybe it worked, but if, you know, 99% of the fight it didn't, you know, do you say 99% damage? There's different ways to look at it in that regard, but certainly it working at the end is important. The judges do take that into account.
I feel like maybe it would have evened out because the Mr. Scrubbles smaller bot was missing a wheel completely, and so throughout the fight, it was probably the judges just wrote both of those robots off as equal, but with the function test coming back at the end, it might be enough.
It's interesting. I mean, there was some armor coming off of Mothership there at the end, but armor is not going to count as much as a whole drive side. So, you know, that could swing the damage a little bit. I don't think it's going to swing the damage a lot. You know, it's half the drive on half the robot.
Right.
So it's like a quarter of the drive.
Yeah.
But, you know, good fight overall.
And we'll have to wait to hear from the judges because we're heading to Cage 6, where we have Hexahive and Dinosaur.
I really like the blue on both these robots.
Yeah.
Good back and forth start to this fight. Oh.
There goes a wheel off of...
It's hard to tell.
Dinosaur?
Everyone seems to still have
maybe
their wheels.
It was a tire. It was a tire off a Dinosaur.
Oh, okay.
Oh, excuse me, the tire off a Hexahive. I got those two blue robots mixed up.
Oh, is Dinosaur a shuffler? Oh, it does appear to be a shuffler.
Oh, yeah. Very cool.
So that means that although Hexahive is the larger of the two robots here, Dinosaur is actually 50% heavier. And it is using that weight, I think, to its advantage here. You can see it kind of stays planted a lot more, and Hexahive taking the worst of these engagements. Their top panel is bulging, not what you want to see.
We might have some parts falling out of there soon.
Dinosaur now upside down. Oh, we're going to go over to Cage 1. I see smoke coming out here. We've got full court versus 12-pound dead bod. Deadbod.
This is the first full court fight I've seen today. He's looking a little wobbly, vibey, vibration-y.
It is very vibrating. Almost looks like a shuffler. It's not a shuffler, but it's vibrating like one.
Maybe it's just so floppy between the two of them.
It's possible, you know, before we joined this fight, maybe the wheels took some hits and then we've got some square-shaped wheels here trying to drive around. It's very funny to watch it wiggle and wobble around. You know, those two separate robots kind of connected with this springy metal. Getting a good flip there. You know, I think Full Court's made a few improvements for this tournament. They're really able to get more control and more action out of their active weapon when they use it.
Yeah.
In the past, you know, it's been more of a taunting tool, but it does actually lift up in front a good deal. They're able to pull their opponents off the wall and get really great pins with it throughout the tournament today. This control is nuts that they're able to have. They drive it so well, just kind of like overwhelming their opponents with this wide robot.
What can you possibly do with no weapon and this skinny little robot against big old wide floppy Full Court?
You can see the belt on 12-pound Deadbot there just hanging off, so that weapon's not going to come back to life. And with no wedge, there's just nothing they can do against the overwhelming control of Full Court here. Just waiting out the domination, trying to make it to the bell for some style points. Oh, okay, they're back to life.
A little bit of a hitch.
A little fake out there. I wonder if they're having some battery life issues. You know, if your wheels are not round, you're going to be using a lot more power to spin them. So as this fight comes to a close, it does seem, you know, are they slowing down? Who knows? There you can see that range of motion out of those lifters, just completely raising a 12-pounder off the ground.
Its own wheels are off the ground.
Yeah. It's a really great pin position because it becomes so stuck to the ground. You know, if you just have your wheels on the ground, you can be pushed.
Good point.
But by raising them up like that, it really sticks it in place. It's a great way to pin people.
All right, so we're going to check in on some judges' decisions real quick. Grim Ripper has taken it over Killer Whale. I believe it. And Mr. Scrubbles over Mothership, which...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that makes sense.
All right, we're hopping straight to cage 2.
Right into the action.
Jack Move and Little Bob. Jack Move is rocking the white sides. Little Bob with the purple wheels.
It looked like Little Bob sent their own wedge robot flying. It's having a little bit of issue driving now. Jack Move upside down. And Little Bob coming in, trying to take out that top panel. You know, most of these top panels are much thinner than the bottom panels, so if you can get hits on the top, you know, that's what you want. Of course, I don't think Jack Move wants that. We saw earlier tonight a robot basically peeled open like a can when a spinner came in and hit their just covered top panel. Jack Move seems to be still going, but having some drive issues, and Little Bob just getting the better of most of these engagements. Flipping Jack Move onto their head again. You have to think Little Bob here is feeling confident at this point in the fight, but with 2 minutes left to go, they got to stay on, keep this power going, hope the weapon, everything holds out.
So Adam, when robots are going weapon to weapon, how is it determined who's going to win that engagement?
You know, it's tough. There's a lot of physics that go on here. You know, you have everything from tip speed, which is the big one that a lot of people talk about, to weapon diameter, tooth distance, you know, what's the hardness of your teeth and your weapon and what you're hitting. All of this can play an effect. Weight of the two. So I'm always in favor of larger diameters when you're going weapon to weapon.
Okay.
But it's not just that. A lot of things go on. You want a large diameter, hard weapon tends to win.
Is there any luck involved?
Certainly there's a little bit of luck involved. I think, you know, in these two robots, you're seeing the ground game, I think, play a part as well, not just the weapons themselves, but like the shape of the bulkhead. Something has come off. It looks like a wheel from Jack Move as it's finally starting to fall apart after all of these hits from Little Bob. You know, they just kind of wear down the components and eventually something goes. The frame no longer looking quite so straight on Jack Move as pieces keep coming out.
A whole lot more of it is dragging on the floor now.
Something on the Little Bob's weapon has come off. I think they lost a weapon tooth, or maybe a whole chunk of the weapon is missing. They're unable to spin it up now. It's functional, but
is it impacting the floor?
Yeah, something's out of whack. So, you know, the function test is going to show that it functions, but certainly not as well.
And they're going to do that function test because this one is going to the judges.
Yeah. I think you still got to give it to Little Bob. Overwhelming fight there, start to finish, control, aggression, dealing some damage to his drive system. You know, they're having a couple of component issues at the end here, but I still think they had that fight.
Yeah.
And it's always tricky when you have a multi-bot and the second half doesn't do anything. You know, you go into the judge's decision like that, and you just never know how the judges are going to see that. It does count against your
they
aggression.
Noticed your lack of aggression, or if they were captivated by the main robot doing its thing.
It's hard. You know, I think there's a little bit of, you know, personal opinions on when that goes in there, like how they see that. So I always try to be aggressive with the second half of a multi. I like to make sure that there's no question that we're being aggressive.
Yeah, that you are serving a purpose in this fight. You are doing your thing.
Yeah, because otherwise it's like, oh, you're just trying to get a little bit of a weight advantage there with that second one. So we'll see how the judges saw that one. I think they were dominant enough, but you never know.
And Adam, you run FoamBot, is that correct? So tell me, how do you do aggressive maneuvers with a robot made entirely of foam?
So we call FoamBot like a corralling robot. So
that's how you phrase it.
So for those unaware of what FoamBot is, it's a large chunk of foam. It's about a 2-foot square, maybe, of foam. It's about 2 inches thick. And it's a kind of a slow-moving box, and we pair it with a knockoff white or sometimes emulsifier. And the thing that's scary about it is if you fall on top of it, you're going to get stuck. And so people don't want to fall on top of it. It's hard to kill it. It kind of keeps going unless it itself gets stuck. But because people are afraid of it, when you go up behind them, it kind of moves them into knockoff white. So we can kind of make our opponents go where we want because they're afraid of FoamBot, whereas knockoff white isn't quite as afraid because we can generally hop off of it with the hammer or drive off of it with our
your tracks
feet,
on.
which they give us a lot of areas of ground contact. So we're not as afraid of it as the opponents. That gives us a bit of an advantage in the fight. It's also just so big that it's visually distracting. It's kind of bigger than knockoff white is. So in terms of size, it can give us a little bit of that advantage. Of course, we're always going for the knockout.
Right. So, okay, I'm a little more convinced now that it's a real thing.
No, I think it's had effect on fights. I think it's lost us fights. It's won us fights. You know, there's always a trade-off when you're running a second bot like that. But we like FoamBot.
Yeah, it has a fan or two, I'm sure. You and Matt.
Yeah. Hey, there was one time there was a group of people chanting. They made signs. Yeah.
They chant for the people sanding the floors,
Sure.
They'll chant for anything.
That's a fan club. It's real.
Okay, well, you heard it here. FoamBot shirts when?
I should just make a 30-pound FoamBot. Just 30 pounds of foam.
And then like a mini knockoff white or something to fight alongside of it?
Yeah, the mini knockoff white. Yeah, there you go.
All right, I'm on board. I'll get your T-shirt now.
Yeah. I'm wondering, what should the weapon be on the 30-pound block of foam?
The mini knockoff white.
Okay, that's the weapon?
Yeah.
I like this idea. I kind of like the idea of like a 30-pound block of foam, just massive block of foam with like flames somehow coming out of it. And then as it's flaming, like the foam is just kind of like melting around the flame hole, just like.
And kind of gets into the mix with the flames. That sounds gnarly.
Yeah, that could be cool. It's just shooting bits of melted foam at the opponent.
All right, we've got a plan.
It's a projectile weapon.
the weapon is that your opponent is overweight after the fight because you've
They
projected
have
so much
so
foam
much
onto
stuff
them
smeared all over
that
them.
they get DQ'd for being overweight.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we've got a judge's decision in now. Full Court has defeated the 12-pound dead bod.
Yeah.
5,
Makes
So
sense.
I think that's it for the 12-pound dead bod.
2,
I'm hearing a countdown in
Back
Cage
to you,
2.
Kate, but here we are in Cage 2, where we have Warhard and Codename Pinto.
Oh, immediate match pause right off the gate here. Okay, they're going to restart it soon, though. This is an exciting fight. Warhard has been really good all day.
Oh my
Hits the camera! Roofs off the first hit, and it is not moving.
Such a good layup by the smaller robot from Warhard.
Exactly what you're going for when you
Wow.
run these two bot configs. You get the pin, the hold, and then you sky them with the setup. That frame does not look straight.
That
There's
belt
a
does
belt
not look
hanging
attached.
Oh, no.
It's limp on the right side there.
Oh, it's pretty much broken in half, hanging on by a thread.
I don't know what Brett thinks he's going to be able to do here.
You know, I mean, maybe if they could get it back on the wheels, but I think if you flip it over, the frame is so bent, I don't even know
And
if
if
the
you
wheels
flip
would
it
touch.
over, Warhard's going to hit you again.
Wow. What a hit.
Yeah.
Warhard just letting them know.
I'm ready to hit
Yeah.
again.
Knockout.
They hold for the knockout. You know, there's a little bit of respect in holding out for the knockout. No tap out. You know.
That was decisive.
Wow, though. You know, that's the fight you're looking for if you're Warhead. You know, I talk a lot about, like, what's that dream fight? You come out, your mini gets him stuck, and then you get that perfect hit. Send him into the camera.
The hang time.
Let's take a look at the
on
replay
Codename
here.
Pinto.
There's the hold. Here comes the perfect hit right into the roof and the camera. Whew.
No reaction from Jonathan on Warhard.
All business.
He's just ready to hit again.
Didn't need to.
Barely even looked up. No smile, no nothing. So focused. I love it.
Wow.
Cave cam here in the pink corner. Oh.
That's what you want. What a hit.
Oh.
What a hit.
That's what we're here for. I love it. Love a good roofing, especially when it messes up our camera.
Yeah,
Ugh.
it went past the camera and then came down and hit the camera.
Like,
That's how much
such an
airtime
arc.
it had.
I think I've had flights with my drone that are shorter than Codename Pinto just had. All right, we're going to head to Cage 6, where we've got some 3-pounder action coming right up.
Maybe we'll get another roofing here.
We've got Merp in the pink corner and Comet in the blue.
Merp.
Merp has been doing pretty well today.
Merp is great. You know, I like a name that just has, it's a sound.
Yeah.
Merp.
A sound that your mouth can make.
Yeah.
Are there?
Comet is a great colorway here. You know.
Yeah, rocking that NHRL pink. While it's in the blue corner.
4, 3, 2,
Ooh,
1.
and the fancy
Fight,
carbon fiber too.
robots, fight.
Looks good. Oh! Another big hit right off the bat in this fight.
Not much spin on Merp after that first exchange.
No, I don't know if there was much spin before that exchange, but it certainly isn't spinning now. Comet taking no breaths, just going right in for more hits. Merp trying to get around the side here. Doesn't want to go weapon to weapon with an inoperable weapon on their own robot.
I'd rather put my weapon into him than my soft parts.
Comet has stopped. What happened there? No, there's something coming off of Merp. Is that the tooth?
The teeth, yeah. The knuckles or whatever they're called these days.
Wow, what a change here with Comet's weapon going down so early in the fight. You're gonna have a little bit of a control battle here. Now Comet did a lot early on to show, you know, aggression and control with all of those hits on Merp, but with 2 minutes,
Merp could turn the tide.
Okay. It's
Never
Comet
mind.
spinning again. I'm glad there's nothing louder than the silence of 2 down weapons.
Oh!
It's a bad position for Merp.
No, Merp is going to have to require an unstick here.
Oh, the rev up.
And
Do
if
it.
they call for it, I think Comet's
Do
going to
it.
give it to him. Here it comes.
Yes.
Oh!
Where did it go?
Tap out.
Oh, man. So the unstick rules here are once you request the unstick, the house robot will come to give you the unstick attempt. But at any point, the opponent is allowed to hit you. And once you request it, the unstick is now used. You only get 1 request to fight. So what a common thing that'll happen is an opponent will wait for you to request the unstick. Once you use it, they'll give it to you.
Yeah, so generous. A free unstick from your opponent.
Yeah.
I'm sure Merp really appreciated that one.
You know, the reason that the opponents wait for the unstick request is if you survive that hit and you get stuck again, now you don't have any more requests left, and then that'll be a knockout.
That's smart strategy.
So a little bit of a free hit, a little bit of a potential win later, but in this case, they get the tap out. What a hit that was! Lined up full speed right to the backside. Hearing a lot of
I hear some
bouncing
action
around.
going on in cage 2. And I think that
Ooh,
the...
Drumder Child versus Loopy in cage 2.
All right, so we're going to check on the replay first before we head over there. So here we've got that final hit from Comet on Merp.
Perfectly lined up. Can't even see it. It just shows up on the other side of the box.
Tossed him over his head.
Oh, here we go.
3 feet.
Boop. Oh, I should have said boop. What a hit.
All right.
Oh, here we go.
Let's check out that fight that's going on in cage 2 right now. Drummer
Oh,
Child
boy.
and Loopy, you called it.
Drumder Child down to 1 wheel.
Now, in the 12-pound class, these 2 guys are fighting on the same team.
Oh, not in this fight. Drummer Child down a weapon, down 3 wheels. And Loopy is fully operational. Actually, it looks like Drummer Child, maybe they are spinning.
It's hard to tell.
Yeah, they're spinning.
Oh, yeah, from that gyro,
There
for
we
sure.
go. Of course, you know, the driver of Drummer Child here, one of the best in the game, able to drive on 1 wheel almost as well as all 4.
Oh, I think a belt just got tossed off a Drummer
Whose
Child.
belt was it? Was it Drummer Child?
Yeah, Loopy doesn't run belts at all.
Ah. Well,
Ooh, that
that's-
1-2.
That's not going to be good for Drummer Child now with 1 wheel and no weapon. Now they're a bit high-centered. You can see the wheel going, but not touching the ground.
Tap out.
Ah, and a reluctant tap out there. Wow. A lot of debris left after that fight.
Yeah, Loopy is good at mangling our cage floors.
Loopy looks no worse for wear. Drummer Child, few components missing.
Yeah, they're going to have to look through the dustpan after this one is swept out. There's Drummer Child pieces everywhere.
Yeah, you know, it's never a great feeling after the fight when you just have to wait to have all your components handed back to you.
Like, just dumped out of the
yeah.
dustpan.
You're trying to carry them back. They're falling between your hands.
A bit of disappointment on Nate's face.
Yeah, I mean, it's never fun to lose, but at least you know you went out, you gave it your all. You know, the robot kept going until it was basically completely dismantled. And I think that's the way you want to lose if you're going to lose. You want to go to, like, the last breath. Nothing worse than losing your robot looks 100% and just stopped for some reason. That's, ugh. But you go out and you just get wrecked. You're like, okay, at least I went out there and did it. They're going to do a little bit of maintenance on the house robot there.
Yep, got to swap those batteries out, sweep up the floor a good bit. It's a bit of a mess after that Loopy fight.
a few minutes to sweep it up, it'll be good to go.
Yeah, some robots, you know, they'll damage the cage walls, like some sort of flamethrower, you know. Some robots do a ton of roof shots, and they'll have an impact on our roofs, but Loopy messes up floors.
Yeah, the wood floors are really interesting. You know, I think there's always a debate about what's better, wood floors or steel floors. I really like wood floors because they add an element to the event, where with metal floors you get this like denting, where they start to become unlevel, and it can be really difficult, and robots will just kind of randomly get stuck in these divots that you almost can't even see. With wood floors, you do have divots, and you do have robots that kind of get stuck in them with forks, but they can almost power through it sometimes, and it becomes an interesting dynamic as you're almost like off-roading a little bit, but in general, the floor is still flat.
Yeah.
It's flat with slices and cuts, whereas metal floors become very large, like depressions, which are harder to judge and more difficult for the robots to drive on. So I think wood floors are more fun, and the cleats and ways that you get extra traction here I think play better than metal floors. Magnets are really cool until you get stuck on a bolt and all of a sudden you're high centered, and for the rest of the fight, wood you can get high centered but you can get freed, and then cleats are pretty cool. So I don't know, I love the wood floors, but it is a big part of the game that you have to play into. You're basically off-roading if you get later into the tournament with how beat up the floors get. So it's a fun part of the game.
Is there a third option?
You know, I've been thinking a lot about this. Like, what else could you do other than wood or steel? You know, there's a whole bunch of different types of steel that people use in floors, but it's tricky. I was thinking an aluminum floor could be interesting for heavier robots to kind of give the effect of wood. You could dig into it, but can you imagine having to replace an aluminum floor? How expensive?
These floor panels are heavy enough as is, and wood. So I'm kind of glad that we don't run steel floors from a worker's perspective.
Yeah. I like the wood. I think it adds an element to the game, trying to get that traction and trying to get that ground game, but knowing that it's going to get beat up over time is a really fun part of the game for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I like that it creates a lot of dust in the cage, and so when spinning weapons are going and it's just blowing away the debris.
Very dramatic.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got a judge's decision that's just in, and it's Little Bob has defeated Jack Move. So.
Okay. Yeah, I think we thought that was good.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense.
That adds up.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if carpet has been discussed for floor. I'm pretty sure they run it down in like Georgia.
Yeah, so carpet really popular with First Robotics. They'll often have a carpet floor, and I think you're right. Is it Dragon Con? Do they have a carpet floor? I don't know if you want to run carpet and flamethrowers at the same time, although could be very interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe a nice shag.
I guess it would go from carpet to plastic floors after a flamethrower fight.
You could do a shag rug or maybe even AstroTurf. That could be good.
AstroTurf is interesting.
The kind with the little rubber beads, you know, just throwing up the rubber beads as you drive around. I could see that. Yeah. Of course, battle boats, always talked about.
We have discussed it in the past, and it has been done by some other organizations, and I know that they struggled with parts of it.
Yeah. I mean, how do you build an arena filled with water?
I don't know. The Romans figured it out back in the day. I feel like we could caulk something and just get a hose inside.
How do you count someone out? Are submarines allowed? Is it amphibious? Is there a land section and water?
I would say you float, and when you stop floating, you lose.
I was thinking like maybe you go under the water, and that's like when the count starts, but then you can come back up to stop the count. So maybe you could have semi-submersibles.
Okay.
Because I think the idea of like attacking from below is really interesting, adding a little bit of a 3D element to the game. It's not just on top of the water, but like kind of a little combo.
On top of the water does make it easier to spectate.
That's a good point.
And I would imagine this water would get disgusting.
I don't know. I mean, metal isn't water soluble, is it?
No,
well,
but debris in the water and
battery acid. That's a good point. Yeah. Flamethrowers in the water, I want to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
missiles like torpedoes.
Torpedoes, certainly. You could use some compressed air for, I don't know, cannons of some sort.
4,
just propulsion. Just blow yourself around.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right. I am hearing a fight happening.
Over in Cage 2, that Jelly Baby versus Ghastly.
But we're going to head over to Cage 5, Adam, where we've got Mako and the greatest challenge. Ooh,
now
okay.
this is going to be good. Mako has got 2 tap outs in a row from opponents not wanting to be hit by that saw. Will they be able to make it 3?
So Mako coming off that big upset over Chainsaw Kitty.
5.
There's not a lot of meat in the middle of Greatest Challenge for Mako to bring that saw down on.
And Greatest Challenge has been amazing with their maneuverability all day.
Wow, yeah, for a Melty.
This is a robot that is just spinning in place,
Incredible.
varying the speed of each of its wheels so it's able to translate around the arena. Absolutely incredible designs on these Melty Brain spinners, putting full 100% of their mass into the spinner, meaning that their spinner is at least 3 times as heavy as anyone else in this weight class. Usually you're not going to put more than a third, at most half your weight into the spinning mass. Mako now taking the worst of the wear from that heavy spinner and getting stuck in the wall, requesting the unstick here. That's going to be their only one of the match. If they get
Wow, that was an
again,
early one.
That would be it. Greatest Challenge just going and going, sending Mako flying on these hits, but also themselves. All Mako needs is 1 hit. If they can get that spinner stopped, if they can get him in the corner, if they can bounce him around and bring that down, you can see him getting stuck there in the divot of the floor. We're getting later in the night.
And there's some serious divots in that one. This is a post-loopy floor.
When you're running these forks.
Oh, okay. That has a little bit of mobility.
As a drive system there to get themselves unstuck.
Very cool.
I've not seen that before. Now they're getting Greatest Challenge spun down, but Greatest Challenge is able to spin back up before Mako can get in. Mako just sending the weapon now into a fully spun up Greatest Challenge. With 1.5 minutes, we're about halfway into this fight.
Yeah, that kind of shows that he seems like he's getting frustrated at not being able to stop the Greatest Challenge.
Going on to Plan B there for a second.
Plan B, just send it.
Send it. Plan B usually is send it. Greatest Challenge really holding up here, hit after hit on Mako.
They look a little slow now, though.
They are slowing down. Are they losing battery power, or are they... Oh,
they hurt us.
Back up to speed.
I would imagine it can be more difficult, or maybe easier to translate when you're slower.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think faster the better. I don't know.
I bet the heading LED that you can see on Mako, or excuse me, the Greatest Challenge, that shows them which way that they will be driving forward as they spin.
Mako just waiting for that hit, just waiting for 1 hit, going just weapon to weapon now.
Wow.
Risky, but they're able to take these hits. They'd only got 25 seconds left here to make a difference for the judges. I don't know what they're going to be able to do with that on the outer ring of Greatest Challenge. Is very sturdy, but they're trying everything now. Maybe this is Plan C. Oh, you can see the saw blade is wobbling now on Mako.
Oof.
Greatest Challenge has got to be happy with their performance. Mako unable to do anything for the entirety of the fight. Greatest Challenge spins down at the end there, looking pretty much no worse for wear. Wow.
Very defensive, the Greatest Challenge.
Yeah.
There's just no way to approach them without getting impacted.
It's hard to even tell, you know, are they being aggressive or not?
Yeah.
As they spin around. But you got to think that's what they wanted to do. They came out and just didn't let Mako get a single top-down hit on their chassis. I mean, they were trying, but all we saw was a few sparks.
And I'm surprised that Mako wasn't able to corral the Greatest Challenge into the wall one time.
It's so much mass spinning around that after every impact, they sent themselves so far apart that Greatest Challenge was able to keep going.
All right, we're at Cage 4 now for the last 12-pound fight before prime time. We have Carmen and Pramheda. Ooh, Carmen with a great hit on Pramheda there.
Both these robots have been pretty good all day.
two similar robots going against each other here. Real battle of the intricacies of the front setups and the skill of the driver as Pramheda here upside down in the corner, tapping
And a
out.
Tap out from Zach and Pramheda.
No unstick, straight to the tap out. Wow. Oof. That was fast. Not how Pramheda wanted that one to go.
I wonder why he tapped.
It's possible he saw something. You know, sometimes you end up upside down, you see a link on the ground, you see the lights go off. You might see the telemetry go out on your radio, and you just know you're done.
Let's check the replay if we can.
So a little bit of a dance here early, but Carmen able to get the better of the impact. You see a piece come out, but they're still moving at this point. They end up in the corner, and they just say, never mind. Maybe that was an important part.
I was trying to sneak a peek. Maybe the wheels were not spinning anymore.
Yeah.
Tough to call, but Zach knew what was up. It's his robot. But tough loss for him.
Yeah, I mean, wow, what a fight for Carmen to come out, you know, quick dance early on, win the engagement, get a couple hits, and win the fight. I mean, that's how you want it to go when you're heading into prime time with a robot that's working at 100% and really not much to fix.
All right, Adam, let's check Cage 6 where we have Glacial Undercut and Turbofiend.
Turbofiend, really impressive, running as a single bot now, no more multi-bot.
Robots,
see if they can keep that run going here against Glacial Undercut. Looking like Turbofiend winning this ground game and engagement off the bat here. Glacial Undercut trying to get around the side, trying to maneuver themselves. Turbofiend very controlled, aims the weapon at the opponent, goes forward. It's just been dominant tonight. And Glacial Undercut taking the worst of these hits with Armour now just flailing in the air.
No effect yet on Turbofiend whatsoever. The hits it's dishing out or the few hits that it received, but
there goes a wheel on Glacial Undercut. A lot of smoke coming out of Glacial Undercut, and they are not moving. I think that is going to be it. Will they request an unstick here? They will. I don't know
really?
if they're going to get unstuck.
Knockout.
Oh, there's the knockout.
Turbofiend.
Turbofiend,
on a
very
tear.
impressive. I think they want the unstick. Will they oh, maybe it's not a knockout.
He's just helping him back to the door.
I don't know. I mean, it looks pretty knocked out now, though, so.
Interesting.
Definitely not stuck. Dominant win again by the Fiend. Here comes a replay. We'll take a look at what happened there. The big hits that just tore them apart. There goes the wheel guard. Shortly after, we'll see the wheel come off. The wheel now lying there. Here comes the final hit, getting stuck. Smoke. Weapon looks a little bit out of skew. Yeah.
I'm really impressed with Turbofiend today. I did not see them coming, and they've been doing really well, getting upsets and some really significant knockouts. And I haven't seen them take much damage at all.
No, they've been doing great. And, you know, the second half of the robot, I don't think was up to 100%. They just said, let's only run one of them. And it's been working out with them so far. Really interesting kind of shape, you know, fairly unique form, a little bit wider, a different shape than what you see in a lot of the more metaverts. They don't have a ton of engagement on the weapon, not a lot of reach, but it's been working really well for them. They've been doing a lot of grinding damage, and they're not the fastest, but they're controlled. And their opponents have been having a tough time fighting that. You know, it's just really dialed in. It's been durable. It's been winning the ground game, and very controlled.
We've got a judge's decision in, and that's going to be Greatest Challenge has defeated Mako. So Mako had a great run today. Big ups to them, but Greatest Challenge is going to be moving on, and well, I'm always happy to have a Melty stick around.
A Melty making it this far is impressive. I think Melties are really cool, really hard to build, and so to make it this late in the night is great. Mako coming in with a saw, getting multiple tap outs because people were afraid of the saw. Not a hammer saw, not a kinetic energy hammer saw, a literal saw blade that was slicing through armor. Coming out tonight and performing really well.
It's 2024.
Yeah.
And people run saws and they're effective.
Yeah.
For the longest time, like when this sport first started, saws were run all the time.
Yeah.
People would use whatever they could find at the hardware store, and they eventually found that they were not very effective. You're fighting metal robots. The thing you're trying to saw is not standing still. It's difficult. The saws bend.
It's very interesting to see, you know, how the metas evolve, because the metal robots led to the domination of these metaverts, which were so good at impacting these stiff metal structures and just blowing them apart. So then people started making plastic, these structures that could absorb the hits. Well, now when you have plastic robots that are out here, all of a sudden saw blades and flamethrowers and drills start to be an effective weapon again. So
when does it shift back?
Yeah.
Are we in that process now? Are we starting to see more metal 3-pounders in response to the flamethrowers that are coming up?
I don't know. You definitely see people taking the flamethrowers more seriously, but I think what you see are flamethrower configs, where you see the tape trying to be used defensively. It doesn't always work.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's hard. It's tough because it's not like even these days with some of the flamethrowers, metal's not that much better than the plastic. But it is interesting to see how the robots have been evolving, and each new adaptation begets another adaptation. It's been really fun, and I like seeing saw blades have a moment here tonight, even
Absolutely.
if maybe they didn't make it all the way.
They still made some significantly thick cuts, some deep cuts into their opponents.
So close to slicing a robot fully in half earlier tonight.
Great run from Mako.
Yeah.
Super awesome. And I believe they're connected to the Turbofiend team. I think they're friends or something. So it's awesome to see both of those robots doing their thing, and they've got good theming. They look nice.
Great colors.
Yeah.
Somebody's picking some nice brands of plastic there. Really shiny, really bright. But yeah, it's good.
And so we have our cage crew. I can see them right in front of me in cage 1. They've been working on installing new floors in cage 1. It's looking good, and they did it so incredibly fast.
Nice shiny new floor for prime time.
Yeah, it's looking good. They're doing some repairs on the kick plates, it looks like. Some instant kick plate repair spray I think we've secretly developed at a lab in the middle of the ocean, but it's working really well. That's Aiden and Eamon in there, by the way. They hate getting shouted out, but it's awesome to shout them out. They make a lot of stuff happen here behind the scenes.
Yeah. It's definitely one of those like satisfying things, just seeing the arena come back to like perfection.
Yeah, and so fast.
Yeah.
Those two work really well together in tandem.
I wonder if they have like a painting video game. You know, they have a power one.
Yeah.
Which is surprisingly relaxing.
I think they have a painting video game, but you don't do the painting yourself. You're just responsible for watching it dry.
I just want to like move the. It could be like if the Kinect was still a thing.
Oh yeah, the Oculus has a bunch of like art. Like they don't feel like a game.
I don't want art. You know, I just want to paint a wall like a different shade of white.
Okay,
wow,
there it is. Pristine. Absolutely beautiful. Eamon and Aiden. The best.
That's a lot of points in the painting game.
And on to the next. No rest for this crew.
On to the next. On to the. I can't sing any more of the song. Though.
I see. It looks like, let's try and read some of this damage on cage 2. Looks like we had maybe a melty.
Yeah, it's fun to look at.
In that lower left corner there.
Yeah, definitely a horizontal.
Loopy's got some marks all over the place. Yeah, we had one fork pierce straight into the floor there. I can think that hole's in the R. Maybe it's in the H. Either way, these floor panels are coming up and getting out of this cage.
Now, if you come down to NHRL, you'll see these floor panels reused throughout the facility.
Oh, yeah.
The store, all the tables in the museum, all old floor panels.
Yeah, we've thrown a few robots together using them as well. It's kind of like a nice resource to have here.
Yeah.
Just because it's not good enough for the cage floor doesn't mean it's not good enough to use. So I've cut many of these floors on our CNC, and I'll tell you, the number of floors that have glitter embedded in them, it's been reduced lately, but...
Well, I think there's a new ban on glitter, right?
Yeah, so we've got some old stock of floors.
Now, do you sell these floors? I could see people wanting a nice framed floor panel.
Oh, no, I haven't thought about that.
Nice.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, eBay, hello. Maybe we could get the builder that destroyed it to
like
sign
that,
it.
That blown up NHRL. Yeah, the little autograph from the builder who caused the damage. That could be cool. Have a nice little...
Let us know in the chat if you think that's a great idea.
Would you buy broken plywood on eBay? I think it would be cool. I'd buy that.
Shipping might be a bit rough. Okay, you can see the cage corners coming out.
You can sell different sizes, mini ones.
Yeah. 4x8 sheets from the 30-pound cage, which generally has less damage than the ones that come out of the 3-pound cage.
If I had more space, I would take a few for driving practice, you know?
Oh, goodness. NFTs are what the chat is suggesting we do with the floors.
No. I don't think we need any NFTs.
Yeah, I want these floors to be so fungible.
Oh, resin coffee tables.
Okay, that's something.
That's a good idea. Then you wouldn't cut yourself on the splinters, but you still get to appreciate it.
Oh, but I love cutting myself on the cage floor splinters. Okay, so chat is asking if our glitter ban is Burning Man rules, and Adam, I don't get the reference.
I've never been to Burning Man.
Yeah, not much of a burner.
Yeah. So I'm going to go with no.
Yeah, it's a big no from us here at the desk.
Yeah. I'm seeing someone is asking what thickness and grade the plywood floors are. They're 6AL 4V grade 5 plywood.
Yeah. No, we use chemically pure floors here. They are...
chemically pure.
They're 3/4 ply, wood.
Wood grade.
Yeah. I think it's like 11 or 13 ply.
Yeah, they're nice. They hold up. They're not any of that, the chipboard or anything. This is
absolutely
real
not.
Plywood.
Okay, someone's saying to make scented candles based on the floors. I don't know if they've ever experienced a robot on fire and what that does.
I think we could do that because the floor scented candle can just be kind of like a burning wood scent, which, maybe that could be relaxing, like a nice fireplace. Yeah.
Okay. LiPo battery scented candles, they're saying?
Now, the thing is, I really want a LiPo battery scented candle because I think it would be hilarious.
Yeah.
Because I kind of have like a fight or flight response when I get that scent. Every builder kind of knows the scent and knows this is horribly toxic. I need to get out of here. Oh. And so I think it would be really funny because it would just trigger it. But it's just a candle. But then how do you scent test it?
Right.
You get a battery in one hand and a candle in the other hand.
You just bring it here, honestly. The LiPo scent is like nostalgic for me. It triggers something in me because I've been smelling that for as long as I can remember.
There's a lot of triggers that happen. And if you could make it, I just I don't know how you could do it, but if you could do it in a way that's not horribly toxic, I think you could sell a lot of them. I did see online once, I found someone was selling lipo-scented candles, and I almost bought one, and then I saw that it was a lie, and it said that it actually smelled like something completely different. It was just, it said lipo-scent. Like, how dare they?
Why?
How dare they? You know?
Yeah, I bought a lipo-shaped pillow, and I couldn't even charge it.
A danger pillow?
Yeah, there's nothing.
Yeah.
Well, I think, okay, we could do cage floor incense, you know, because we're routing the cage floors. That leaves a lot of dust. Our dust collection is lacking, so we could, you know, make incense from that somehow.
Oh.
Okay, I'm hearing there's a poll on the chat. What's it say, Adam?
Yeah, what should we make out of the old cage floors next? A giant battle boat.
Okay.
A henchman house for Sam. Yeah. A Pinocchio-inspired Judge number 3.
And okay, every time they judge a match, their nose extends.
Well, you know.
I feel like I'm gonna be the one that has to make these.
Depends on your opinion of Judge number 3.
And so I'm gonna.
You're gonna have to make your own
can you
house.
vote for me? Yeah, I want to make my house.
Yeah, okay. I'll vote for the house for you.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, the house isn't winning. It's in last place. Yeah.
That's
so
okay.
probably
It's
no
a
house.
selfish vote for me, and I'm sure the chat doesn't care where I live.
Giant battle boat in the lead, but I'm seeing.
Okay, we should have a magic smoke candle.
Smoke candle. That's another good idea. I like this bot line of candles, various smokes, floor smoke, blue smoke,
how
magic
can we
smoke,
make caustic
lipo smoke.
comfy?
Yeah, yeah. We're innovating in the space. Yeah, but burned out motors. I think that's just ozone at that point. So like an ozone scent is always nice. Melted wiring, lead solder scent. That's a good one.
Oh, Adam, when we fought at All Stars, I think. It was Hot Shot versus Knockoff White. Whatever the set that created was special.
Exploded jet motor.
Jet
scent.
fuel,
Yeah.
lipo smoke, melted plastic.
That melted floor as well. There was a scorch mark. That was an interesting.
That one was
I
disgusting.
was so nervous about that fight. I'm like, my robot's mostly plastic. It's gonna melt.
Oh, I had no fear whatsoever because it's Austin's robot and I'm just on the sticks. But you crushed me, and I drove real poorly. So all right, we've got Loopy and Little Bob in Cage 5. So Loopy is the next generation of Droopy. I believe Loopy is still built by Tommy Wong, who built Droopy, and now Coleman Christie has brought it here. They're both California dudes.
Loopy has been really impressive tonight, you know, as usual for this design series, and this is going to be a tough matchup
For Little
anybody.
Bob.
Yeah.
Little Bob's been doing really well though. It's been stable. It's been pretty consistent.
5, 4.
Loopy's another
3,
beast though.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, big hit right off the bat. Little Bob, undeterred, still going weapon to weapon. Are they stuck, unable to get out of the corner? Here they come. Oh, keeping the weapon aimed, still spinning. You know, this is a tough fight for Loopy. Little Bob is giving it all they got.
Ooh.
And I think Little Bob getting the better of these engagements so
sent Loopy
far.
right into the glass there.
Little Bob got a free unstick there as the house robot tried to get out of the way.
I'm loving these triple hits.
Is the
Who's
house
smoking?
robot smoking, or is the mini? What is happening?
No, I hope it's not the house robot.
Oh no, a battery has come out of something.
Who ejected
Little
a
Bob
battery?
is now on its side. I don't know what happened.
Some fog of war in this
An
cage.
unstick being requested.
Oh dear.
Oh, during the unstick, I think the battery got a little love tap.
Oh my goodness.
We'll have to get someone in there to sample the scent for the candles.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe Kimberly from the control room can get in there.
Loopy unrelenting, but Little Bob's still working.
Wow. So that must have been the purple
smaller
bot.
half of Little Bob's little wedge seems to have ejected its battery, causing a smoke screen. Not sure the judges will score many points for Little Bob for that one.
But both Loopy and Little Bob still going strong.
Still going. Of course, the damage to the other half of the multi-bot Little Bob will count against it if this goes to the judges. Just over a minute left here. Loopy upside down. Never mind. And still going strong. Little Bob seems to be slowing a little bit as it gets torn apart. The massive spinners on Loopy.
Yeah.
There goes a wheel. Not how Little Bob wanted to end the last minute of this fight. Will they be able to make it to the bell? But Loopy.
Yeah, it's quiet in there now.
Quiet.
Loopy needs to be spinning to move at all.
And we're back. A little bit of a fake out from both robots there, spinning down, but we're back up to speed. Little Bob now one side of drive. They're really down on damage points here. I think they had some good control and aggression early. Not the easiest one to judge if this goes to the judges, but I don't know if it will. As silence.
Yeah, that hit
from Little Bob. Loopy able to spin back up. I don't know if Little Bob's going to make it.
I don't think so. I see the sticks moving on their controller. I see no movement from the robot.
Knockout with 5 left.
Knockout.
Ref Nick over there calling that knockout.
Loopy pulling off the KO, not leaving it to the judges.
Yes.
The best way to win a judge's decision is by KO.
Ain't that the truth? All right, we're going to hop over real quick to Cage 6 in progress. We've got Chubby Unicorn and Dinosaur.
Chubby Unicorn having a pretty good day today, as is Dinosaur, but on this fight, it seems like Chubby Unicorn came out strong. Dinosaur pinned up against the wall.
Chubby Unicorn has a pedigree. This is a tough robot for any sort of dinosaur
now using
or robot.
Unstick early here. Oh, getting a little help from Chubby Unicorn. Unstick continuing here. These can only go on for about 25 seconds. If 25 seconds passes without a successful unstick, the house robot will just go back to its corner. I don't know. Dinosaur pretty stuck here, and then we see the retreat. And this could be it. This will be a count out if they're unable.
Okay, so the winner of this fight will be going up against Loopy, and I think it's going to be Chubby Unicorn.
Wow, Chubby Unicorn backing in, getting the knockout, is going to go up against Loopy in the round of 8. That is a fight to look forward to in prime time.
I'm excited for that one coming up. Dinosaur had a good run. Love me a dinosaur-themed robot.
Making a top 16 is no joke in a field like this. Quite impressive. Unable to sustain Chubby Unicorn. Just right out the gate.
Looks like they are knocked out enough to have a hard time to get back to the door.
They're really stuck in that corner. Of course, the corner probably the worst place to get stuck in the arena. It's hard for the house robots to get in there and really get around you to be able to free you. You never really want to get stuck anywhere, but the corners are tough.
Which is strange. Bird has like a bunch of corners. You'd think he'd be good at corners.
And there you go.
All right, so all the robots are back at the door now, ready to be unloaded. No function test needed. That was a KO.
Really great NHRL color scheme on these robots.
True.
Blue and pink.
I like the design on the top of the dinosaur as well.
Yeah.
A little bit of a dino flesh pattern of some sort.
Dynamite.
Well, you got a dinosaur you like?
What's my favorite dinosaur?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, my favorite dinosaur is the Brontosaurus. Now, for a while, the Brontosaurus wasn't real. They said, oh, it's a Brachiosaurus.
Right.
Oh, the next level. And then they said later, actually, you know what? No, it was real. It is high. So I like a nice, big, high-neck Brontosaurus. Great dinosaur. Great scene in Jurassic Park.
With the sneeze?
Yeah, well,
Or was that a Brachiosaurus?
the Brontosaurus was like they kind of come over in the Jeep in the beginning.
Oh, and
they
it
see
pans
it,
up.
yeah,
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's like at the
Good
tree,
stuff.
and they play the song, and like it's so dramatic. Everything's fine. It's a utopia of dinosaurs, and nothing could possibly go wrong.
Absolutely not. Except they forgot the feathers on the Velociraptors.
Feathers.
And the T-Rex probably had some like pin feathers or something.
What's your favorite dinosaur? I see you're a feather guy.
I'm a feather guy,
Yeah.
so a raptor of sorts, like a Deinonychus or something.
Feathery raptor.
Utah raptor.
The one that spits was like what was that one called?
I'm blanking, but it definitely doesn't spit, or it didn't spit in real life.
Well, I mean, it was basically a documentary. You're gonna try and dispute?
You're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was
It's like
on film.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Spielberg was attached, so
It
how
happened.
could it not be
Yeah.
real?
It happened. Oh, dinosaurs are good, but of course, it's not really called dinosaur. It's called dinosaur.
Okay, so it's like talking to their opponent. You
Yeah,
will
like
die.
You're gonna die. You're not gonna soar through the air. I guess. I don't know. I like it. I don't quite know what it means, but I like it.
Yeah.
It's
And
sort of-
dinosaur could have gone a different way. They could have done dye like you're dyeing your hair a different color, and then know like you know
Oh.
something, and then soar like.
There's a battle in the chat. There's a poll. Who would win in a fight, Ricky's shirt or Mai Tai? I have to vote for Mai Tai, although Ricky's shirt is very impressive.
Yeah, I
It's
think they're in
certainly it's got a
different weight
metallic.
classes.
It's got a metallic aspect to it, which has got to be in its favor. But
Let me see.
this isn't very metallic, you know. It's a little bit.
Is it clip-on? Because I think
No,
Ricky's
this is a
shirt is a
real- this is a
clip-on, and
real
if you see him
tie.
from behind,
Yeah.
there's like just flesh back there.
This is tied. You know, it's not a very quality tie. It doesn't even have one of those like, you know, loops that you put it through. It's just not there. But you know, good pattern. It's kind of like a bus seat mixed with like a 1990s bowling alley wallpaper was the vibe I was going for with it.
That's so accurate. It really is that. Although most bus seats I've seen a little more worn in than that tie.
You know, like the old school bus seat where you're like, how old is this bus? Why does it still have this pattern on it? Yeah, that's the vibe I'm going for. It seems I lost 68% to 31.
Well,
Sad.
Ricky's shirt is probably heavier, you know, it's a different weight class.
Could smother the tie. What's the tie gonna do? You know.
Tie no sore.
Ricky's shirt failed safety earlier, so technically
Oh.
DQ'd. That's what I'm seeing in the chat. You know.
Well, I'm not surprised. You know what they say, like the cobbler's shoes are the worst or something.
That's a good point. You know.
But Ricky's great at passing safety, and so is his shirt, undoubtedly.
Oh, now here's something from the chat I like. Lipo hot sauce.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you tasted lipo before? By accident?
I think I've maybe accidentally tasted smoke, and if I have, I recall it's very bitter. Yeah.
Have you accidentally tasted blue Loctite?
No.
Because blue Loctite accidentally tastes pretty sweet. This is not a recommendation. It's just slightly sweet.
It's always
a subtle
scary.
sweetness.
It's scary when things like that are accidentally sweet. You're like, oh, this has got to be really toxic if it's sweet.
You associate toxic and sweet? Because
Yeah, because you're like, you know, if you're not supposed to eat it and it's sweet, that's really bad. It's trying to trick you.
All right, we've got Juggernaut and Comet. We're back to some fights. This is Cage 5, 3-pound action. Comet coming out of the blue corner with those pink sides, and Juggernaut, the two bots in the pink corner. Did I say that right?
We got the blue bots in the pink corner, the pink bots in the blue corner. Easy to remember. Of course, for the judges, if you look closely, tiny little circle stickers on the top of each robot let you know which corner they started out in. So you can see a little blue sticker on Comet and the little pink stickers across the way.
All right, I see Peter in his
5,
classic sitting
4,
down on a chair
3,
fight stance.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, right out the gate. Juggernaut getting the worst of the first engagement from the main robot, but their little wedge able to come in, and it's making the difference here against Comet early. That's what you want to see. You know, the wedge gets under there, and you come in from behind on the pin. Great design on the little forks there on Juggernaut's wedge half. Able to take those hits from Comet and keep on going. Staying very low. Comet doesn't really have much of a defense against that. Just trying to get out of the way. Juggernaut hasn't had too many hits here yet. Oh, just missing on a couple.
This is a fast fight. All these robots real speedy around the cage.
Big hit on the wedge half of Juggernaut by Comet. Now a big hit on the big half of Juggernaut by Comet. Now Comet going flying. Back and forth fight here. Great drivers battle as they try to maneuver and get the hits. 2 against 1 with Juggernaut's wedge robot playing a big part here, kind of controlling, corralling Comet. But the hits themselves are fairly even, with both of the larger robots getting tossed back and forth across the arena.
Juggernaut being able to consistently self-right after getting turned over by Comet is pretty crucial.
Yeah, you know, we're seeing maybe a few more hits against Juggernaut here in the middle of this match, about halfway through. And as I say that, Comet flips upside down. Some great control from the wedge half of Juggernaut as Juggernaut comes in and knocks their own wedge out of the way. No worse for wear. Juggernaut trying to self-right now. Is their weapon down? Seems like it might be. I'm not seeing a lot of gyro action. It's not going to look good as this fight seems to be heading towards the judges.
Just under a minute left at this point.
We've got here.
A pin in triplicate.
This is actually Juggernaut getting the pin. Will they be able to release it, or are they stuck? Yep, they are able to release it, so that does count.
Ooh, Comet coming in with a big hit on Juggernaut as they were teed up by their own smaller
Juggernaut
robot.
now stuck. Of course, it doesn't look good to call for the unstick. They are calling for the unstick here, it seems like. Here comes the house robot, able to get him off the wall, but that's not going to look good for the judges. It's going to be a big loss of control points getting stuck like that against the wall. The wedge robot, though, getting another good pin on Comet. You're seeing a lot of difference being made by that wedge half of Juggernaut, really doing the lion's share of the control in this fight, as the main robot, Juggernaut, it seems to be stuck again. They're going to make it to the bell. But they are stuck up against the rails. There they get freed by their mini-bot. They'll be able to show function for the judges.
All right, the refs are calling for their movement to show the judges that they are still functioning with drive and weapons. Comet's got it.
This is a tough one to judge.
It was a dense fight, real fast paced, so a lot of action going on.
A lot of stuff happening, very back and forth. You know, I think Comet got the better of the second half, but the wedge half was doing a lot of work.
A lot of control happening from that one.
Yeah.
And I like that it was able to not just wedge under the opponent, but also come back out.
Full ability to release is really what's going to help them. You know, a lot of these wedge halves, the robots are designed as a doorstop. They get the opponent stuck, and the main robot comes in, releases with the weapon. In these situations where the main robot is having some difficulties, the ability for the wedge to release enables it to score those control points. Because for the judges, if you have a pin that you're unable to release in time, it doesn't count. You lose those control points that you would have gotten for the pin.
And being capable of doing that means you're capable of helping your own partner out.
Yeah.
Like in the instance there at the very end, he was able to pull Juggernaut out of the corner, and if it wasn't just the end of the fight, he could have kept him going.
Yeah, it's a huge
huge win for a wedge like that.
We've got a treat in cage 6. Looks like Peter has moved from one cage to the next. He's on partner bot duty. But this is our last fight before quarterfinals, and these are some heavy hitters. We have Warhard in the pink corner and Mag in the blue.
Both these robots have been great so far today. Warhard, the smaller version of Warhard XXL, or I guess Warhard XXL, the larger version, also here today. They look identical.
5,
Warhard is 3
4,
pounds. Warhard
3,
XXL is 30
2,
pounds.
1.
Fight. Robots fight.
Looks like they choose to lead
Wow!
with the Mini.
The Mini coming out, getting a great little twist on Mag, sending them flying.
Speaking of twists, I think that camera just got knocked out of position.
Giant hits, debris littering the arena. I don't know what it's from. Maybe pieces of Warhard or pieces of Warhard's wedge robot, I believe. It's not moving anymore. Mag flying through the air, but looking no worse for wear yet. How many of these hits can it, and how many of these hits can Warhead take? As this is massive force getting tossed about. Oh! Warhead spinning Mag up on their rear end, gyroing them, and then tossing them across the arena. What a 1-2 punch. One half of Mag's drive seems to be out after that last combo hit from Warhard. This is an impressive driving performance from Warhard, able to get these combo hits. You see a lot of robots, they toss an opponent, and then they're unable to get that second hit before the opponent can reset. Warhard here is sending them flying and then getting that second hit on the juicy sections of Mag. They're not needing to go weapon to weapon every time. That seems to be making the difference here. Although Mag seems to have both sides of drive again, now they're stuck. And that's a tap out. Oh, little bit of a late hit there. I'm going to assume Warhard didn't see the tap out.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to see that. You can see they come over a little bit of an apology there. You know, the lights are sometimes confusing. It's very loud. It doesn't seem like there's any hard feelings. Unfortunate when that happens. But sometimes you just don't see the tap quick enough.
Well, Adam, that's going to do it for the start of our tournament. We've got quarterfinals, semifinals, and the finals coming up next in prime time. And so make sure you check us out back here at 7 o'clock Eastern time. So we're just moments away from starting up the conclusion of this tournament for prime time. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you in a few minutes.